Check 1, 2. There they are. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. As Chair of the Commission, I call this meeting of the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission to order at 1:11 p.m. This Zoom webinar is being live streamed on YouTube on the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission YouTube channel. For anyone in the public watching who would prefer to watch via a different platform than they are currently using, please visit our social media at Redistricting MI. Our live stream today includes closed captioning, ASL interpretation, and Spanish, Arabic, and Bengali translation services will be provided for effective participation in this meeting. Email us at redistricting@michigan.gov for additional viewing options or details on accessing language translation services for this meeting. People with disabilities needing other specific accommodations should also contact redistricting@michigan.gov. This meeting is being recorded and will be available at www.michigan.gov/MICRC for viewing at a later date. This meeting is also being transcribed, and those closed caption transcripts will be made available and posted on the michigan.gov/MICRC website, along with written public comment submissions. There is also a public comment portal that may be accessed by visiting michigan.gov/MICRC. This portal can be utilized to post maps and comments, which can be viewed by both the Commission and the public. Members of the media who may have questions before, during, or after the meeting should direct those questions to Edward Woods III, Communications and Outreach Director for the Commission, at woodse3@michigan.gov or 517-331-6309. For the purposes of the public watching and for the public record, I will now turn to the Department of State staff to take note of the commissioners present.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Please say present when I call your name. If you're attending today's meeting remotely, please disclose during roll call that you are attending remotely, as well as your physical location where you are attending from. I'll call on Commissioners in alphabetical order, starting with Doug Clark.
Present.
Juanita Curry. Anthony Eade.
Present.
Brittany Callum. Rhonda Lang.
Present, attending remotely from Reed City, Michigan.
Steve Lett.
Present.
Cynthia Orton.
Present.
MC Rothhorn.
Present.
Rebecca Satella.
Present.
Janice Follett.
Present.
Aaron Wagner.
Present, attending remotely from Charlotte, Michigan.
Richard Weiss.
Present.
Dustin Witches.
Present.
I'll return to Juanita Curry.
Present and attending remotely from Detroit, Michigan.
12 commissioners are present, and there is a quorum.
Thank you, Ms. Reinhardt. As a reminder to the public watching, you can view the agenda at www.michigan.gov/MICRC. I will now entertain a motion to approve the meeting agenda.
So moved.
Motion made by Commissioner Wichos.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Curry. I will bring to the attention of our members that we still have a debriefing session listed on the agenda. If there is interest in skipping that again today like we did yesterday, we would need a motion to amend the meeting agenda to remove item 4C, the debriefing session.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made by Commissioner Lang, seconded by Commissioner Wichos to amend the meeting agenda to remove item 4C, debriefing session. Is there any debate or discussion on the motion to amend? Hearing none, let's go ahead and vote on the motion to amend. All in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, raise your hand and say nay. By a vote of 11 to 1, the motion to amend prevails and is adopted. All in favor of approving the meeting agenda as amended with the removal of 4C, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, please raise your hand and say nay. The ayes prevail and the agenda is adopted. Prior to public comment, we have some commission business to cover for this afternoon. First on the agenda is approval of the minutes from October 7, held in East Lansing. The minutes have been provided to the commission prior to the meeting. Are there any edits? Hearing no edits, I will entertain a motion to approve the meeting minutes from October 7, 2021.
So moved. Second.
Motion made by Commissioner Witches, seconded by Commissioner Lett. All in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, raise your hand and say nay. The ayes prevail and the meeting minutes are adopted.
More than likely.
Next on our meeting agenda is approving a November 18 meeting at the Michigan League at University of Michigan from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. I would consider a motion to add a commission meeting on November 18th.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
11/18 may be a little bit in the future.
Oh, maybe no, because we're past 10:18.
We haven't reached November yet.
No, I know, this is for November. Edward, our executive director isn't here, so can you give us a little guidance today?
Sure, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, we're, during the 45-day public comment period, we're trying to schedule meetings so people can interact with the commission. And November 18th, December 2nd, December 16th, and the vote on December 30th are the days that we're looking at, the hours we're looking at for 10 to 2. The Michigan League came in and is providing their facility complimentary, and so we wanted to take advantage of that opportunity to host a meeting during the 45-day public comment period. So we're trying just to meet every 2 weeks so that the public has an opportunity to address the commission.
Commissioner Clark?
Yeah, were these meetings discussed previously, and did we vote on having them?
I believe we already had calendared Thursday meetings going all the way through the end of the year.
Yeah, I remember the meetings being scheduled. I didn't know that the public was going to be involved like that. Okay, thank you.
Okay, if we are okay with approving that meeting, I would entertain a motion to approve a meeting on November 18th at the Michigan League at the University of Michigan from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m.
So moved.
Motion made by Commissioner Witches,
Second.
seconded by Commissioner Rothorn. Is there any debate or discussion on the motion?
I think I just wanted to offer that I think what we're doing here is that the meeting has been scheduled and the time. It's just the location, I think. And I think what Director Woods was offering is that there's an opportunity to use our budget wisely because the resources that the U of M are offering do line up with they're offering complimentary. We just have to pay for the audiovisual and the mileage. So I think that's what we're doing here is it's been calendared, the times are the same, it's a public meeting, so we always have public comment before our meetings, so there's nothing unusual about that, it's just the location that we're approving at this point.
Okay, so we have it motioned and seconded to approve the November 18th meeting at the Michigan League at U of M from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. All in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, please raise your hand and say nay. The ayes prevail and the motion is adopted. Okay, moving on to our welcome and introductions. Without objection, our host commissioner, MC Rothorn, will now provide a brief presentation. Hearing no objection, please proceed, Commissioner Rothorn.
Hello, Grand Rapids. Thanks for having us here. It's good to see your waving and smiling faces. I'm going to try to show you what I'm going to do. Can we have the slides up? All right. And I'm going to try to advance this. There we go. So on behalf of the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission, thank you so much for joining us today. We need you to hashtag show up, speak up to help us hashtag draw fair maps. In 2018, as many of you know, Michigan voters by more than 61% empowered citizens and not legislators to hashtag draw fair maps. Consequently, the MICRC represents an initiative by Michigan residents and not liberals, moderates, or conservatives. Voters made an intentional and deliberate effort to form the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission by filling in the yes oval on Proposal 2. Every 10 years, following the U.S. Census, district lines for U.S. congressional, state house, and state senate must be redrawn in states across the country to accurately reflect their population. The process of drawing district lines is known as redistricting. In Michigan, there are 161 congressional, state senate, and state house districts that need to be drawn for the 2022 election cycle. For the first time in Michigan's history, residents have an opportunity to provide input on drawing maps for Michigan's congressional, house, and state senate. Openness, let me advance the slide. Openness, transparency, and public engagement represent the principles of this new redistricting process. Now you have an opportunity to ensure your voice and your community's voice is heard. Instead of politicians choosing their districts to best represent their interests, Michigan residents can share their interests to assist in developing their districts through the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission. We need your assistance to help us hashtag draw fair maps, so thank you. I'm going to turn it over to our chair, Zatella, to continue this orientation. Oh, actually, I'm going to turn it over to Director Woods to talk about the public hearing. Is that true, Director Woods?
That is true.
All right, let's do it.
Can you go back? Thank you. Good afternoon. We're excited to be in Grand Rapids. It's great to experience Grand Rapids and all that it has to offer. Can you give Grand Rapids a round of applause? You're sitting there for the first time engaging in Michigan's historic process for redistricting, and that's all you can do? You spent all this time and energy coming off work? Give yourself a round of applause. You're in the house of democracy, and it's taking place right here at DeVos Place. Per the Michigan Constitution, here are the requirements for the second round of public hearings. We are here to hear from you. That's right. We want to hear from you on the proposed 161 districts that includes 13 congressional, 38 state senate, and 110 house districts. Each proposed plan includes census data map, and legal description that you can view on the website at www.michigan.gov/MICRC under proposed draft maps. And finally, we are required by the Constitution to hold 5 public hearings. Today represents the third of the 5 public hearings that are taking place, and we're happy to be here at the DeVos Place in Grand Rapids. I need to go back one more. I think I'm looking at the wrong one. Proposed draft maps. As you may know, the MICRC voted 10 proposed draft maps for your consideration through a collaborative process. We named the maps after trees to prevent any preference or bias to a Michigan Congressional, State Senate, or State House plan. You don't see her, but Sarah Reinhardt was the brains behind it. So just do a silent wave for Sarah to let you know that you appreciate her. Thank you so much. In addition, each commissioner had an opportunity to submit one map for Michigan's congressional, state senate, and state house districts. For the congressional, we received maps from commissioners Doug Clark, Anthony Eade, Rhonda Lang, and Rebecca Zatella. For the state senate, we received maps from commissioners Anthony Eade, Rhonda Lang, and Rebecca Zatella. And finally, for the state house, we received maps from commissioners Doug Clark, Cynthia Orton, and Rebecca Zatella. Our redistricting criteria includes equal population in the Voting Rights Act, geographically contiguous, reflects states' diversity and communities of interest, no disproportionate advantage to any political party, no favor or disfavor to an incumbent elected official or a candidate, reflect consideration of county, city, and township boundaries. And finally, the last of the 7 ranked redistricting criteria in order is reasonably compact. The process for adopting maps. We want to ensure the maps are tested and presented. After the public hearings, the commission shall follow the following procedure in adopting a map for Michigan Congressional and State House. Before voting to adopt a plan, the commission shall ensure that the plan is tested using appropriate technology for compliance with the 7 ranked redistricting criteria. This process will take place between October 27th and November 5th. Before voting to adopt a plan, the commission shall provide public notice of each plan that will be voted on and provide at least 45 days for public comment on the proposed plan or plans for the Michigan Congressional, State Senate, and State House. Each plan that will be voted on shall include census data as is necessary to accurately describe the plan and verify the population of each district, and shall include the map and legal description. The 45-day public comment period starts November 14th. A final decision of the commission to adopt a redistricting plan requires a majority vote of the commission, including at least 2 commissioners who affiliate with each major party and at least 2 commissioners who do not affiliate with either major party. This vote is scheduled for December 30th. The Michigan Supreme Court has the original jurisdiction as relates to this process. They can review at its discretion challenges to any maps adopted, not proposed, but adopted by the commission. They can remand any plan that fails to comply with the Michigan and U.S. constitutions or superseding federal law, for example, the Voting Rights Act. The MICRC is the only body, let me say it again, the only body that has exclusive authority to create and adopt the maps for Michigan's congressional, House, and Senate districts. I want to thank you so much for engaging me with this presentation, and I will turn it over to my colleague, the General Counsel for the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission, Julianne Pastela.
Thank you so much, Director Woods. It is always hard to follow his energy. Good afternoon, Grand Rapids. My name is Julianne Pastela. I'm General Counsel for the Commission, and I'm here to go over just a few public hearing, public comment guidelines for you. First, the time limit for each public comment speaker today is 1 minute, 30 seconds. Please conclude your remarks when you hear the timer. The timer will begin when you start speaking, and you may not yield your time to another speaker. The Commission will receive in-person public comments first, followed by remote public comments. And if any person disrupts the orderly progress of this meeting or refuses to comply with applicable MICRC guidelines and rules, the chairperson may rule that person out of order and/or order the removal from this meeting. And again, you'll hear it a lot today, but please provide your public comment and/or submit your proposed maps in the Commission's public comment portal available at www.michigan.gov/MICRC. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, General Counsel. At this point, without objection, we will now begin the public comment portion of our meeting. Hearing no objection, we will now begin with public comment. Individuals who have signed up and indicated that they would like to provide in-person public commentary to the Commission will now be allowed to do so. Please step to the microphone when I call your number. I tend to call people up in groups of 4 just so it facilitates the process a bit. You will have 90 seconds to address the Commission. Please conclude your remarks when you hear the timer. We also encourage everyone to go to the public comment tool and share your comments in writing, including any specific areas of the map that you are referencing. The public comment tool is available at www.michigan.gov/MICRC. And there's also a public comment station here today with volunteers to assist you in accessing the website if you so desire. Additionally, if you have a time constraint and don't desire to wait, you can use the public comment portal to submit your comments online. So first in line to provide public comment are numbers 1, 2, 3, and 4. And we have 2 microphones on either side of the room, so whichever is closest to you is fine. Number 1, when you reach the microphone, please begin speaking.
My name is Donna Ferris, and I live in Grand Rapids. The maps that you have drawn so far are an improvement over the previously highly gerrymandered maps that I have voted under for far too long. I worked very hard to pass the Voters Not Politicians Amendment, and I want to see fair and competitive districts. Your current maps are not yet there. They need some work to result in competitive elections that will better represent the citizens of Grand Rapids and Kent County. I've lived in the northern quadrant of Grand Rapids for 42 years, and I know our city well. I suggest the following adjustments. Ada Township is just east of my location. It's a suburban area closely linked to the city in many ways, and it should be included in the Northern State House District. Cascade Township and Grand Rapids Airport should also be with the city of Grand Rapids. On the State Senate map 24, the southern boundary should be moved from Fulton Street to Wealthy Street. That would put it in line with the long-established city ward boundaries and would better represent these communities of interest boundaries. I'm asking you to please, please give our city and county politically fair and competitive districts. It would be a welcome change for us.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 2.
Hello, my name is Karen Santelli. I live in Cascade Township. First of all, thank you for your efforts. I know this is a tedious job. And while the maps you've constructed are better than the maps we currently have, with a little more work, I think they'll represent partisan fairness, which right now the maps don't. I want to speak specifically to the Pine map, which is for the State House. My one issue with the Pine map, though I think this is the best State House map there is, my one issue is it does not include Cascade Township, which is closely aligned to East Grand Rapids and Kentwood from both a geographic and demographic alignment. I live in Cascade Township. I shop in Kentwood. I shop in East Grand Rapids. My school tax dollars go to Kentwood and East Grand Rapids schools. My sales tax dollars go there. Right now, this map shows taxation without representation for me for the State House, and I believe we fought a war over that. I also border Gerald Ford Airport, which is supports the businesses of Cascade Township. So my plea to you is that when you look at drawing your State House and your State Senate maps, that you include Cascade Township with the greater Grand Rapids area. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 3.
Before starting the timer, please bring up map number 201, whatever tree that is. My name is Dr. Calvin Dykstra, and I'm from the Grand Haven area in Ottawa County. Thank you, commissioners, for all your hard work. I believe it is imperative that you make your decisions according to communities of interest and not efficiency gaps. Today I speak in support of map number 201 because I believe Ottawa County, the fastest growing county in the state, has a unique situation in being located on the shoreline of Lake Michigan. We are a center of tourism, recreational water sports, sailing, skiing, fishing are huge in our county. We are a center in shipping in that we have 3 ports, Holland, Grand Haven, Port Sheldon, which are dredged according to the U.S. Corps of Engineers. Map number 201 recognizes this community of interest and brings together other Lakeshore Michigan counties all the way south to the Indiana border. Agriculture is one of the largest, if not the largest industry in Michigan. Ottawa County is the 3rd highest producing county in Michigan. It generates $506 million annually in market value of products sold. It is a community of interest. Manufacturing is another significant community of interest in Ottawa County. For all these reasons and more, I believe Ottawa County should be kept intact in the same congressional district, and I urge you to adopt the map number 201.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 4.
Madam Chair.
Good afternoon to the MICRC. My name is April Goodwin, and I am here today to express my opposition to the proposed redistricting map the Commission has presented to the residents of Grand Rapids. Being a resident of the city of GR, it only makes sense to keep my city whole within one state Senate district with the neighboring communities of East Grand Rapids and Kentwood. This scheme, as it appears to me, it creates a Grand Rapids Kalamazoo district. You know, to create a Grand Rapids Kalamazoo district is the crime of racial profiling in its purest form, as these are two completely different communities, both in location and interest, and should not be included together in a congressional district. The only thing they have in common is low income level and population of minorities. The commission is, as they say, trying to create more diversity in elections and representation. However, dividing an already fragmented and polarized America is not the way to do this. I'm sure you mean well, but what you are doing is nothing more than placing a Band-Aid on top of a very deep and bloody wound in American society. We are dividing and segregating the communities, but we are not dividing and segregating the money. You are separating the minority communities from opportunity and representation, but your plan does not create separate but equal. At least if my minority community stays within the confines of GR, which houses...
Your 90 seconds has expired. Thank you for addressing the commission.
Is that what that is?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's what that is.
All right. Please do your jobs and deal with the real issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Numbers 5, 6, 7, and 8.
Good afternoon. My name is Joel Ombre, and I'm from Grand Rapids. Thank you all for your hard work to date. One of the main reasons Proposal 2 passed overwhelmingly in 2018 was that voters across the political spectrum wanted to end partisan gerrymandering. They didn't vote for it to simply have partisan gerrymandering delivered to them by another body. Fortunately, you have powerful allies in your task: math and technology. As you know, we can statistically determine the fairness of maps and reduce partisan bias with incredible precision. With such tools at your disposal, approving gerrymandered maps and undermining the will of Michigan voters would be a conscious choice. Don't make that choice. Make the right choice and end partisan gerrymandering. Of the maps you've created so far, the most fair appear to be Apple for U.S. House, Pine for State House with some minor adjustments like keeping Wyoming whole, Cherry for State Senate, with minor changes such as keeping Ottawa County whole. You have an opportunity to do what few people will ever have. You can strike a blow against an ugly feature of our political system that has existed for over 200 years. How many people get to say that? You will, but only if you make the right choice and end partisan gerrymandering in Michigan. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 6.
Hi, my name is Joan Long. I am a lifetime resident of the Metro Grand Rapids area. I am a proud member of the local chapter of the League of Women Voters. I canvassed for and I voted for Proposal 2 because I believe we deserve to have partisan fairness. Unfortunately, none of the current proposed maps create partisan fairness yet. The current State House and Senate maps are just not good enough yet. There is still work to be done to make them all fair. I would like to echo the words of the Director of the Michigan Department of Civil Rights, John Johnson, who said, "We urge you to meet the test of fairness and accountability and rectify the Voting Rights Act's violations that are inherent in the maps under consideration." I would also like to comment on map 201, the apple map, my favorite fruit. Of the 4 congressional maps, 201 has the best configuration. This map links Grand Rapids and Kalamazoo, which are the 2 largest cities in western Michigan. These cities have much in common, including their needs and interests in healthcare, housing, civil rights, and for public education. As you know, these maps will be in effect for 10 long years. So if it takes a little bit longer to make them fair now, please do so. And I thank you for your dedication.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 7.
Hi, my name is Rebecca Grayson. I live in Grand Rapids, and I've lived in Grand Rapids my entire life for 30 years. I grew up in East Grand Rapids, and I'm here today to advocate for why East Grand Rapids, Kentwood, and Cascade Township should be on the same map. These community populations are diversifying and are connected culturally and politically, which would help achieve partisan fairness while keeping communities of interest together. How the map is laid out currently, the Republican Party still has partisan advantage. Making the change would help ensure that fair maps and giving each side an equal chance of winning elections. Please consider this idea when you revisit the districts in West Michigan, and thank you so much for coming to Grand Rapids.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 8.
Hi, welcome back to Grand Rapids. My name is Cindy Krieg, and I've lived in this city for over 40 years. As one of countless volunteers for Proposal 2, I literally talked to thousands of people and gathered the signatures of over 1,300 voters. People of various persuasions wanted one thing: maps drawn with partisan fairness. When you were previously here, I talked about how gerrymandered my northeast side of Grand Rapids has been. I see great improvement in the draft maps. Thank you. I'm still concerned, however, about the area of Easttown. Proposed House District 76 has an arm that reaches all the way across the heart of Grand Rapids to grab Easttown and connect it to unrelated cities to the west. Easttown is a unique, vital part of the east portion of Grand Rapids and deserves representation as such. Also on the northeast side, Grand Rapids Township and Ada Township are suburban parts of northeast metro Grand Rapids. It would make sense for our community to put Grand Rapids Township and Ada Township into a Northeast House district. To resolve these issues in terms of population equity, I would suggest moving the city of East Grand Rapids into a Kentwood district. Thank you for your thoughtful consideration of these suggestions.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Numbers 9, 10, 11, and 12.
Commissioners, my name is Harold Voorhees Senior, and I was born and raised in the city of Wyoming and had the honor to serve the citizens there as a councilman, as their mayor, as a state representative, and 18 years as a county commissioner. I know West Michigan, and I ask that you make some changes to the map that as follows. First, I want to encourage the commission, please keep Kent County whole within one congressional district. The current map for Kent County proposed under the Apple Plan divides Grand Rapids Metro 6 region into 2 separate congressional districts, tying Grand Rapids into a congressional district with Kalamazoo. Grand Rapids and Kalamazoo form 2 different communities of interest and should be within their own respective districts. Please reconfigure your map to keep Kent County whole within one congressional district. Secondly, I want to encourage the commission to keep the city of Grand Rapids whole within one state Senate district. The current map splits Grand Rapids into 2 districts. Grand Rapids is large enough to be drawn into one state Senate district and should not be split. My area, the city of Wyoming, should be drawn into a state Senate district on the western border of the county with the Granville and Walker area, instead of with Grand Rapids and Kentwood and other our residents shop in neighboring municipalities. I would suggest the commission adopt a slate and Granville be placed with the district Walker is currently in. Thank you for your service.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 10.
My name is Sandra Strandberg. I've lived in our beautiful Ottawa County for over 30 years now. I've worked in the school system for over 20. enjoy our beautiful parks, recreation, magnificent West Michigan's shoreline and beaches, healthy produce and farmers markets, churches, schools, and our current representation in Congress. Ottawa County is one of the, like noted before, one of the fastest growing communities in Michigan and have common economical and agricultural needs and common interest. We try to be good law-abiding citizens and cherish the representation that we have now in Congress. We are a rural community, and we get together with common people that have like-minded ideas, and we can express that in our community and with a representative if he lives in our district. I think we're very successful, so I think it's a bad idea to try to change something that has worked in the past. Leave it as it is. That seems like what's working now. And I just want to thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 11.
My name is Connie Erdley. I have lived in Georgetown Township, Ottawa County for almost 45 years, and this is my community of interest. There is no representation of West Michigan on the board, and I don't expect you to be experts on our communities. That is why I am asking you to please listen to us, we the people who are the experts in our communities. Communities of interest are a higher constitutional priority than partisan fairness. Geography does not care about partisanship, and the Constitution prohibits a commission from splitting communities of interest in the name of partisanship. Ottawa County is the second most agriculturally diverse county in the United States and is currently Michigan's 7th largest and fastest growing county in the state. 3 of the 4 proposed congressional maps would divide many of our communities. One of the proposed maps, Map 201, keeps Ottawa County together and in one congressional district. This map also recognizes our breathtakingly beautiful West Michigan Lakeshore community of interest by uniting a number of lakeshore counties together. Map 201 also brings agricultural communities together to give a strong voice to our family farmers. I respectfully ask the Commission to keep Ottawa County together because of the economic, manufacturing, and agricultural ties that make our community a unique community of interest. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 12.
My name is Cynthia Davis. I'm from Hudsonville in Ottawa County. In this community of interest, we have one of the fastest growing school districts in the state, one of the fastest growing townships in the state, both in the fastest growing county in the state. It is the shared vision of Ottawa County that has given birth to this rapid growth. My concern is that 3 of the 4 proposed congressional maps for Ottawa County divide our many interconnected communities of interest. The community of interest, for example, of Hudsonville Public Schools would be divided into 2 congressional districts. It covers approximately 80 square miles, which makes it a rather significant community of interest. We have a huge agricultural interest in Ottawa County. Some of the congressional districts will divide farms into 2 districts. What good can come from dividing such significant communities of interest? In 2018, voters, not politicians, advertised neatly apportioned maps when promoting Proposal 2. Nice, neat rectangles, as I recall, not divided communities. For Ottawa County, I would urge you to accept Map 201 at the congressional level. We would like for you to honor our interdependent communities of interest. The citizens of Ottawa County have a shared vision for the future of the county. It is that shared vision which has made Ottawa County the fastest growing county in Michigan. It has made the county a wonderful place to live, work, and rear a family. Please, please keep us intact. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Numbers 13, 14, 15, and 16.
My name is Grace Hoppin. I am from Huntsville as well. As
Abraham Lincoln once said, you can please some of the people, some of the times, all of the people, some of the time, some of the people, all the time, but you cannot please all of the people all the time. In designing these maps, you are certainly faced with the same challenge. Our county has diversity, communities of interest, but it is a strong agricultural community. I live on a farm and understand that the agriculture community is strong and connected to the environment and economic interests of Ottawa County. Hudsonville Community Fair, with a great attendance of upward towards 8,000 people, reflects that connection. 12,000 entries reflects everything from livestock to robotics to agricultural education to areas of personal skills. It is a micro of connections to the community of interest that are interconnected to Ottawa County. The most influential community of interest should be what we call home, where we work, shop, make friends, greet neighbors, attend schools, worship, and yes, grow to maturity. I strongly encourage you to keep Ottawa County a whole as Map 201.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 14.
Good afternoon, Commission. My name is Sarah Howard. I'm the attorney for the AFL-CIO's Fair Maps project. You started down the right path in your deliberations a few weeks ago when you were finally allowed to look at the partisan data, but you still have a long way to go in these maps. You have heard from hundreds of members of the public about how important it is to have maps that truly represent Michigan, true Voting Rights Act districts, true communities of interest, true partisan fairness. Your maps are getting better, but they are still horrendously biased toward one political party. On the Pine map, which is the fairest of your state house maps, your seat count tells you that 56 seats are Democratic and 54 are Republican. But if you look at how many districts are better for each party relative to the statewide vote, only 45 seats would favor Democrats and 65 seats would favor Republicans in a 50-50 statewide election. That is not partisan fairness. That is a rigged election. You can do better. The people of Michigan are demanding that you do better. The Constitution requires you to do better, and the AFL-CIO's Fair Maps project shows you how you can do better. We are not asking you to adopt our maps, but to improve upon them. Please do not ignore the voices of our million members and their families. We are trying to help this process and get to truly fair maps in this state. Thank you so much, Commission.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 15.
Hi, I'm Sherry Fields. I was born in Detroit. 3 of my children were born in Kalamazoo, 2 here in Grand Rapids. I love my state. I tried out to be on your group. The numbers just didn't pick me, so kudos for you, the hard work you're doing. I can only imagine. I'll probably try again in 10 years unless you talk me out of it. Anyway, so I don't have much to say. I already talked to the IT people saying I wanted to see the maps and I couldn't find them, but they said they'd fix that. So the other day I was watching one of your representation videos online, which are fabulous, thank you. And it had where you could manipulate the maps to see how different recent elections would have turned out differently if you'd changed the lines. If you tweaked this, would it have gone to a different party? May I suggest that that itself, to look at what would have happened in the past, is itself gerrymandering, even if you draw a set of perfect squares across a state. Gerrymandering doesn't mean to draw a total squiggle snake-like shape. It means to achieve a result by manipulating the boundaries of an electoral consistency, to manipulate an electoral area so as to favor one party or class. With all due respect, if I'm deciding whether it's a community of interest so that overall we get as close to having half of the representations being Republican and half Democratic, that is itself gerrymandering. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 16.
I'm Dorothy Munson, a lifelong resident of Grand Rapids. I'm representing proactive and nonpartisan nonprofit organizations supporting underserved folks. We strongly advocated for Prop 2. We are depending on you to make sure the maps of West Michigan are fair, and they need work to do so. State Senate map Cherry 220 is the best option. However, it needs to have Cascade Township with our airport and all its commerce and population added to the northern Grand Rapids District 24. It is now connected to Battle Creek and all the rural areas in between. The southern boundary for the northern district should be Wealthy Street, not Fulton Street, so there is more clarity around communities of interest while maintaining current ward boundaries for 2 and 3. The best congressional map is Apple 201 with Grand Rapids and Kalamazoo in District 4. It best represents minority populations in West Michigan with 31% being non-white. They need representation in Washington. It has significant commonality, including being leaders in education, healthcare, and research. I have made more detailed comments on the map. Please understand that we are truly depending on you to protect partisan fairness. We know this process is most difficult. Better than what we have now is not good enough. We look to you to be our heroes in getting this right and following the Constitution to finally give everyone fair representation. Thank you.
Ma'am, we have a follow-up question from one of the commissioners. Can you come back to the
Yeah, I just
microphone?
wanted some clarification, please. You indicated not to use Fulton Street and to use, what was the other street you referenced?
Wealthy Street.
Wealthy
is parallel, and it's...
like money? Like money?
Yes.
Okay,
I
thank you.
just thought it was Welby, so I'm...
No, it's a half mile south.
Thank you
Parallel.
so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Numbers 17, 18, 19, 20.
Before I start, could you put up the Pine Map 227 and expand it around Grand Rapids, please? Can you expand it around Grand Rapids, please?
Sir, can you approach the microphone? It's difficult to hear you.
Can you expand the map around Grand Rapids, please? before I start?
Absolutely, one moment. Is that better, or?
That's great.
Okay.
My name is Rich Thrush from Grand Rapids. Hello to the commission. I'm asking the committee to please keep in mind the main reason Proposition 2, which formed the commission, was voted in by people, was to develop partisan fair maps rather than have the legislature draw bias maps. The current commission maps are improving, but more work is needed to get partisan fairness correct. The current House map divides up 6 cities and complicates representation. I suggest reconfiguring this area with related townships simply by dividing by city lines to preserve communities of interest all within the same area. You can combine Granville and Walker cities to form 76 to keep the West Side culture together, keep Wyoming whole and add a small slice of Grand Rapids to the north as District 79 to represent the Hispanic population well, combine Kentwood and East Grand Rapids cities with Cascade Township and 86 to put like areas together there, use the South Grand Rapids city from Fulton Street south in District 78 to represent underserved minorities, and then combine North Grand Rapids city from Fulton Street and include Grand Rapids, Ada, and Plainfield townships south of the Grand River in District 75. Representatives for these areas will then be able to focus on each district's unique issues and needs. There is a map 63361 district that I will put in my comments when I send this into Pine Map. Thank you. It illustrates this situation.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 18.
Good afternoon. My name is Austin Chang.
Most of you might know me as a candidate for governor. I'm the first Republican candidate for the office of governor. And today, I'm not here as a candidate, but I'm here as a resident of Grand Rapids. And I'm from Northeast Grand Rapids, and I see the map that is drawn that divides up Kent County. The first one that really concerned me was the one that put the city of Grand Rapids together with Kalamazoo. As you've heard, we have nothing in common with Kalamazoo. No offense to the people and the city of Kalamazoo. I'm sure it's wonderful down there, but we have nothing in common up here with the people of Kalamazoo. It's a community of interest, as you're going to hear. Last year, earlier this year actually, like when I was being threatened, receiving death threats all around the country, I was looking to buy a home. And I looked around the neighboring towns. Ada was one of the places I looked at because we form a community of interest with them. So keep us together. I did not look at Midland, not at all. So keep us together, keep the city of Grand Rapids together, keep Kent County together, and maintain communities of interest. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 19.
Hello, I'm speaking today on map P7083. My name is Sarah Woolsey. I live in Grand Rapids. I've been reading through the comments that were submitted in the Grand Rapids metro region on the commission's maps and on the comment portal, and the map that I just referenced, 7083, makes some tweaks to the Pine map based on those public comments that I saw in the communities of interest that were described. So just an overview of what kind of the reasons for those changes were. Ada and Cascade Townships are considered suburbs of Grand Rapids metro region, and they should be pulled into Grand Rapids-based state house districts. Cascade Township, for example, has the metro's airport. They don't belong with rural areas. East Grand Rapids and the city of Kentwood share a lot of services, as you've heard here today, and that keeps two of the metro's 6 cities together, so they form a Southeast Grand Rapids metro district. The Pine map currently splits up Hispanic communities of Kent County, which primarily reside in precincts on the Wyoming and Grand Rapids border. This map keeps Wyoming together and adds in the Hispanic precincts of Grand Rapids to give that community representation in the state house, rather than pulling in a rural township like Byron. Granville, Walker, and Northwest Grand Rapids is another community of interest, and it keeps those cities together rather than pulling in rural townships, and keeps a school district together. Finally, the Northeast District rounds out the Grand Rapids Metro, combining the rest of Grand Rapids Township, and the Northview section of Plainfield. These townships are the most urban townships in Kent County and also keeps the Northview and Forest Hills school districts largely together. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 20.
I wanted to start by thanking each of you for serving on the State Redistricting Committee. You have a huge task in front of you that will impact our communities for the next decade. My name is Candy D. Hahn, and I live in Jamestown Charter Township, which is tucked away in the southeast corner of Ottawa County, with our eastern edge bordering Kent County and our southern edge bordering Allegan County. Jamestown is a sweet rural community. Residents move here for the country feel. The northern part of Jamestown is slowly being developed, but the southern part is still mostly farms. The smell of cows and chickens is a familiar scent to residents of the township. Barely 20% of the township is serviced by public water and sewer, and about 2/3 of the township continues to be zoned agricultural. As a resident and township clerk of Jamestown Charter Township, I am pleased to be part of the interconnected community known as Ottawa County. We are a short drive from Lake Michigan, with many residents spending their summer weekends at the lake. Keeping us connected with the lakeshore is important. I see that 2 of the suggested maps keep Ottawa County whole, recognizing our county as a unique community of interest whose smaller cities and townships share economic and agricultural ties. Jamestown should definitely not be lumped with Kent County or the Grand Rapids area, but remain with Ottawa County. I urge you to keep Jamestown Township as part of the Ottawa County community when redistricting. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 21, 22, 23, and 24. Do we have number 21? If not 22, you can go ahead and speak.
Hi, my name is Josie Cornell. I live in Northeast Grand Rapids for the past 25 years, and in Southeast Grand Rapids for about 10, and prior to that, I lived in the Augusta, Kalamazoo area. I'm familiar with these communities, their schools, businesses, recreational areas, and surrounding small towns, as well as the people and how they think and live. The people I knew in Kalamazoo, Richland, Augusta areas looked to Grand Rapids as a big city. They went to colleges in Grand Rapids, but work and live in Kalamazoo County area. Airports and hospital facilities were also not on the same level. Grand Rapids and Kalamazoo have a common trait, being large cities in the west side of Michigan. Yet, these are not communities of interest. Both communities have duplicating entities like Chamber of Commerce, businesses, airports, which would be competing for funds. I've heard the 131 corridor unified these two cities, and I think that's a poor unifier. Otherwise, why not develop districts along I-94, I-96, I-75? It's not good. It is critical to keep Grand Rapids and Kalamazoo as separate districts to better serve their communities. I recommend grouping Grand Rapids with Kentwood and East Grand Rapids, as they are true communities of interest within the same county. Keep our communities intact. Please don't create a hodgepodge of partial communities that meet a population count but divide neighborhoods into competing against each other. Let's find a way to group and produce harmonious communities of interest so we can work together and serve one another. Thank you so much for all your hard work and time devoted into accomplishing this task.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 23?
I'm David Bernstein, and I live in Grand Rapids, and I've been here for over 40 years, and I worked actually quite enthusiastically on the petition to get Prop 2, and I worked actually with Cynthia Krieg, who spoke a little bit earlier. I was so happy when Proposition 2 passed that I called my friends and my family around the country, maybe too proudly, talking about what we accomplished in Michigan. I want to thank you for taking this critically important task of creating a more fundamentally democratic government in our state. At the very heart of democratic government is the principle that every citizen's interest is represented equally and without prejudice. The principle can be put simply as one person, one vote. No person's vote should count more than any other person's. Gerrymandering violates this principle. It erodes the bedrock value of equality or fairness that is the foundation of a true democracy. In our present two-party world, the best measure of fairness is partisan fairness, unfortunately. It is critical that the number of representatives that a party wins reflects fairly the number of partisan votes. In the pursuit of partisan fairness, good is not good enough. I urge you to continue to work toward the ideal of maximum partisan fairness. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 24?
First of all, I'd like to add my voice of congratulations and support for the commission's hard work. My name is Michael H. Bosom, and I live in the city of Grand Rapids in the northeast section, immediately contiguous with Grand Rapids Township and very close to Ada and Plainfield Townships. Thank you for allowing ordinary citizens to participate in this process. The eyes of the nation are focused on Michigan. We now have an opportunity to demonstrate a sense of fairness for the entire country. Michigan is in the forefront of establishing this fairness, and we have a chance to deliver that system here. You as commissioners have been pressed for time from the very beginning because of issues beyond your control. But you are in control now, and I urge you to take whatever time you need to get it right. Keep communities of interest together and make sure that the shape of the districts fit the community and not the community to the shape of the districts. Currently, Senate maps are interesting. I find that in the northern part where I live, Ottawa County has been included. Ottawa County is, as we heard so many times before today, is independent and they deserve to be separate, as does Kent County. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 24, before you speak, I've gotten word that we're having a technical difficulty with our video feed, that we need to switch a cable real quick. So we're going to, without objection, just take a 5-minute recess so that can occur, so we don't have an interruption in the live feed to people who are watching, and we'll come back in 5 minutes. So it is currently 12 p.m., and hearing no objections, we will take a break until, let's say, just say 12:20 to make it easier. Thank you, everybody. 20, sorry. It's been a long couple days. As Chair of the Commission, I call this meeting of the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission back to order at 2:24 p.m. Will the Secretary please call the roll?
Absolutely, Madam Chair. Commissioners, please say present when I call your name. If you're attending today's meeting remotely, please disclose during roll call that you are attending remotely and announce your physical location. I'll call on commissioners in alphabetical order, starting with Doug Clark.
Present.
Juanita Curry.
Present and attending remotely from Detroit, Michigan.
Anthony Eade.
Present.
Brittany Kellum.
Present.
Rhonda Lang.
Present and attending remotely from Reed City, Michigan.
Steve Lett.
Present.
Cynthia Orton.
Present.
MC Rothhorn.
Present.
Rebecca Satella.
Present.
Janice Follett.
Present.
Aaron Wagner.
Present, attending remotely from Charlotte, Michigan.
Richard Weiss.
Present.
Dustin Witches.
I'm all sorts of present.
All commissioners are present.
Thank you. All right, we will continue with our public comments. I believe number 21 is here now, and other than that, we're moving on to 24, 25, 26, and 27.
Yes, thank you, Commissioners, for the opportunity to speak, and thank you for the accommodation. My name is John Fitzgerald. I am a Wyoming City Council member in a nonpartisan body, the Wyoming City Commission. I'm here today to speak in regards to the state house districting taking place in southwest Grand Rapids metro area. Wyoming is a city of 77,000 residents. In July, when you were here, you heard at length in regards to keeping the Metro 6 cities whole and together, and you also heard at length in regards to advocacy for a Grandville, Wyoming district. Up until mid-October, that was the case with the districting maps, and thus there was a change which created a split district with partial part of Wyoming with Kentwood and Grand Rapids Township, and the remainder with Granville and Byron Township. I'm here to advocate to keep Wyoming as a whole and a core part of a single house district. There are two communities of interest in that area. One being Granville, and you heard many statements in support of that district, but also with regard to the Granville Avenue corridor, which would keep a Hispanic district in its entirety within the city of Wyoming, as well as communities in Grand Rapids. I hope you will consider this and create an opportunity for a majority district in Wyoming. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the Commission. Number 24. Do we have number 24? 25?
My former pastor is here, so I have to watch what I say. Hi, Father Lou. My name is Scott Urbanowski. I'm a communications professional, election administration geek, an advocate for civic engagement and inclusion. And first of all, I want to thank you all for what you're doing. I've thanked you before a couple of times, but I want to do so again. You know, the adoption of Proposal 2 in 2018 was basically our way of bringing our own voices to the table and actually including ourselves in this process. On 6 different occasions, I have raised my hand to swear an oath to uphold the constitutions of the United States and the state of Michigan. 5 times I've been sworn in as a poll worker, and once I've been sworn in as a notary public. I familiarized myself with the constitutional criteria that bind your work. And even though the criteria are ranked, that does not mean you can ignore any of them. Partisan fairness is one of the criteria for a reason. Your maps are an improvement over the status quo, especially the Cherry Senate map, but I would like to suggest a couple of improvements. So if you look right here, if you can see, I live here in Kentwood, and I think it would make sense to move the southern Grand Rapids district just a little bit south, down to Wealthy Street, keep southern GR in that district, maybe move it down to like 76th Street, because there's a lot of tie between northern Gaines Township and the city of Kentwood. And also move the district boundary here down to Wealthy Street. I'll probably revise and extend my remarks in the portal.
Thank you for addressing the Commission. Number 26. Number 26, and if not, 27? Okay, 26 and 27, I'll just note that you're not here. 28, 29, 30, and 31. Where did everybody go? That's okay. All right, so we'll go on to 32, 33, 34, and 35. Okay, 29 and 30? Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you for being here. My name is Tony Lorenz. I live in the Kalamazoo Portage area, lived there all my life. We are connected in many ways, including our utilities, such as water and sewer, the beautiful Kalamazoo River with as many accesses throughout the county. The county also has many services, such as countywide public transportation, schools, libraries, historic sites. We also have shared police and fire services that reach out and help everyone in the county. Senior services with Meals on Wheels, our new senior center in Portage, plus our great colleges and universities. We also have 2 great hospitals that serve the county and the surrounding small cities and townships, plus our industrial base that promotes business locally and globally. It serves as a solid financial employment center for the county and beyond. It is for these reasons and more that I ask you not to change or split our county. I would also like to thank each and every one of you for your time and integrity you bring to the state of Michigan. But unfortunately, from what I've seen of our maps, our whole community of interest will be split down the middle. Our district will be in bits and pieces. And please do not let this happen to our community. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 30.
Thank you for taking my comment today, and thank you for your hard work as members of this commission. My name is Kelly Sackett, and I'm from Kalamazoo, or more specifically, Texas Township. I am commenting today specifically to share my concerns about the congressional plan known as Apple that would draw Kalamazoo and Grand Rapids into the same district. The people of Michigan voted for the Independent Redistricting Commission so that they would have representation that honors their community. This map does not honor their community, but forces competition between our communities. Kalamazoo is a separate and distinct community of interest from Grand Rapids. We have little in common. We do not share infrastructure or government services with each other. Grand Rapids and Kent County share services, millages, and etc. Please help to honor the promise made by voters and not politicians that communities would be kept together and better represented by our new boundaries. Communities should not be broken apart arbitrarily to achieve some type of number like partisan fairness. In fact, doing so is exactly what this commission was formed to avoid, partisan gerrymandering. Thank you for taking my comments today.
Thank you for addressing the commission. All right, I'm going to call again for 24, 26, 27, and 28. All right, are you number 31? Go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Nathan Phillips, and I live in Virgins Township in Kent County. I was a strong supporter of Prop 2, and the voters that supported Prop 2 did so to have a voting system with zero bias maps. That would ensure that the voters would be able to pick their representatives and not the other way around. I think the maps that have been presented so far are getting closer to that, but we still have a little bit of work to go. I'd like to talk about the cherry map, number 220, for the Senate. This map's on the right track, but the 24th Senate District has excluded Cascade Township. I've lived on the east side of Grand Rapids my entire life, and very familiar with that area. And in order to better reflect the local communities of interest and improve partisan fairness, Cascade should be in that 24th Senate District. and not tied to the rural areas extending all the way down to Battle Creek. Cascade is suburban Grand Rapids, or a suburb of Grand Rapids, and should be combined with the northern Grand Rapids district. Our state is a 53% Democratic state, and the current maps do not reflect even a 50-50 split yet at this point. This commission has said that the party with the most votes should win, and I totally agree with that. However, the maps that are out now do not quite reflect that yet, and I think with a few changes, you guys can get there. I thank you for your time and appreciate all your work.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Numbers 32, 33, 34, and 35.
Hello, my name is Franklin. I live in Grand Rapids. I want to thank you for the hard work and commitment you've put into this project. But the maps for Kent County do not reflect partisan fairness. The maps don't reflect the voting population of Kent County. The Cherry map is a good start, but includes 4 rural townships in Ottawa County which do not belong with Metro Grand Rapids. Cascade Township, which shares commercial interests with Grand Rapids, should be added, and Cascade also houses Grand Rapids Metropolitan Airport. Cascade should be part of the Senate District. Also, the south boundary of that district should be Wealthy Street, not Fulton Street, because that coincides with the Grand Rapids City Ward District that's existed for 40 years. Also, on the Pine map, the Pine House map, it would be more nonpartisan to have a Northeast House District. This would consist of Northeast Grand Rapids, Plainfield Township, Grand Rapids Township, Ada Township, and East Town in Grand Rapids. Ada should be added because they are not a rural area, and they're part of the Forest Hills School District with Grand Rapids Township. Northview and Grand Rapids also share a school district. This would create a much more nonpartisan fair map. Need fair maps.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 33.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? There we go. Good afternoon, and thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Brian Birch, and I live in Holland, Michigan, in Ottawa County. And I spoke with you over Zoom several weeks ago, and nearly a month ago, I literally drove across the state to deliver 500 signed pieces of paper that represented my neighbors who want a district that represents our lakeshore community in Lansing and Washington. First of all, I want to thank you for having this meeting in Grand Rapids. My drive here was a lot shorter, so I appreciate that. But I want to tell you today that I'm really impressed by what you've done. I'm impressed mostly by you've listened to our pleas that Ottawa County belongs together. By crafting a map called Apple number 201, it creates a clear lakeshore district that respects existing county and municipal lines and respects the lakeshore community of interest. By crafting this map, you acknowledge that our distinct community of interest, bringing together our economics, our environmental concerns, and our shared culture, and the district that celebrates the diversity that we hold dear. Many of the other maps oppose the founding principles of this body. Under those, my simple 30-minute drive today would have taken me through 3 congressional districts. Map 201, the Apple map, is the best configuration, is the most commented upon with more than 400 comments to date. Thank you again for your thoughtful consideration and to listening to our voices.
Number 34. Okay, 35. 36.
'" Okay, good. Hello, Commissioners. My name is Robert Dragan, and I live in Ada Township, just a few miles east of Grand Rapids. Looking at map number 227, as drawn by the commission, there is a little bit of partisan unfairness in this map. My communities of interest are more in the urban areas, like Grand Rapids, East Grand Rapids, Kentwood. For 33 years that I've lived in Kent County, most of my representatives in the House in Michigan and in Washington are people that I did not vote for. To achieve partisan fairness, someone should make a horizontal cut along the northern half of 75 and combine that with Ada Township. And then take the northern half of, southern half of 96 and combine it with East Grand Rapids and Kentwood, splitting the urban areas of Kent County and combining a northern part of the 96 combined with 75 and the southern part of 96 with 78 and 86 achieves a more partisan fairness. So that's what I mainly want to say today. Thank you for your time and what you've done.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 37, 38, 39, and 40.
Good afternoon. My name is Dennis Dykehouse. I've lived almost 70 years in Georgetown Township, Jenison. I'm nobody special, and I'm also probably the most ignorant person on this subject in the room. But living almost 70 years in Ottawa County, you appreciate the county. I also retired out of the Grand Rapids Fire Department after 30 years of service, so I know the city also. The city and the county have different needs, different ideas. Communities of interest.
Sir, can I stop you for 1 second?
Yep.
It's my understanding you requested that one of Commissioner Lang's maps be displayed while you were
Yep,
speaking?
that's okay.
Oh, okay, I was going to ask if it was the Senate or the congressional.
No, that's fine.
Okay, go ahead, sir, I'm sorry. I didn't interrupt.
Communities of interest, everyone's spoken about that. I would like to have it where the representatives are linked with the city or the county that they represent, so that they have common interest and common needs. Also, if we're going to do this with Grand Rapids and the Lakeshore communities, how are we doing it with Detroit to be fair? Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 38, 39,
Hi, my name is Gary Mitchell. I live in Kalamazoo Township, and I appreciate the chance to speak to you today. Thank you for all your hard work. As I understand it, when this commission was set up, that the main issue was to keep communities of interest together and not gerrymander. I see the map, that Apple map puts Kalamazoo and Grand Rapids together in a gerrymandered district. And Kalamazoo and Grand Rapids have completely different interests. There's different economics in both of them. Sometimes they're in competition. For instance, we both have an airport, and supposing we wanted to, there was something, wanting federal money for that airport or something, if one person we're in competition and we have one representative, who's going to represent us, or which one is he going to represent? The other thing is that you are breaking up Kalamazoo County into different parts. They are a community of interest, and they should be kept together. And basically, that's all I had to say. Thank you for your time.
thank you for addressing the commission. Number 40,
I'm 39, so I don't know what number he was.
he was 38, okay. Number 39.
My name is Michael Farage, number 39. I am a lifelong resident of Grand Rapids. You've heard a lot of terms. First, I just want to say I saw the meeting in Detroit. I want to apologize. None of you should have been subject to the so-called candidate of governor. That was ugly. You don't deserve that. And although I'm not responsible for it, I want to apologize on that behalf. You hear the term gerrymandering, gentrification. I live in the inner city, urban, and underserved community. I have all my life. I'm lost on all these trees and colors and apples, so I believe we should keep Kent County whole, the city of Grand Rapids whole, the city of Kalamazoo whole, the county of Kalamazoo whole. They are completely separate entities, and I think that is more or less you're compromising. You have to do this because you want to compromise a lakeshore community. The only thing you do by doing a 131 pipeline is you merge the big pharma and the mega corporations along with the school districts that are very low. I want to comment right now in the 75th district of Grand Rapids Estate House, that was drawn for a minority to have, yet the political privilege have owned that. None of the people in the so-called underserved community have been elected. Incidentally, the AFL-CIO opposed the underserved candidates. Therefore, if you keep the cities whole, you keep the counties whole, you can continue to draw fair lines. Anyway, my time is up. Thank you very much.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 40.
Could you pull up Pine 8, please?
I'm 40.
My name's Kathleen. I'm from Cass County in Michigan, and specifically the city of Dowagiac. And if you would, first of all, I'd like to say congratulations to all of you taking on this hard work. We may not sound like it, but I'm sure everyone appreciates it. And what the heck are you going to do with a state that looks like a mitten, right? You know, I mean, you can't easily do anything with it. And we certainly, in our area, we are representative of you can't do anything with it. If you will look at, on this map at the bottom, please, southern Michigan, all the way to the bottom, you will see that what has happened to Cass County is that it stands alone and is shoved all the way over to Lake Erie. Now, we are in a community which is totally tied to St. Joe, Benton Harbor, New Buffalo. We are a greater, we are part of that community. We are recreational, we are not agricultural. We have 114 lakes. We have snow runs, we have hunting, we have fishing, we have trails, we are a part of recreational Michigan. And we belong with Berrien County and St. Joe County. Thank you very much.
Ma'am, what number were you? Could you 40. 40? Okay, we have two 40s then. So, all right, go ahead, sir. It's okay.
Hello. My name is Jonathan Current. I am the executive board member for IBW Local 131 out of Kalamazoo. I would just like to say that, well, first of all, this commission is something that has been lived in my mind for 20 years. I remember in high school we talked about gerrymandering, and to me this was like the one way that you could actually overcome it in our political system. In my mind, it has an order of operations, though. It must first begin with achieving partisan neutrality, in a sense, in the sense that every vote should be weighted equally. We shouldn't be having districts that are allow for one party to have a distinct advantage. And right now we kind of have some maps that have that. I think that there are a few ways that we can achieve a more partisan balance. And one of those is to adopt this Senate map, which brings Holland into the same state Senate map here, and along the shoreline in.
Sir, could you please speak more into that?
Oh, sorry, I apologize. So it would bring Holland into the same districts over here, if you can see on this map. Another way is to bring Benton Harbor, Covert, and the Lakeshore communities on the west side of the state into one community, which would unite Benton Harbor and Covert. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 41, 42, 43, and 44.
42.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Bojojayak Ginwa,
I am Julie Dye, elder citizen of the Pokagon Band of Potawatomi Indians, resident of Cass County. It's our homeland. I speak as an individual, not for my tribal government. Our Native communities have historically been torn apart, relocated, and marched on the trail of death to Kansas. All three of the proposed maps, State Senate and House, and the Congressional, are again segregating us detrimentally. Our tribal service territory is defined as Cass, Van Buren, Berrien, and Allegan counties. Our three casinos and non-gaming businesses are among Southwest Michigan's largest employers. Tribal housing is Cass and Van Buren County. Tribal health is our clinics in Cass and Berrien County. Tribal police are cross-deputized with local law enforcement agencies in Cass, Van Buren, and Berrien. We live, work, and shop in southwestern Michigan. The State Senate map separates Cass from Van Buren and Berrien. The State House map dissects all three counties. We are more than a community of interest. We are a sovereign nation. Once again, to be disenfranchised by these proposals. So please keep southwestern Michigan counties together. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Do we have number 41? 43?
My name is Naomi Ludman. I live in Cass County, and I want to emphasize that is in the southwest corner of the state, south of Berrien and Van Buren counties. We don't belong with counties on the east. First, I want to stress that the overriding purpose of this commission is to create maps that show partisan fairness. And as been pointed out earlier, close to that is not good enough, and maps that are better than they were before is not good enough. So we would hope that you will continue to work on this issue of maps that are fair in a partisan way. These maps, as a resident of Cass County, I must say that once again, that we in Cass are in Southwest Michigan residents, and we do not belong with Southeast Michigan residents in one district. Congressional District 8, which I think is the Pine map, House District 64, and State Senate number 26 are especially egregious in this regard by putting us way over with counties that are way over on the east. I must make a special point about House District 64, and this is in the Pine map, and House District 81. These two maps split the city of Dowagiac, which is the main city, the only city in Cass County. It takes the city and moves it and puts it in a separate district from the rest of the county. I guess I'm up. That separation makes no sense and must be addressed.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 44?
My name is Kent Blom, and I live in Ottawa County, and I'd like to thank the commission for all the hard work they've done. Thank you for this opportunity. My wife and I were volunteers for Voters Not Politicians. We joined because we believe in making every vote count. To do that, we needed balanced, competitive, and fair districts, where those running for office had to listen to their constituents and not outside interests. We spent months gathering signatures, over 550. As I spoke to people, it didn't matter if they were Republicans, Democrats, or independents. When I told them that this amendment would take some power away from the political parties, their response was, "Where do I sign?" So I urge you to respect these signees, draw maps that are balanced, fair, and competitive. And I will say, I live in Ottawa County, and while I respect my colleagues that are here talking about Ottawa County, I might be on the other side. I don't find them to be balanced, fair, or competitive. So thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 45?
Hello, I'm Tom Hooker from Byron Center. Thank you for the opportunity to share my concerns with the Commission's Apple plan for the Kent County reapportionment. Growing up in Wyoming, living and teaching in Byron Center for 37 years, As current trustee and former supervisor of Byron Township, I know the Grand Rapids South area and its needs. The Apple Plan chooses to include Grand Rapids with Kalamazoo, where there's little, if any, connection between the two municipalities other than their geographic location on the map of Michigan and 131 Expressway. Breaking up Kent County causes the school districts, local townships, and communities of interest to be divided. Let me illustrate what the Apple Plan would do to my community of Byron Center. As far as state house districts, my 6 square miles township of Byron with a Byron School District where I taught for 37 years would need to be divided into 3 separate house districts. My house on 108th Street would be in a district with Gaines, Caledonia, and part of Wayland. Just north of me and west, Drew Jones, who works for State Representative in Lansing, who lives on 84th and Homrich, would be in a separate district with Wyoming, clear down to Kalamazoo area. And Matt Coleman, who is the current county commissioner, would be moved to a 3rd district in Ottawa County. We all live in Byron Township, just 3 or 4 miles apart, and yet we would be divided up. We have to look at those areas of interest. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 46.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
My name is Gabby Manilosh, and I'm running for U.S. House of Representatives over Michigan's current District 3. And I actually grew up with an amazing elected official, and of course I'm referring to Mr. Voorhees, who was here in Kent County when I was very young. So I just wanted to briefly say a few words of encouragement. You know, there's an old saying that the shadow of the farmer is the best fertilizer. And what that means is there is no substitute for having your boots on the ground, going to events like this in person, and saying what you have to say. So I just wanted to thank the commissioners, and I also wanted to thank everybody in this room for making their opinions heard. Thank you so much.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 47.
Hi, and thank you for listening to the people, and we hope that's what you're doing is listening to West Michigan as well. I have 3 close friends who live 3 miles from me, and we will be in 3 different districts with 3 different representatives. Byron Center, with Byron Center's population of approximately 27,000 people, this makes absolutely no sense to me. It sounds very difficult. And it makes me question if there's an intentional gerrymandering trying to go forward here to strengthen one party and silence another. In the quote from a very great president, once a government is committed to the principle of silencing the voice of opposition, it has only one way to go, and that is down the path of increasingly repressive measures until it becomes a source of terror to all of its citizens and creates a country where everyone lives in fear. And this is President Harry Truman, Democrat. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 48.
Good afternoon. I'm Tammy Murray Herber. I'm a resident of Grand Haven for 26 years. I'm here to talk about Ottawa County and how our community needs to be kept together. I spent 16 years as a teacher in Allendale. Right now, 3 of your 4 proposed maps split these 2 communities despite there being a clear connection. There are thousands of people like me across Ottawa County who live in one portion of the county and work in another portion of the county. We shop, go out to eat, attend fairs, parades, and enjoy the lakeshore together. Map 201, which the Commission refers to as Apple, accurately reflects Ottawa County as a community of interest. Having grown up in the Tri-Cities of Midland, Bay City, and Saginaw for 34 years, while some claim that it is a community, I respectfully disagree. I grew up in the city and one of the townships of Saginaw. They do not have the same needs or interests, let alone with the city of Midland. Here in Ottawa County, we have a Tri-Cities as well. They are Grand Haven, Ferrisburg, and Spring Lake, and I can tell you they are definitely tied together and are most definitely tied to Ottawa County. We have so much more in common with places in Ottawa County like Holland and Hudsonville than communities over 100 miles away such as Mount Pleasant or Midland. Those places are great communities, but they don't know the lake shore and certainly don't have much in common with my community of Ottawa County. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 49.
Thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak to this issue. As a former mayor of the city of Grand Haven, a lakeshore community in Ottawa County, I know the importance of having elected representatives who have a thorough understanding of the very special needs and concerns of lakeshore communities like Holland, Grand Haven, Muskegon, and Saugatuck. The economic investment for summer visitors, waterways, marinas, and the importance of dredging are all very important to the health of these communities, and they need representation with a thorough understanding of these issues. Beyond summer visitors, the moderating effect of Lake Michigan on local climate ties the area together agriculturally with the fruit and vegetable growers so important to the economy of the region. The clean manufacturing industrial base is also a large part of the economies of all of these communities. All these interests tie these communities together. There are strong cultural ties dating back from the early settlement of this area with many Dutch, Polish, and German settlers, and more recently Hispanic and Asian communities. Maps that split Ottawa County into 3 separate districts stretching across the state of Michigan can't possibly represent our lakeshore communities like they deserve and need. Map 201, or the Apple map, keeps Ottawa whole and the lakeshore together. It's important to maintain historical, cultural, and economic continuity as the adjustments of reapportionment are established. I encourage you to keep Ottawa together and to keep the lakeshore a voice in Congress. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 50.
Commission, thank you for tackling this very difficult job. My name is Ben Jamieson. I'm a lifelong resident of Michigan and a long-term resident of Gunplain Township in Allegan County, which is pretty much smack dab in the middle of this Apple map, I guess is how we refer to it, where you connect Kalamazoo with Grand Rapids. And while residents of Michigan and residents of West Michigan, we do have many common shared interests. At the more local level, things begin to diverge, and I don't mean negative, pitting rural against urban, just different. I find that I would have more in common as a rural township with the city of Allegan in my county than I would with Grand Rapids or even Kalamazoo. I do many things with Kalamazoo. So matching Allegan County, keeping it the integrity of that with, say, Ottawa or Van Buren or Barrie makes more sense to me. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 51.
Yeah, thank you for taking my comment today and listening to all of our concerns. My name is Veronica Carra, and I'm from Portage, Kalamazoo County. I'm testifying today to share my concerns about the plan that would draw Kalamazoo and Grand Rapids into the same district. Kalamazoo is a separate and distinct community of interest from Grand Rapids. We do not share infrastructure or services with each other. In some ways, our cities are economic competitors. Please help honor the promise made by voters and not the politicians that communities would be kept together and better represented by our new boundaries. Specifically, I object to the congressional redistricting plan known as Apple. Communities should not be broken apart arbitrarily to achieve some type of number like partisan fairness. In fact, doing so is exactly what this commission was formed to avoid. partisan gerrymandering. Thank you for taking my comments.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 52.
Thank you. I'm Tom Nemchek from Cascade Township. I'm going to provide you with objective views of your 6 different rules for each of the three map solutions, but I'm also going to provide you with some solutions to each of them, not just constructive criticism. Most important thing, I pulled this from the Districtor website. Where and how the lines are drawn influences everything from who is likely to be elected to how resources get allocated. And when it comes to democratic representation, communities matter in bold. If your community is split into different small pieces every 10 years, it makes it harder to have a voice in government. For the United States House, the Apple District stretches from Grand Rapids to Kalamazoo, which is 52 miles long, and violates your compactness rule. It spans 4 different counties, splitting each county in the associated municipalities, government and community services, school districts, voting precincts, etc. The Apple map fails on 4 of the 6 rules for mapping established by the Law and Commission. Likewise, the Birch map spans 3 different counties, splitting each county and associated municipalities. The similar Birch map and Juniper map proposals all fail up to 3 of the 6 rules established by the Mapping Commission. Solution, keep Kent County whole. As the 2nd largest population base in Michigan, Kent County deserves its own United States congressional district to ensure the district is effectively represented in Congress, and Kalamazoo does as well. I will see my time is up, and so I will be submitting these on the portal. So thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 53.
Good afternoon. How are you guys today? I'm Mandy Bolter, Chair of the Kent County Board of Commissioners, and welcome to Kent County. As the Chair of the Board, I understand the diversity of our community, my board members, and the people we represent. You've heard a lot today about keeping our county whole. I echo that. I'm begging for that. I am imploring for that. Splitting us up in the Apple map and putting us down in Kalamazoo is really very concerning to me. It sounds like you probably have the right path for Ottawa in that map, but Kalamazoo and Kent County are 2 very different communities. I grew up with family there. I went to Western Michigan University. We have competing universities. You would be effectively putting 2 urban communities and reducing them from 2 representatives to 1. Urban communities have to really fight for and advocate for various federal resources, including homelessness, transit, airports, again, our universities. I would beg you to keep us together. And additionally, we are a community that collaborates. We collaborate with our neighboring counties. Our school districts kind of bleed over into those neighboring counties. And I would argue that those are communities of interest that you could snag various pieces of to keep us whole. Additionally, we have countywide millages for our seniors, our veterans, our early childhood education that weave our community together. Those are priorities that we've determined in Kent County. In closing, thank you for your service, and I appreciate all your work.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 54.
Good afternoon. Thanks for being here in Grand Rapids. Just want to quickly address the issue of, Ottawa County is the fastest growing county in the state of Michigan, and Kent County is the second fastest growing county in the state of Michigan. And so it's frustrating to see us be split unnecessarily. And when you look at the map, I thought some of the comments today are clever. The Apple map actually increases the partisan advantage. It's just to a different party. And so it's a clever way for some of the speakers today to talk about how it's bringing it together when it actually increases the partisan advantage, just so it happens to advantage a particular party. When you're looking at the Senate maps, or back on the congressional side, it's also frustrating to see our communities like Rockford lumped in with Midland County, to all of a sudden have a 2-hour discrepancy when it's unnecessary to do it. So I really do implore you to take a look in trying to keep West Michigan and our communities wholly intact. I also found it ironic in the irony of some of the speakers advocating to keep Cascade in Kent County, but then turning around and supporting the Apple map and putting Grand Rapids with Kalamazoo. So there's a little bit of irony and hypocrisy going on here, and I understand your job is very difficult, but I do implore you to try and keep us as wholly intact as possible and reward us for our great economic policies that are making us the fastest growing region in the state of Michigan.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 55.
Actually, I'm 56.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Thank you. My name is Larry Moss. I am Mayor Pro Tem of the City of Greenville. I serve as a nonpartisan member of the Planning Commission and the Greenville City Council. Greenville is a community about 35 miles north and east of Grand Rapids. I would like to first thank you all for your commitment and your hard work. I know this is not an easy job, and you're getting advice from lots of different directions, and good luck with all of that. Is it possible to get a map up, or is it too late?
No, go ahead. Which map do you want?
Number 230, the Birch map.
Could we bring up 230 Birch?
I'll keep talking while you're doing that. Greenville is very definitely a West Michigan community. It is very closely related with Grand Rapids. Rush hour on M57 and US 131 is very heavy in both directions, morning and evening. We have lots of interaction between the two communities. Greenville is a center of manufacturing, healthcare, food processing, and retail. It's not so much associated with the communities of agriculture, college towns, and resorts to the north and the east, and yet, most of these maps, if you, could you just scooch that down a little that way? Yes, if you look where Greenville is, in the bottom left-hand corner of that district, we are really more closely related to Grand Rapids than we are to communities to the north and the east, and I know I'm out of time. But I would like you to consider, as you proceed, that you would consider Greenville more with communities of the south and the west than to the north and the east. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Do we have number 55? 57?
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Danielle Villela, and I'm here today as a private citizen and a resident of Grand Rapids to talk about Michigan Senate Map P6717. Which is titled A Cleaner West Michigan Map. This map places the precinct south of Kentwood back into District 23 and places neighborhoods between Wealthy and Fulton Streets into District 24. These changes better represent the Commission's priorities, particularly with regard to increasing compactness, increasing partisan fairness, and creating a more diverse and representative Metro 6 COI measure, while preserving logical boundary lines and keeping Ottawa County whole, all of which can create more fair and equitable Senate districts, which is basically the foundation of this entire redistricting effort. Thank you for your service on this commission and the opportunity to leave my comments today.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 58?
Hi there. My name is Maya Hahn. I am a resident of Georgetown Township in Ottawa County, and I'm here to ask you to keep our county intact. Georgetown Township still maintains a rural identity. We have a sense of being part of a small community and share a community of interest with the Ottawa County Lakeshore communities. I ask you to not split our close-knit community of Ottawa County apart and send Georgetown Township to Kent County. Georgetown Township does not identify with the communities of Kent County as we do in Ottawa, and we are not an urban community at all. Why try to divide our counties and communities? Kalamazoo and Kent are very different from each other as well. Why would you merge them and spread such a wide span? This doesn't make any sense. And Ottawa County is very different as well from these two other counties. All of us are already divided into communities of interest through our county lines. I have not heard any good argument as to why we would break up our county communities. I would hope this is not an attempt to gerrymander and for one particular party of interest, but right now I don't see any other reason why you're breaking us up. Our districts are represented appropriately by county line. Please do not change and break us up. Even though we are on the border of Ottawa County and Kent, I identify and prefer to head west to lakeshore communities for shopping, entertainment, and social gathering. Every time I identify...
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 59.
Did you leave off? Hi, that's me. My name's Kevin Hahn, husband to the beautiful woman who just spoke. That's the right answer. I know, right? It always is the right answer. Where'd you leave off? Ottawa County's West Michigan Lakeshore community should stay intact. It keeps manufacturing in Muskegon, Ottawa, and Allegan together, and also maintains the unity of family farmers who want to maintain a strong unity agricultural voice. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 60.
Good afternoon. My name is Steve Redmond. I live in the Holland, Michigan area. I strongly urge the Commission to adopt either Map 201, codenamed Apple, or Commissioner Rhonda Lang's map. Both of these maps will be fair and maintain the communities of interest along the lakeshore. They will maintain the integrity of Ottawa, Allegan, and Muskegon counties. The other maps do serious damage to the economic, religious, agricultural, and political unity of the rural and lakeshore communities. One of these maps splits Ottawa County into 3 congressional districts. People in Holland would vote with people in Kalamazoo. People in Grand Haven would vote with people as far north as Mackinac City, and Georgetown Township gets pulled out of Ottawa County altogether. The 2 maps I've mentioned, 201 Apple and Commissioner Lang's map, are the best for maintaining contiguous communities of interest and current effective city, township, and county boundaries in order to maintain the honesty and integrity and fairness of the redistricting process. I urge you to endorse both of these maps. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 61.
Right here. Good afternoon. Thank you for being here. My name is Rob Verheulen from the city of Walker, Kent County. As a former mayor in Kent County, I am here to express concern with any congressional map which will divide Kent County. Kent County, with a population of over 670,000 people, is an integrated unit and should be represented by 1 member of Congress. Kent County has an integrated public transit system, a county intermediate school system, multiple coordinated sewer and water systems, a district library system, a countywide millage for cultural institutions, and the Gerald Ford International Airport, which serves as a major domestic and international air traffic hub for the region. The Kent County Road Commission manages construction, maintenance, planning, and coordination of thousands of lane miles throughout Kent County. It coordinates and partners with local public work agencies to ensure smooth transportation through Kent County. The Grand Valley Metropolitan Council serves as the MPO for the Grand Rapids area. It does not do planning or coordination for the Kalamazoo area. A divided Kent County will weaken the transportation, environmental, and infrastructure planning and coordination efforts in this major metropolitan area of Michigan. Grand Rapids and Kalamazoo are never considered as being in common. In fact, they're competitors with respect to public universities, airports, and a number of other things. There's no rational reason to divide Kent County, and I implore you to revise the map to keep Kent County intact. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 62. Do we have number 62? 63? 63. Go ahead, sir.
Hi, my name is Tim Prosch. I'm a board member of a West Michigan organization called ROAD. ROAD stands for Reviving Our American Democracy, which I believe is why we're all here. We, the audience, and you, the commission, have committed time and energy to reviving our American democracy, and we're glad to be a part of it. I, along with the board of my organization, ROAD, commend you on tackling a very difficult assignment. I'm afraid you're not finished yet, particularly on the state house maps. Please try harder to achieve partisan fairness for the state house maps, aspiring to achieve the 53-47 balance between Democrats and Republicans, reflecting the current statewide voting patterns, much as you have done for the congressional and state Senate maps. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 64?
Good afternoon. My name is Sandra Smith. I'm from Wyoming, a retiree from UAW Local 2145. I'm representing UAW retirees of Kent County. We voted for partisan fairness and balanced maps. The state Senate map is on the right track to divide Grand Rapids and keep Metro together. Consider bringing the North District all the way into Kent. Use Wealthy Street as a dividing line. The state House map, keep Wyoming whole and look to add the Latino precinct of Grand Rapids. This gives us a good chance of representation. Wyoming is growing and almost large enough to have its own district. We support the AFL-CIO Fair Map Project. We need fair maps now. Thank you for your service, and thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 65.
Could you pull up House Districts 83, 84, and 85? And I also gave you a handout that is pertinent to my testimony.
I would need a particular map.
They're all, I think for our area, they're all three that I've looked at are all the same.
They're all the same.
For the House District, 83, 84, and 85.
I don't believe we have a map that corresponds to those numbers.
What about Pine, the Pine House map?
Could be. They were just sent to me yesterday, so.
I mean, it's got to be a house map with those numbers.
Can I give you a description? Would that help?
What was the area
It's the
again?
top part of Ottawa and down to Port Sheldon, and then Muskegon, and then east to Allendale.
What were the numbers again? 83?
83, 84, and 85. I mean, I requested the maps yesterday and just received them yesterday.
It looks like that's the Pine map.
Okay.
You can take a look at it. If it's not the right map, let us know. But can we bring up Pine for her?
I just want to focus on those. Okay, if you can move it over. I really want to focus on the Muskegon/Ottawa House districts.
Yep.
Got it? Okay. All right, anyway, I'm going to get started with my testimony. My name is Ellen Beal. I am a resident of Fruitport Village and Fruitport Township. I addressed the commission in June and advocated for a lakeshore leaning House and Senate districts, and I unfortunately have been heartbroken to find the proposed maps cut Fruitport Township out of our neighbors' area, which is Norton Shores, Grand Haven, and Spring Lake. And so I'm really hoping that Fruitport Township can be drawn into the 83rd District for the following reasons. Fruitport is a growing suburban district with 14,500 people. It includes only Mount Mall in the area, has been selected to be the home of a future casino, and with our new proposed county maps will include the Muskegon Airport. We are not rural in any way, and we have very little in common with our neighbors to the east in fact, my current commissioner, who will no longer be part of my district, actually introduced a motion to secede from Muskegon County. Our County Apportionment Commission, which I passed a map out so you can see that, recognized that we had very little in common with the eastern part of our county and drew a new map that puts us in with Norton Shores. The current House district proposal would split our new county commission district in half. Fruitport Township is part of the Fruitport is part of the Spring Lake Norris Creek watershed, and you have a map of that. And I live 2 blocks from Spring Lake, and that is where we launch our boat to go to Lake Michigan. So I would appreciate it if we would be removed from the 85th east to Coopersville and Allendale and put into the 83rd with Spring Lake, Grand Haven, and Ferrisburg. Thank you. And Norton Shores. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 65. Do we have 65? Oh, I'm sorry, 66?
My name is Nancy Steer, and I live in Norton Shores in Muskegon County. And I reiterate that Michigan is a democratic state, and therefore the districts need to be drawn to reflect that. They should not have an overall Republican advantage. Adopting any of your draft maps, the draft state Senate maps for Muskegon County, will recreate the same lack of representation the urban and suburban parts of Muskegon County have suffered this past decade. Since 2010, Muskegon County has been lumped with Newaygo and Oceana counties. Our state senator from Newaygo County is consequently always missing in action unless it's campaign season. The 3 state Senate maps you propose for Muskegon County are all identical and will give us worse representation. We'll be lumped with 4 other rural counties to the north of us. True, we're all lakefront communities, which is an improvement, but urban and suburban communities don't have the same needs as rural ones. Muskegon County's population is almost 6 times as high as any of those 4 counties to the north. Also, the new maps would double our chances of having a representative who lives far away and isn't aware of our needs. We prefer to have more urban and suburban waterfront parts of Muskegon County lumped with the waterfront cities of Grand Haven and Spring Lake in Ottawa County.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 67?
Yes. Could you pull up the Birch map? Is it possible to call it by the tree name? Okay. Thank you. So, my name is Donna Pennington. I'm from Muskegon, Michigan, and I'm the vice chair of the 2nd Congressional District of the Democratic Party. You might recognize my avatar, Dr. Rob Davison, who has appeared on MSNBC as an expert on healthcare since 2018, when he was a candidate for the U.S. Congress from my district. Dr. Davison was the best candidate we have ever seen in West Michigan, with the possible exception of Gerald R. Ford himself. He was a physician, a school board member, a tireless, bright, and committed. What we didn't understand in 2018, when we all worked so hard, was that Dr. Davison didn't have a chance because of the way the maps were drawn. So this is the importance of partisan fairness and communities of interest, and your maps are believed to shade to the right, while most of Michigan shades to the left. 3 of the 4 CD maps, of which this is one example, adds Muskegon and Muskegon Heights to a huge 200-mile swath of northern rural counties without a single other city with a significant number of people of color or grappling with similar urban-suburban issues of education, employment, housing, and very importantly to me, systemic racism. A gigantic district of rural white people plus Muskegon. So your Apple map with some tweaks for partisan fairness would be much closer to a place where Dr. Davison could win. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 68.
Hi, my name is Kim Gates from Caledonia Township. Thank you for your perseverance in this tough effort to create fair representative maps for the people of Michigan. In 2020, Democratic voters had 53% of the votes and therefore should win a majority of the seats on any maps that are drawn. Your partisan fairness expert, Dr. Hanley, said that election results show that Michigan is a lean Democratic state. By the MICRC's own assessment, the maps lean anywhere from 5 to 8% to the right, giving Republicans an unfair advantage. Your current efforts create maps with only slight improvement over the 2011 intentional Republican gerrymander. All maps also fall short in protecting voices of communities of color. We want to see more minority voices elected, not fewer. One positive area is that the Apple 201 map incorporates Grand Rapids and Kalamazoo metro areas, which makes up 90% of that congressional district. They share common needs of education, civil rights, housing, health care. The Grand Rapids Kalamazoo district contains a large population of African Americans, Hispanics, and other racial minorities. 31% of the population in this district are non-white. West Michigan's racial minority and immigrant populations deserve a voice in their government. Your maps currently unfairly benefit one party over another. Please work for fair, just representation. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. All right, everybody, we are scheduled to take a recess at this time, so it is currently 3:31. Without objection, we are going to recess from 3:30 until 5 p.m. Hearing no objections, we will stand in recess until 5 p.m. Thank you very much.
Hello, this is AT&T operator. Is anybody on the conference call? Hello, anyone on this conference?
We're sorry, your conference is ending now. Please hang up. Thank you. Please hang up. Thank you. Please hang up.
Ready when you are, Madam Chair.
Take care, Ken, and thank you for your prayers.
As Chair of the Commission, I call this meeting of the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission back to order at 5:03 p.m. For the purposes of the public watching and for the public record, I will turn to the Michigan Department of State staff to take note of the commissioners present.
Good evening, Commissioners. Please say present when I call your name. If you're attending tonight's meeting remotely, please announce during roll call that you are attending remotely and disclose your physical location. I'll call on commissioners in alphabetical order, starting with Doug Clark.
Present.
Juanita Curry.
Present and attending remotely from Detroit, Michigan.
Anthony Eade.
Present.
Brittany Kellum.
Present.
Rhonda Lang.
Present, attending remotely from Reed City, Michigan.
Steve Lett.
In attendance.
Cynthia Orton.
Present.
MC Rothhorn.
Present.
Rebecca Satella.
Present.
Janice Follett.
Present.
Aaron Wagner.
Present, attending remotely from Charlotte, Michigan.
Richard Weiss.
Present.
Dustin Witches.
Couldn't think of anything, so I'm present.
All commissioners are present.
Thank you. Without objection, our host commissioner, MC Rothhorn, will now provide a presentation. Hearing no objection, please proceed, Mr. Rothhorn.
Thank you, Chair Zatella. Hello, Grand Rapids. Nice to see your smiling faces. Thanks for being here. Can we have the presentation up on the screen? So, thank you. We're going to back it up to the third slide after the agenda. Excellent. So here's our agenda. We are at the welcome and background. So on behalf of the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission, thank you so much for joining us today. We need you to hashtag show up, speak up, to help us hashtag draw fair maps. In 2018, as many of you know, Michigan voters by more than 61% empowered citizens and not legislators to hashtag draw fair maps. Consequently, the MICRC represents an initiative by Michigan residents and not liberals, moderates, or conservatives. Voters made an intentional and deliberate effort to form the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission by filling in the yes oval on Proposal 2. Can we advance the slide to what is redistricting? Yep. Every 10 years following the U.S. Census, district lines for U.S. Congressional, State House, and State Senate must be redrawn in states across the country to accurately reflect their population. The process of drawing district lines is known as redistricting. In Michigan, there are 161 congressional, state senate, and state house districts that need to be drawn for the 2022 election cycle. For the first time in Michigan's history, residents have an opportunity to provide input on drawing maps for Michigan's congressional, house, and senate districts. Openness, transparency, and public engagement represent the principles of this new redistricting process. Now you have an opportunity to ensure your voice and your community's voice is heard. Instead of politicians choosing their districts to best represent their interests, Michigan residents can share their interests to assist in developing their districts through the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission. We need your assistance to help us hashtag draw fair maps. At this time, I'm going to turn it over to our communications director, Mr. Edward Woods III, to give you some rules about our public hearing, or some guidelines rather.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Rothhorn. Good afternoon, Grand Rapids. Is there any life in the audience? Are you excited to be here? This is the purest form of civics that you'll ever see, where Michigan residents have a direct result in the process. And I'm so happy that each and every one of you are here and able to participate. Per the Michigan Constitution, here are the requirements for the second round of public hearings. Solicit public comments about the proposed 161 districts. This includes 13 congressional districts, 38 state Senate districts, and 110 House districts. Each proposed district plan shall include census data, a map, and legal description. You can view this on the MICRC website at www.michigan.gov/MICRC under proposed draft maps. Last but not least, we're required to hold 5 public hearings, and today represents the third one of the 5th of the 5 public hearings that we're going to hold. The third of the 5th public hearings that we're going to hold, and we're happy to be at the DeVos Place in Grand Rapids. Our proposed draft maps. As you know, the Commission approved 10 collaborative maps through a process. We named the maps after trees to prevent any preference or bias to a Michigan Congressional, State Senate, or State House plan. If you can wave your hand and thank Sarah. She can't see you, but she can see you if you wave your hand and just thank her for naming them after trees. She's in the back and does a great job for the commission. In addition, each commissioner had an opportunity to submit one map for Michigan's Congressional, State Senate, and State House districts. For the Congressional, we received maps from Commissioners Doug Clark, Anthony Eade, Rhonda Lang, and Rebecca Zatella. For the State Senate, Commissioners Anthony Eade, Rhonda Lang, and Rebecca Zatella submitted maps. And finally, for the State House, we received maps from Commissioners Doug Clark, Cynthia Orton, and Rebecca Zatella. As a part of the process, all of the maps that the Commission will assess and vote and eventually adopt will have to meet the 7 ranked redistricting criteria. All of them will have to meet the 7 ranked redistricting criteria. That includes 1, equal population in the Voting Rights Act, 2, geographically contiguous, 3, reflect the state's diversity and communities of interest, no disproportionate advantage to any political party, no favor or disfavor to an incumbent, elected official, or candidate, reflect consideration of county, city, and township boundaries, and then 7, reasonably compact. In other words, we have to follow them in order from 1 to 7. We cannot go from 1 and then skip to item number 6. These are the 7 ranked redistricting criteria. Here's the process for adopting the maps. After the public hearings, the Commission shall follow the following procedure in adopting a map for Michigan Congressional, State Senate, and State House. A, before voting to adopt a plan, the Commission shall ensure that the plan is tested using appropriate technology for compliance with the redistricting criteria. This process takes place between October 27th to November 5. Before voting to adopt the plan, the Commission shall provide public notice of each plan that will be voted on and provide at least 45 days for public comment on the proposed plan or plans. Each plan that will be voted on shall include such census data as is necessary to accurately describe the plan and verify the population of each district, and shall include the map and legal description. The 45-day public comment period is scheduled to start on November 14. A final decision of the Commission to adopt a redistricting plan requires a majority vote of the Commission, including at least 2 commissioners who affiliate with each major party and at least 2 commissioners who do not affiliate with either major party. This vote is scheduled for December 30th. The Michigan Supreme Court has original jurisdiction as it relates to the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission. At its discretion, it can review any challenges to any maps adopted, not proposed, but adopted by the Commission. They can remand any plan that fails to comply with the Michigan and U.S. constitutions or superseding federal law, for example, the Voting Rights Act. Let's be clear. The Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission is the only body that has exclusive authority to create and adopt the maps for Michigan's Congressional, House, and Senate districts. Thank you so much for this opportunity, and without further ado, we will turn the presentation over to our General Counsel, Julianne Pastela.
Thank you so much, Director Woods, and good evening, Grand Rapids. It's a pleasure for the Commission to be here and to hear from all of you this evening. I'd like to briefly cover the public hearing guidelines in 3 areas: decorum, participation, and procedure. As to decorum, I would like to note that the subsection 11 of the Michigan Constitution prohibits both commissioners, staff, and consultants from discussing redistricting matters with members of the public unless the communication occurs in writing or during public comment at a meeting such as the one that you're at today. So during the breaks, the commissioners like to engage people and visit, but again, they cannot take public testimony outside of the meeting that you're at today at the podium, so that all of the commissioners have the benefit of hearing your insight. As to participation, the in-person live public comment will occur first. The chairperson of the commission will call on participants by speaking order by the number that you were issued to approach the microphone and provide public comment. After in-person public comment has concluded, the remote public comment session will begin. Members of the public needed to sign up in advance for remote public comment to participate by Zoom, and those individuals will also be called in the number that they were given in order of sign up. For participation, the time limit for each public comment speaker is 1 minute 30 seconds. Please conclude your remarks when you hear the timer. The timer will begin when you start speaking, and you may not yield your time to another speaker. If you issued a map number or a public comment number on your sign-up card, that will be displayed on the screens as you are providing your public comment. If any person disrupts the orderly progress of this meeting or refuses to comply with applicable MICRC guidelines and rules, the chairperson may rule that person out of order and/or order their removal from this meeting. And again, a reminder, you'll hear it many times throughout the evening, but please share your public comment and submit proposed maps in the Commission's public comment portal, which is located at www.michigan.gov/MICRC. Thank you.
Thank you, General Counsel. Without objection, we will begin our public comment portion of the meeting. Hearing no objection, we will proceed with public comment. Individuals who have signed up and indicated they would like to provide live in-person commentary to the Commission will now be allowed to do so. Please step to the microphone when I call your number. You will have 90 minutes to address the Commission. Please conclude your 90 seconds. Jeez. It's been a long 3 days. 90 seconds to address the Commission. Please conclude your remarks when your 90 seconds have ended and you hear the timer. We also encourage everybody to go to the public comment tool and share your comments in writing, including any specific area of the map about which you are speaking. The public comment tool is available at www.michigan.gov/MICRC. And if you would like to have help accessing the website tonight, we actually have monitors out front and individuals out there who are willing to help you provide public comment on that portal. All right, so we had a few people who are missing from this morning, so just to make sure that those people have an opportunity to speak, I'm going to recall some of the numbers from this morning for people who weren't here, and then we will pick up where we left off. So number 24, 26, 27, or 28, are any of you here? $27 or 127? Okay, I'm calling for 27. Okay, what about 34, 35, or 41? All right, 62? Okay, so we're going to go ahead and start with 69, 70, 71, and 72. And 69, when you reach the microphone, please begin speaking.
My name is Julia Ludwig. I live in South Haven, a lakeshore community in Van Buren County. As someone who worked to pass Prop 2, I'm grateful for the work the Commission has put toward the goal of fair, partisan, and population maps. My specific comment is to offer conditional approval of House District 87 in the Pine map draft. This map does need further work to adjust for partisan fairness. However, looking at the map, this map as drawn is a long snaking district which at first glance looks like a classic gerrymandered district. However, the lakeshore communities do have shared interests, such as the erosion of Lake Michigan shoreline and patchwork, ultimately ineffective remedies, the tourist-dependent economies and the dearth of living wage jobs. We need a representative to educate other legislatures and advocate for lakeshore concerns. Please improve House District 87 as previously suggested and consider extending it even further up the lake to include Saugatuck Douglas, which shares our lakeshore concerns. Thank you for your continued diligence to draw fair legislative maps.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 70.
Good evening. My name is Lynn Alban. I live in Van Buren County, Columbia Township. I was also part of the South Haven team that worked to pass Proposal 2, and I thank you all for your dedicated work. As a resident of what is proposed to become the new House District 88, I would like to voice my qualified support for the proposed Southwest Michigan State District maps on the Pine map, including Districts 87 and 88. I believe that these districts have the potential to more closely represent the communities they encompass, keeping the lakeshore and their unique requirements and current concerns together, and by separating the more rural areas into HD 88, providing a representative that can give their undivided attention to these residents' needs. While it may seem that the Lake District goes on forever, it's a very narrow strip along the coast. I live 16 miles from the lake, but once I leave South Haven, the landscape immediately turns to farms and small towns. In keeping with this fact, it's important to include Saugatuck in the proposed House District 87, as it has much more in common with the lakeshore communities than it would with the mostly rural communities in HD 88 where it's currently placed. I would also like to urge the Commission to draw a more fair partisan map for Senate District 20. The current proposed new state Senate district that includes Benton Harbor to Byron is seriously problematic. Van Buren and Varian counties should be together in a more compact district that would run up the coast to Holland and be much more representative and connected, including for the major Hispanic and African American populations that exist from Holland to Benton Harbor. Thank you very much.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 71.
Good afternoon/evening. My name is Mary Cauliflower, and I live in South Haven, which is in southwest Michigan in Van Buren County. And this community will be in what is proposed as the new House District 87. I've been a longtime advocate of the IRDC, and I applaud the efforts that you have made in what is truly a daunting task. Today I wish to comment for the proposed Pine HD 87 map. It is vital that the communities along the lakeshore be united and have a common representative voice to address the needs and concerns they are subject to, whether it's tourism, fair housing, diversity, and especially to me, environmental. My home, which is directly on Lake Michigan, has been in my family for over 100 years. In my own lifetime, I've seen many changes to the shoreline, some natural, others man-made. I know I'm not alone in my concerns and would feel greatly reassured that my representative was truly listening to voices like mine. The proposed Pine map for House District 87 is a definite improvement. And my only primary concern about this is the continued skewing towards partisanship. As you revisit the map, I would please direct your attention, to that factor in any redrawing that you do. Thank you very much.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 72.
Hello, my name is Tom Acapenti. I live on Hunsberger Avenue, Grand Rapids. I am a retired state government employee, and I have worked in local and state government for 55 years. My father worked for the city of Grand Rapids for over 30 years. 3 of my 4 children work passionately for government and nonprofits. Our family has always taken public service seriously. Our clear goal has always been nonpartisan service. I don't want to see redistricting maps that favor Democrats. I don't want to see redistricting maps that favor Republicans. I want maps that represent the people and give the vote to the people. White, black, Hispanic, Democrat, Republican. That is representation to the people. It needs to look like them and represent them. The voters of Michigan clearly showed you that this is what they want. They created you, the commission, to do their will, not the will of either party. They sent you a very clear mandate. You need to redistrict accordingly. Give the people what they demanded of you, fair, nonpartisan, representative maps. Serve the people in a way that will make your children and your grandchildren proud. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 73, 74, 75, and 76.
Hi, my name is Nick Acapenti. I live in Grand Rapids. And for the last 10 years of my life, I've worked for nonprofit conservation groups on local, regional, and statewide issues. Protecting the Grand River and my beloved Lake Michigan, our precious Great Lakes, requires a highly functioning democracy. A functioning democracy that's only possible with just, fair, and competitive elections. Our state's newest district maps should give Michigan voters meaningful control of who represents them in Lansing, not political parties. To accomplish this, the Commission should consider the ideas represented by maps in the portal, like Promote the Votes, which do a great job of balancing criteria 3 and 4, maximizing partisan fairness and preserving the Voter Rights Act. Michiganders deserve to have their voices heard through fair and balanced maps that reflect the aggregate and total will of the people. Unfortunately, while much improved, the maps before us today do give a disproportionate advantage to one political party on at least 3 of the 4 partisan scoring metrics. You can and must do better for Michigan. This is our shot. This is your responsibility. If this process is completed with one political party having a foundational electoral advantage over any other because of how you draw the maps, you will have failed in your mission. I know that will not happen. I have faith in you. I have faith in our democracy. Thank you so much for your service.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 74. No 74, 75.
Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you again, like everyone else has said, for your time. It is a thankless job. We've heard a lot. I'm sure that if you ever hear, after you're done with your service for this commission, if you ever hear the phrase community of interest again, it will be cause for violence. But I think that there are some misunderstandings about what that phrase means. And I'm sure while the commission does understand that, just to reiterate what it is a group of people with a common interest or passion. It is not a set of lines, it is not a county, it is not a voting district, it is a group of people. And people, after all, is why we are here. We are here to make sure that all the people have, as much as we can, an equal opportunity to be enfranchised and to have a voice in the system that we have. I've heard some confusing statements about the Senate district going from Grand Rapids to Kalamazoo, and I just wanted to point out a couple of things why that makes sense and why it actually does address the community of interest that exists there. Contrary to some of the statements that were made, Grand Rapids and Kalamazoo are not competing or fighting each other. We do not have disputes between us that must be settled violently or anything like that. We work together. These communities frequently work together. We share a lot of things in common, medically as well as socially. So I would encourage you, especially in the interests of the Minorities Act, to consider the Senate district. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 76? Do we have 76? 77? 78? Sir, are you 78? I'm 79. Why don't you come on up?
Hi, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. My name is Jeff Thomas. I've lived in the city of Grand Rapids since I was a toddler. I want to thank you first for all of your hard work to date. I want to speak in favor of combining Grand Rapids and Kalamazoo into a single congressional district as the 201 Apple map does. After a decade of deliberate marginalization experienced by the city of Grand Rapids in particular under the current congressional map, the possibility of electing someone who will represent the two cities' shared priorities and interests as larger urban areas is very exciting. I would also like to express my polite surprise at those who claim this afternoon that the two cities are not economically connected. As the owner of a business based in Grand Rapids, the amount of time I have spent driving up and down the 131 corridor to meet with clients in Kalamazoo over the past decade says very much the opposite. I also want to express my appreciation for the work that has been done on the State House Pine map, that's map 227, but I believe it could still be improved, in particular by giving the city of Wyoming the well-deserved opportunity to anchor a district along with portions of southwest Grand Rapids, which would allow the Hispanic community that bridges the two cities a much better chance of representation. Finally, as someone who voted for Proposal 2 and someone who is thoroughly tired of the extreme politics that are produced by gerrymandered districts, I would urge the members of the Commission to reject any map that will predictably allow either party to take a majority of seats with a minority of votes. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. So one more call for 76, 77, and 78. And if not, we will go on to 80. Do we have 80, 81, 82?
Hello, my name is Christina Fong. I had comments I was going to make on behalf of my community of interest, but my community of interest as an Asian American is a microcosm of a larger community of interest, and that's people of color. I know that as an Asian American, my well-being is tied to fellow people of color communities, namely the African American and Hispanic communities of Grand Rapids. Hispanics are the second largest minority population in the greater Grand Rapids area, and yet in the draft maps, they are divided into 3 distinct districts, diluting their power and their ability to elect representative leadership. I urge you to look at the Hispanic Center of West Michigan's proposed maps and comments submitted by Claudia Poland. This lays out where the Hispanic community lives, works, shops, and worships. All 3 of the maps, Pine, Peach, and Oak, barely keep 35% of the Hispanic community together. Furthermore, though your maps have kept 70% of the community together in the Senate, they barely keep 29% of the community together in the House. To build responsive and representative leadership, the Hispanic, Black, Asian American, and Indigenous communities in Grand Rapids must be able to build power. These issues can be addressed. To say that addressing the needs of one community of interest comes at the cost and expense of another is simply not true, especially when referring to minority communities who have historically faced oppression and discrimination. To overcome systemic racism, we must have a place at the table. I thank you for serving on this commission.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Do we have 82 or 83?
Hi there, my name is Nicole, and I live in Rockford, Michigan, which you probably know is northern Kent County, and I'm here to ask you to not approve the Apple map. Grand Rapids and Kalamazoo are competitors. They are not communities of interest. Residents of these communities don't work together, they don't go to school together, they don't recreate together. There's separate housing and employment markets. They have separate health systems. They have competing public universities in Western and Grand Valley's Pew campus here in Grand Rapids, as well as several private universities in both communities. As a citizen of Kent County, we share libraries, parks, museums, highway usage, and many more things, and I want to vote with my neighbors and my coworkers. 131 does not unify these two communities of interest any more than 96 unifies Detroit and Grand Rapids. So I urge the commission to make sure that both Kalamazoo and Grand Rapids have proper representation in the United States Congress and that these communities of interest are in separate congressional districts. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 83?
Good evening. My name is Tricia Dodd. I've spent the first half of my life in Kent County and now the second half of my life in Ottawa County in Zealand. Both are home to me, but both are very different. I came today with concerns on where some of the lines are being drawn on many of the maps, especially as it relates to Ottawa County. Though I'm sure some areas of the state may need some adjusting, I do not support Ottawa County being senselessly split up and redistricted with far off like Kalamazoo or Midland or Mackinac, or even Georgetown with Grand Rapids. We all want fairness, but these kinds of changes aren't necessarily fair. Ottawa, Allegan, and Muskegon counties have similar economies that rely on the lake and tourism, have interconnected manufacturing and strong agricultural ties. These truly are communities of interest. I very strongly oppose any map splitting up our county and communities. Though there is no perfect map as it relates to Ottawa County, I can support two maps being considered, Commissioner Lang's map and map 201 named Apple. Though it wouldn't be right to see Grand Rapids or Kalamazoo communities divided up either. But these two maps preserve our unique lakeshore communities of interest. Please keep us intact. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 84 and 85.
Ron? All right. Welcome back to West Michigan. I continue to participate in these discussions because I don't believe you are hearing us. Only one of the four congressional maps, dubbed the Apple map, keeps Ottawa County whole. Not only does Apple keep Ottawa County together, but District 9 in the Apple map actually makes a lakeshore community of interest spanning from Muskegon County to Berrien County. This is what a lakeshore district should look like. The other maps divide Ottawa County into 3 congressional districts. This is simply not reflective of the community and not acceptable. Grand Haven on the lake shores of Lake Michigan should not be put with communities on the shores of Lake Huron that are over 3 hours away. People in Port Sheldon shouldn't be able to drive to Detroit faster than on the other side of their congressional district. Keeping Ottawa County together fixes this problem. In addition to being a lakeshore community, Ottawa County is currently one of the fastest growing counties in Michigan. It's a major agricultural hub, a significant source of tourism, and a major manufacturing center. Keeping communities with a shared interest is vital to keeping the trust in the redistricting process. And breaking up Ottawa County hurts the legitimacy of this commission and the process. I want to thank Commissioner Lang for listening to the voices of West Michigan. Her map keeps Ottawa County together while keeping a bulk of the lakeshore population together in Muskegon, Ottawa, and Allegan County. We have an agreement from Commissioner Witches, a Democrat, and Commissioner Lang, a Republican, that Ottawa County should be kept whole and the lakeshore community is a community of interest. This is the common sense bipartisan recognition we need. Please advance a map that achieves these objectives. The people are watching this process, and the faith of the Michigan voters are on the line. Keep Ottawa County together, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. 85. Do we have 85? If not, 86 can come on up. Okay, 87, 88, 89, or 90? And if you could please let me know your number when you get up there, go ahead. 87, 88, 89, or 90? What number are you, sir?
88,
Go ahead.
just this, okay. Commissioners and fellow citizens, I just came here today to voice my opinion to keep Ottawa County intact also. Some of my other fellow residents and stuff have spoken eloquently about the county and what it's all about. So I'm basically just here to echo what they say and urge that we keep it intact. The only two maps that do so that has been mentioned is map 201 and the Rhonda Lang map. So thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 89 or 90?
I'm 90.
Go ahead.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Rebecca McClusiak. I live in Layton Township, Allegan County. I'm concerned that the majority of the proposed maps, particularly for the State House and Senate, break up my largely rural county to the extent that it is very unlikely that we will be able to elect representatives who know or care about our values or concerns. Though I've only lived in Layton Township for just over 4 years, I've lived in rural communities most of my life, from Vermont to the eastern side of Michigan to the San Joaquin Valley of California, and now to Layton Township, where my husband's people came and homesteaded over 100 years ago. I've seen what happens on a local level when the concerns of the people who live in and love their communities are made subservient to the concerns of those who neither know nor love the place in which they have authority. Frustration, discouragement, and waning care for and contribution to the community all flow from their gradual loss of voice. If this fragmenting of rural counties goes forward, the result will be that the interests of a whole group of people will go largely unrepresented in our government and in our legislature. This goes completely contrary to the spirit of a constitutional representative democracy. And today I'm asking that you preserve the representation of the rural residents of Allegan County and the state of Michigan. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 91, 92, 93, or 94?
I'm 89.
Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Emily. I'm from Kalamazoo. I want to thank you for your work. I don't envy the position that you're in. I think you've heard a lot of people talk about the improvements that are needed in order to bring your maps more in line with fairness. I think one of the ways you could do that is in your house map, in Kalamazoo specifically, you've drawn 2 districts, sort of a north-south split. In reality, though, Kalamazoo could hold 3 districts, so the southern districts of Portage makes a lot of sense. You could actually split the city of Kalamazoo, though, into 2. Western Kalamazoo versus Eastern Kalamazoo are 2 very different community of interest. Most of us live our whole lives in like one versus the other. It's not a lot of crossover, and those would give us the ability to have a representative that respected our specific interest. So 3 districts for Kalamazoo, West, East, and then Portage in the South. I would also like to say, I've heard you all talk about proportionality and the party that wins the most votes should win the most seats. I've heard your expert talk about it as well. In determining that, you should be looking at individual elections, not all of the elections combined, because it's skewing your number of Dem to Republican seats. So look at President 2020. Who won? By how much? Would they have won a majority of seats in your House and Senate district? No. And if you go election by election, I think it'll show the maps don't do what you think they do, and it'll show just how far right they actually lean. So that would be my recommendation there. And thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 91, 92, 93, or 94? Go ahead, sir. And if you
Good evening. I'm number 94.
Thank you.
Thank you for your service. I'm Jim Wieringa. I am the supervisor for Georgetown Township. We have just over 54,000 residents, and all of the township lies within Ottawa County. We're the largest community, either city or township, in the county. As such, my phone number, my email address is available to all of the residents. I hear from them quite regularly. And somewhat anecdotally, I have not received one response or communication from one of my residents advocating the division of Ottawa County either for congressional purposes or state senator, state representative. I'm here, therefore, on their behalf to admonish you and encourage you to keep Ottawa County intact. Particularly, I'd like to thank Commissioners Weitjes and Lang for their work in the maps that recognize the value in keeping Ottawa County together at the congressional level. I think they're both a Republican and a Democrat commissioner there, and they see the value of the Lakeshore prizes in encompassing Ottawa, Allegan, and Muskegon counties together. Maps that divide Hudsonville, Jamestown, Zeeland, Allendale, and Georgetown also do not accurately reflect Ottawa County's interconnectedness. I fully recognize the challenges you face as you endeavor to do right by communities across Michigan. The geographic representation on the commission is not a challenge of your choosing, but I believe can be offset by hearing the concerns raised from residents who live in, work in, and love their neighborhoods. Please keep Ottawa County intact, and in particular, Georgetown Township. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 95, 96.
I'm 96. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Dave Gordon, and I hail from the great city of Portage in the county of Kalamazoo. Be prepared to write down a few numbers to help with your deliberations. For the state Senate maps, please consider either map 199 or map 226, known as Elm and Spruce, and please consider putting away map 244. Elm and Spruce keep Kalamazoo County whole, and it's understandable to append Matawan to make the population numbers work. Map 244 splits Portage and Texas Township in half, and the city of Portage needs to remain whole despite a mild Portage Northern, Portage Central rivalry. For the U.S. congressional maps, map 237 is interesting and should be considered because it puts Kalamazoo, Portage, and Battle Creek together. Map 230, also known as Birch, is okay and is very similar to maps 218, 219, 238, and 240, which are Juniper, Maple, Clarks, and Zetellas. Map 201, alias Apple, needs to be tabled because of the challenging Kalamazoo-Grand Rapids Industrial Corridor. Kalamazoo has a stronger connection with Battle Creek than with Lansing or with Grand Rapids. As far as the state house maps, all 6 maps are similar, with Kalamazoo in its own district and with Portage, Texas Township, and Ashtimo in another district. Maps 227 and 228, Pine and Peach, need to be considered, which are the only 2 with Midland Bay City corridors created. Map 229, known as Oak, can be parked. Thank you for all the fantastic work so far, and thank you for the opportunity to share our comments.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 97.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is David Anderson. I was born and raised in Grand Rapids. I've also lived in Ottawa County and Walker, and I'm back in Grand Rapids right now. I would like to ask a question from everybody that's listening. If the majority of Michigan voters voted Democratic across the board, how on earth can the Republicans lock the legislature year after year after year? There's only 2 possible answers: accident or gerrymandering. I urge you to do what you are empowered to do, and I'm sure you took an oath to accomplish that. You must reverse gerrymandering. And I've listened to a lot of comments about how counties should stay together, cities should stay together, communities should stay together. I don't care. If the person across the street from me is in a different district, it doesn't bother me except to the extent that my vote is diluted and I can't get representation in Lansing or in Washington, D.C. Now, the reason I'm here is because I care about the planet. And there's only one party right now that cares about that, and gerrymandering perpetuates the power, and then they primary, and the primary wins, and then they're in. And that's all they care about, so it goes from one
Sir,
extreme.
your 90 seconds has ended. Thank you for commenting to the commission. 98? 99, 100? You're 100? Go ahead, 100.
Yes, thank you. Yes, my name is Doug Coatman, and I live in Kentwood, which has the peculiar condition of being in the Lakeshore Congressional District, yes, south and east of downtown Grand Rapids now. And so I urge you in these new congressional districts to keep both Kent County whole and keep Ottawa County whole. Unfortunately, none of the proposed maps actually do those things, but it's relatively easy to do to keep all of Kent County whole and go a little bit east and a little bit south of the county, and that will get a sufficient number of persons in that congressional district, and it's also able to keep Ottawa County whole, and certainly it has legitimate common interest with parts of Muskegon County to the north and Allegan County to the south. But none of the maps really work very well so far. But it's certainly possible to do that, and I encourage you to do that. Nothing against Kalamazoo, nothing against Muskegon, but Kalamazoo has been previously mentioned, Battle Creek, and other cities there have more in common with Kalamazoo, and I think it's appropriate to first try to keep all of Kent County together. My other comments on the state senate districts in the city of Grand Rapids: please keep most of the city together. It's fairly easy to have a very strong and stable, centered in Grand Rapids City State Senate District, and then 3 additional districts that sort of follow the commuting and working and living and shopping and worshiping major arteries that go into Grand Rapids, M37 from southeast, Lake Michigan Drive west, and 196 south and east. It's pretty easy to get 4 state Senate districts that respect each other's geography.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 101, 102, 103, or 104?
Hello, I'm 102. My name's Josh. Thank you for being here in Grand Rapids. I request that you adopt the Apple map. As a resident of Holland, this map keeps my community together, as well as Ottawa County whole. This map accurately represents what the Lakeshore residents believe should be done. Looking at the Apple map, it's clear the overwhelming majority of comments on the map are positive, which is especially what we've heard here tonight as well. Please hear our voices. This will determine our future for the next decade. In 2018, the people of Michigan gave you a unique opportunity to decide this future. I encourage you to seize this opportunity to listen to residents of this area, especially considering none of the commissioners are from Ottawa County. Our future is brightest in Ottawa County when you keep us together with other Lakeshore communities that have similar interests, such as Muskegon and Allegan. Last point I want to make is that you guys all serve an important part in not only Michigan's history, but also America's. I ask you to please put aside all of your political differences and do what's fair and right for our republic. America's built on fair elections and letting the best ideas prevail, and I have faith that that will work again. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Do we have 101, 103, or 104?
I'm Gavin, and thank you for being here in West Michigan. I'd like to address my concerns surrounding Ottawa County and the maps you've made at the federal level. As a resident of the Zeeland area and a student at Grand Valley, I'm very familiar with the county. I regularly spend time in both Holland and Grand Haven with friends. And it's clear to myself and those that I've talked to about this issue that Ottawa is a community of interest, but only the Apple map reflects this. The communities I visit in Ottawa are all very similar. We're tied together by the lakeshore, agriculture, manufacturing, but most importantly, our priorities and values. Priorities and values that are very different from Grand Rapids and Kalamazoo. I want to ask you to keep Ottawa County together. Dividing the county will divide the lakeshore community of interest. Ottawa has more in common with Allegan and Muskegon than it does with the metropolitan area of Grand Rapids, and neither Grand Rapids or Kalamazoo are lakeshore communities. Please keep the lakeshore and Ottawa County together so we can have a voice that truly represents our community in Congress. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 103 or 104?
Hello, I'm 104. My name is Josh Roschamp. I'm the business agent for the Stagehands Local 26, represented here in DeVos Place and all up and down the west coast of Michigan. I represent people that live north of Baldwin all the way down to Benton Harbor. From what we can see in the maps, Pine represents our people in labor. It gives us two Senate seats and 4 congressional seats split up in this large area. I think that's the best for our industrial and our communities, and I think it'll help us grow the best we can. Thank you much.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 105 or 106?
I'm number 105. Madam Chairman, Commissioners, welcome to West Michigan. I am Vince Schumacher, a resident of Kentwood in Kent County, a suburb south and east of Grand Rapids. Thank you for taking on this important work for future generations. We all wish you success. What will success look like? Success will be competitive elections in which a challenger has a reasonable chance of displacing a comfortable incumbent. The Commission's first priority under the Constitution is to draw districts that do not conflict with federal law, including the Voting Rights Act, and that is a serious and difficult constraint to comply with. Here's a suggestion. You may very well have considered this before, but I'd like to emphasize it. Identify those communities. There are probably fewer than 20 coherent and readily identifiable geographic concentrations of non-majority populations protected by the Voting Rights Act in Michigan. Not all of these communities have reasonably well-defined limits or boundaries. Identify the ones that do have more established boundaries that are not too vague or fuzzy. Map them as best you can. Then draw district boundaries so that the minority population in each exceeds 50%, but not so far in excess of 50%, that the minority population becomes an entrenched, unbreakable block. No non-minority citizen in any district should be driven to conclude that his or her ballot will never make a difference. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 106?
Good evening. My name is Tom Burke. I'm also a member of IATSE Local 26, the Stagehands Union. I'm also a delegate to the Kent-Ionia Central Labor Council. I wanted to say that our community of interest is the entire working class in this state, of all nationalities, all genders, and we're proud that we're able to speak to you here tonight. We're advocating for the Pine Map. We think it's the most fair and equitable map. We wouldn't have a problem if it wasn't for the gerrymandering in our state, and actually it exists in many states across the U.S. Some of the maps are quite ridiculous and others are pure entertainment to look at. So we want the Pine Map, and maybe the next time we have redistricting hearings, we can begin to address getting big money out of politics. We have to put an end to the rich people controlling all the political life in our state, our city, our counties. Thank you very much. Solidarity.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 107 or 108?
Good evening. My name is Rob Zimmerman. I'm number 107, and I'm here to speak about the U.S. congressional redistricting. I have some significant exceptions in terms of the Apple map, where we are combining two of Michigan's four largest cities in one congressional district, and particularly when the vibes of those two cities are so radically different. The representative that ends up serving for this district will mostly perhaps inclined to look after one urban area versus another, and we can see in Texas with Fort Worth versus Dallas, and in Minnesota with Minneapolis and St. Paul, that the smaller location ends up losing out in the battle for federal dollars because they're competing against the big neighbor to the north or west or east. Also, that minimizes the opportunity for press oversight by our media, both print and internet and over the air. Our other maps that I'd like to have another look at would be many of them that seem to combine eastern Jackson County and go all the way out towards Grosse Ile. That's just that is a salamander described as a gerrymander. Again, just tough to cover that district, and just hope that we can find ways to get our public local elected officials to be able to have their voices heard. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 107?
I'm 108.
Go ahead, sir.
Good evening. My name is Mike Vandenberg. I live in the southeast corner of Allegan County, and I'm here to advocate for keeping Allegan County whole. I know in the Senate maps we are split up into 3 different districts. Allegan County is the largest rural county here in the state for agricultural products, and so it does not seem right for the eastern half of the county to be merged in with Grand Rapids all the way down to Battle Creek. We have nothing in common with those 2 other areas as an urban center. The other map I have concerns with is the state House maps. Allegan County has now been split up into 5 different districts. And our last representation, most of Allegan County is whole with just another rep to the northeast corner of the county. And so my question to you tonight is, please put us back to a more 2 representation instead of 5 by splitting us up. We are diluted. And the other question I have is on the congressional map. Please keep Allegan County whole. I know there's some maps that do that, and there's other maps that kind of split us up. Please keep us whole as Allegan County, because Allegan County and Van Buren County, we have a lot in common, and same with Ottawa County. They're agricultural too with the lake shore. And one of the other issues, Kent County really needs to stay whole too, because they're an urban center, and that's what needs to be done. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Do we have 107, 109, or 110?
I'm Speaker 109.
Thank you.
I'm Richard Williamson from Granville. You are right to keep the Metro 6 cities together. However, there are important changes to make state house districts better reflect communities of interest and improve statewide partisan fairness. My maps fit into the area you first designated, but with better internal borders of districts to match communities of interest. Keep the southern half of Grand Rapids together as a majority people of color district. This district is nearly 50% non-white and will give constituents the chance they deserve to elect a black state representative for the first time in nearly 10 years. Do not split up Wyoming, which has 77,000 residents. Keep Wyoming whole and include the 3 majority Hispanic precincts in Grand Rapids. This district would offer a real opportunity for Hispanic representation from Kent County. East Grand Rapids and Kentwood should form a district as the 2 suburban cities on the southeast side of Metro GR. Including Cascade Township with this district finally ties the Ford Airport and 28th Street corridor to the area. Walker, Granville, and the west side of GR should form its own district on the west side of Metro GR. These are Metro 6 cities that share schools, commercial districts, and a common heritage. Grand Rapids Township and Ward 2 in Grand Rapids are commercial and residential communities with close ties, including the similarly suburban townships of Ada and Plainfield will create a compact district on the northeast side of the Metro Grand Rapids. I've spent most of my life in this area and know it well. My map creates 4 swing districts in Kent County within clear communities of interest that meet your statewide partisan fairness criteria. Thank you. Please consider my map.
Thank you for addressing the commission.
Madam Chair? Madam Chair? Behind you.
Dustin?
Could Speaker 109 please give the plan ID that would be on the portal to link to this for me, please?
It's 63361. It's the same map that that lady referenced earlier.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Okay, do we have 110, 111, 112?
110.
Go ahead, sir.
My name is Frank Spies. I live in East Grand Rapids in Kent County and incidentally served as United States Attorney for the Western District of Michigan. I'm concerned about the Congressional District's so-called Apple Plan for District 4, which puts Grand Rapids and Kalamazoo in the same congressional district. I thought that the reason for this commission was to avoid politically gerrymandered districts that look like snakes. This proposed district looks like a snake, more than a reasonably compact box. It seems a tortured way to come up with 770,000 voters. There are much more logical ways to come up with a reasonably compact district with common interests, like the juniper, maple, and birch plans. Kalamazoo and Grand Rapids have never been thought of as a unit, having common interests, and they potentially compete for services, infrastructure, and industry. Grand Rapids and its suburbs have a common interest and always historically have been a district with which the other 3 plans accomplish. I might add that I don't believe it's in the interest of Grand Rapids community to divide the city into 2 Senate districts. There's certainly no need to do that to form a reasonably compact district. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 111, 112, or 113?
Good evening, Brad Wenzel from Southwestern Michigan. We were told that a vote for the referendum was to take politics out of the redistricting, people over politicians, real representation instead of gerrymandering by a political class. Now I feel we're being subjected to this partisan fairness that seems to mean Wayne County or any population centers will dominate even rural southwestern Michigan district lines. It's a term that implies a pure democracy rather than a republic in a form of republic government that's demanded by the Constitution. As a committee, you haven't been circumspect enough to hide your agenda, merely disguising it as this partisan fairness. I'm sorry you can put lipstick on a pig, but it's still a pig. Partisan fairness is just gerrymandering by the minority. Southwest Michigan has been subjected to what turns out to be a very partisan committee. Ignorance of the area is increasingly apparent, and I have a difficulty in complimenting a commission who admits knowing nothing about our area, rather other than it's a good place to launch a boat. The commission's apparent disregard for Southwest Michigan communities, our interactive history school districts, athletic conferences, media outlets, county and township governments is appalling. Their seeming disregard or disparaging attitude towards our very intelligence, suggesting an outlandish and incomprehensible lakeshore district is insulting. To create a 60-mile long but few-mile wide district over multiple counties in a vain attempt to create a district for your own party, it's terrible. I encourage you to do no harm, make modest changes as dictated by the census, and preserve our communities, townships of interest as they are. That should be your responsibility.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 112, 113, or 114?
Good evening. I'm number 112. My name is Bob Streck. I'm a resident of the city of Walker, a suburb of the city of Grand Rapids. I am concerned that this committee has not given proper public notice about this meeting or the availability of your maps. I heard about this meeting from Wood Radio, Justin Barkley's show. It's a morning show, and this was last week for the first time. I have not had a chance to review any of your maps. I do believe that the areas such as Kent County should be left whole. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 113, 114, or 115?
I'm 113.
Go ahead.
Yep, thank you. Thank you for allowing me to speak here today. I grew up in the apple orchards of Sparta. It's 10 miles north of here, and I recently moved to downtown Grand Rapids. When moving to downtown Grand Rapids, it never crossed my mind that there was a northern Grand Rapids or a southern Grand Rapids. There's one Grand Rapids. It's a close community. It's a unique community, and it's a community that I love living in. There's no need to split it up into two Senate districts. I'm talking about Senate districts 23, 24, which currently are split into two. And I know some folks are talking about how they don't care if the person across the street has a different senator than them. Well, in my case where I live, they would have a different senator than I am. And we're in the same city. It's a community of interest. You're splitting up a community of interest to create another one. And I ask that you keep the city of Grand Rapids intact in a Senate district. Regarding the congressional maps, I ask that you reject the Apple map as presented, with Grand Rapids placed with the Kalamazoo district. Right now, growing up, when anybody asked me where I lived, I'm going to admit I didn't say I was from Sparta. I said I was from Grand Rapids. That's where we eat dinner. That's where my family works. And right now, you have Sparta in a district with Midland in that map. So I ask that you keep our community whole. You keep the suburbs of Grand Rapids with Grand Rapids. Again, by splitting up that community of interest, you're just creating another one that I feel doesn't exist. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 114 or 115?
Thank you and good evening. I'm 114. My name is Andy Johnston, and I've had the privilege of working at the Grand Rapids Chamber for the last 16 years. The most logical communities of interest are those that we already design, and that's our municipalities. I'm here to offer my comments and support for keeping both Ottawa and Kent whole when it comes to the congressional maps. I'm very concerned about the proposed Apple map in District 4 in 131. I love my business friends in Kalamazoo, but I can tell you we're 50 minutes and a world away. We are not communities of interest. That should be changed. Under that Apple map, if you look at District 5, you also create some issues with a district that goes from Hastings to Howell and Brighton, and then District 13, which goes from Lowell to Ludington to Standish, which is on the other side of the mitten. So this needs a lot of work. Grand Rapids and its exurbs were used as a definition on your website of what a community of common interest should look like. We hope you do that. I also add my voice to keeping the city of Grand Rapids whole when it comes to the state Senate. District 24 as proposed is very concerning, as is District 3, which goes from our airport to Plainwell, then around Kalamazoo and to Battle Creek. That needs to be fixed. And then on the state house maps, District 97 covers 5 counties. That would be problematic for that state representative. And so thank you for your time, Commission. Thank you for coming to Grand Rapids, and leave a lot of your money here with our local businesses if you would. Thank you very much.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 114, 115? Do we have 116 or 117? All right, what about 118, 119?
Good evening. I'm 119.
I did want to talk about the state Senate seat. You're going to be hearing a lot about the people wanting to keep Grand Rapids together, not separating that. I would put my support behind that. Please keep the city of Grand Rapids whole within one state Senate seat. Don't dilute the representation of the people of Grand Rapids. It doesn't make any sense. And then the congressional seats, please keep Kent County whole. We don't share a lot of commonality with Kalamazoo. Then if you go Grand Rapids down to Kalamazoo or up to Muskegon, you're having all those communities, which are very diverse and very separate, compete for federal funds. That needs to not happen. So please keep Kent County whole. Okay. And then we get down to the State House, and there's been separation between the Walker and the Alpine area. Those share the same school district. Those are neighbors. They should be kept whole. You've got East Grand Rapids on the other side, Forest Hills and Cascade and Ada. Those should stay whole and together. We are neighbors. I live in East. We all work together. We play together. Please honor the communities and the people who live there, not separate them. Many of these maps do break down school districts and communities. Please keep them whole. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 118 or 120?
Good evening. My name is Ken Wilcott. I'm from Kalamazoo County. First, I'd like to say we need zero partisan favor in the maps when we're done. I know you guys can do that. That's what the voters would like. Second, I'd like to address the House maps with regards to Kalamazoo City. All the maps that you have presented list Kalamazoo City as one district House seat. The east side of Kalamazoo is very diversified and is a working class community, while the west side of Kalamazoo is very suburban and overwhelmingly white and affluent. By splitting Kalamazoo City in half, it will give the east side of Kalamazoo equal and fair representation from a representative that looks like the community and has the same socioeconomic background as the residents and community that they will be serving. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 121 or 122?
Good evening. My name is Emerson Silvernell. I'm number 120. As there's no West Michigan commissioner, I petition that you hear me and the voices of our community with apt attention. Kent County and its distinct local municipal groupings should be considered a unique community of interest, distinct from its surroundings, and that particularly means Kalamazoo. I'm a lifelong resident, the majority of which has been in Byron Center. Byron Center is one of the fastest growing municipalities in Kent County. Many of its residents commute into the city. Its businesses partner with community organizations and chambers in the immediate area, and it's historically been represented by Kent County-based legislators. Yet Byron Center has not been recognized as the fundamental building block of Kent County that it truly is within the majority of the proposed maps. And in fact, Byron Center is egregiously split into multiple state house districts in some, and in others entirely lumped into state senate districts that reach to the coast, as if we were just an afterthought. Implementing either or failing to consider Byron Center as intrinsic to Kent County is a disservice to my community of interest. This misfortune would splinter my voice and the voice of Byron Center within our state's differing needs. I'd ask that the commission rectify this matter by keeping Byron Center residents represented together within the unique Kent County community of interest. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 121 or 122?
Thank you. My name is Kelly Mitchell. I'm 121, and welcome to West Michigan. As a note of reference, we have no West Michigan representation on your commission. I'm a resident of the city of Kentwood. I would like to state my opposition to the Apple map that splits Kent County into 2 congressional districts. Under this plan, the city of Grand Rapids and the city of Kalamazoo are tied into 1 seat with a large portion of the Grand Rapids metropolitan region tied into a district all the way to the Midland County. The cities of Grand Rapids and Kalamazoo are vastly different communities of interest and compete economically. Please do not divide the metropolitan region of Grand Rapids into 2 congressional districts by keeping Kent County whole within 1 district. Second, I would encourage the commission to keep the city of Grand Rapids whole within 1 state Senate district. The city has always been within 1 state Senate district in our state's history, and by dividing into 2 districts, it jeopardizes the opportunity of diversity in the state Senate. Grand Rapids has a large minority population, and they should be allowed the opportunity to elect a minority member of the state Senate. By diluting their population between 2 state Senate districts with a majority white population in other suburban cities, this limits opportunity of diversity in our state Senate. Please draw the city of Grand Rapids with the neighboring communities of East Grand Rapids and Kentwood into 1 state Senate district. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 122.
Thank you. My name is Jeannie and I'm from Battle Creek. On partisan fairness, historically there has been a nearly 2-to-1 Republican statewide election swing toward the Republicans, but many of those who speak to your commission advocate favoring the Democrats based on only the most recent election. As a state, and over time, we lean red nearly 2/3 of the time in statewide elections, which cannot be gerrymandered. The effort to favor the Democrats, or even to balance the state 50-50, requires gerrymandering, which your commission was created to end. As a citizen of Battle Creek, I would like to point out an example of this. The district you drew on all 3 choices for Calhoun County in the State House map joins Albion and Battle Creek. These are not communities of interest. Gerrymandering was one of the reasons your commission was supported so favorably by the citizens of Michigan. And yet the district that you drew, joining Albion and Battle Creek, was used as a poster district, proving that gerrymandering was a problem. And yet you have recreated this poster district in all 3 of your Calhoun County maps. We have been given no real choice. We need another map for Calhoun, and we need it not to feature the poster district for gerrymandering. Rural counties, especially those with limited internet district access, have been shut out of this process due to the lack of rural hearings and the ever-changing last-minute changes in meeting dates, locations, and even cities. Please remember your actual charge. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 123, 124, or 125? Please let me know your number.
Hi, y'all. I'm Chris Birdsong. I'm 123. I'm not from here, but I got here as soon as I could. My dad was an Army colonel, and I've been to 50 states and 41 countries. And when I moved to Michigan 4 years ago, I was shocked that the first thing people would ask me was, "What school did you go to?" And they didn't mean Purdue. They meant, what high school did I go to? What junior high school did I go to? What grade school did I go to? And unfortunately, they weren't here. But it's very important, I think, and especially in West Michigan, that state house seats should reflect school districts. They are communities of interest. People are just so absorbed with their school districts, and there's nothing wrong with that. People buy homes so that they'll be in the right school district or in the one that's appropriate for their family. And so we need the state Senate maps to follow the Kenowa Hills school districts, for example, which is Alpine Township and Walker. They're split now. They need to be together. GR Township, Ada, and Cascade are the Forest Hills School District. They need to be together. Plainfield with Rockford and the Rockford School school district, they need to be together. Talking about being together, the Apple map and the congressional district, Grand Rapids needs to be together. I've been here 4 years, and I didn't even know that Kalamazoo was within an hour. Thank you very much.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 124, 125.
Hi, I'm 124. My name's Joey Andrews. I'm from the St. Joseph area in Berrien County, and I just wanted to commend the commission on putting the Lakeshore State House map on the map. I know it's a strange-looking district, but the communities there are very tightly packed to the coast. I think if you took a road trip down there, you'd find that if you started driving east from St. Joe or South Haven, that you end up in pretty rural farm country within about 10 minutes. It's dramatic, the fall off there. But these communities are currently divided between 3 different state house districts. And where I live in St. Joe, in Benton Harbor, the neighboring city, we're having a lead water crisis. And our state house representative hasn't shown their face in the city at all, largely because they don't live in the area. And these lakeshore communities deserve representation that is from these places, that understands the challenges we have with water, short-term rentals, erosion, tourism, et cetera. And so I just wanted to commend you guys for putting that district on the maps. And the only suggestion I would have is that Saugatuck and Douglas is a lakeshore community as well. And I know it makes the district look snaky, but those 4 lakeshore cities together in a district would be truly representative and would give us a voice in Lansing for the first time ever, really. So thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 125 or 126?
Hello, my name is Alexa Valoni. I'm 125. I am a student at Calvin University, and I reside in the Grand Rapids area along with many other Calvin University students who live all around the Grand Rapids area. I would like to explain how splitting the State Senate map at Fulton Street will cause confusion and misrepresentation among all Calvin students. Students live both north and south of Fulton Street, and I believe separating our students will cause confusion during a time of learning and developing our roles within the community. It will also misrepresent the entirety of all Calvin students residing in the Grand Rapids area. Also, the congressional map, the Apple map, that combines Grand Rapids and Kalamazoo is problematic for providing a good representation of each of the cities. It will also lessen the representation of Calvin students and the citizens of both of these communities. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Number 126?
Hello there. I don't know much about these redistricting lines or maps or anything. I just know that they're very confusing, and cities usually are together and rural areas are usually together, and that's easy to understand for everybody. And so if you're splitting things up, it makes things quite difficult in understanding. And if you don't know much about the subject, it makes yourself having a very difficult time. So thank you for listening to my concerns.
Thank you for sharing. 120, you were 126, correct, sir? Okay, so 127?
Hello, I'm Michael Durpilibosi, and I'm from Ottawa County, and I'm here today to ask the commission to keep my community whole. It is important that this commission listens to the voices of Ottawa County because no one from the commission is from Ottawa County. Ottawa County isn't like other communities. Across Holland, Grand Haven, Coopersville, and Jamestown, there is a shared set of values, beliefs, and economic interests that unites us. All of us consider ourselves part of the lakeshore. As a resident of Allendale, I'm blown away that some of these maps link Allendale with Kalamazoo. These communities have basically no shared interest. Allendale is considered a lakeshore community that is surrounded by agriculture. Kalamazoo has so much more in common with Battle Creek than it does with Grand Haven, Holland, or even Saugatuck. I believe the best map I've seen that represents a true lakeshore community is map 201, also known as the Apple map. I also want to thank Commissioner Lang for listening to communities across West Michigan, keeping Ottawa County together, and in a lakeshore-based district is what so many are asking for. And I also want to touch on the subject at the congressional level too, in that I'm concerned with the district that represents the UP that touches all the way down to Mount Pleasant. I don't really understand commonalities between Ironwood and the Soaring Eagle Casino at all. So thank you for coming to West Michigan.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 128. Uh, 129 or 130?
I'm 136.
You're 136?
Yeah, you called 40, 140?
I called 129 and 130.
How you doing? My name is DeAndre Jones. I'm 129. I am commenting on the redistricting. In 2018, I was one of the people knocking many doors on the south side of Grand Rapids for gerrymandering, just because I understand how that creates a lot of different political problems. Knowing that the power structure here are mostly controlled by Republicans, I just asked, regardless of political affiliation, that you guys make the maps more reflective of the demographics of people. Regardless of Democrat or Republican, I just like to see the maps equal. I like to see the people be able to vote for their senators, for their state legislators, for their commissioners, for their King County commissioners, whatever level of township or election that people usually vote for. I just ask that you guys make it fair, make it equitable, and make sure that the people can elect people that look like them. It's a lot of African American people that don't know anything about this redistricting commission, don't know that people are actually controlling how the maps will look for the next 10 years, but complain about the power structure here in the state of Michigan. So I ask that you guys think about the other people that don't know about these meetings, regardless of ethnicity, that you guys make it fair and equitable for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 130 or 131?
Good evening. I'm 131, and my name is Tom McKelvey, and I'm a city commissioner for Kentwood. And I literally spent 14 and a half years driving down 131, working in Allegan for 14 and a half years, and worked with people from Kalamazoo and the Lake Shore. And Kalamazoo is by no means a community of interest with Grand Rapids. So the map, the Apple map, does not reflect what you're targeting, and it doesn't accomplish your goals. That map, I've worked with people in Rockford and Ada, they consider themselves part of Grand Rapids, whereas people in Kalamazoo, they do not consider themselves part of the Grand Rapids area. So the congressional map, Apple, I'm opposed to. The state Senate and the state House, I would just ask that you consider keeping the city of Grand Rapids as a whole and putting together Kentwood and East Grand Rapids in that Senate and House districts. We share 28th Street and 44th Street with the city of Grand Rapids. So the decisions they make on their side of the street affects our side of the street. If you were to drive down 28th Street, there's two major malls on the corner of 28th and Beltline, which is the highest tax revenue corner in the state of Michigan. But we have Centerpoint Mall, which is on the east side, which is managed by the city of Grand Rapids. We have Woodland Mall on the west side, which is Kentwood. So the decisions we make and the police that we send to an accident and the fire we send to an accident, we share those resources as a group. So thank you very much.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 132?
Evening, I'm 132. My name is Roy, and I'd like to commend the commission for coming to Grand Rapids to have a listening. And the maps of the State House I appreciate what you've done with the community of Kent County and the Grand Rapids environs. On the state senate, my concern is keeping the city of Grand Rapids a whole district within the state senate. And that would, as in the past, that would help with the municipalities as far as infrastructure and things that need to take place within the community of interest in that. On the congressional, I would prefer that you use Kent County as a whole. I've seen numerous maps where you have Kent County and the environment of suburbs surrounding that. Keep that whole, and I'd appreciate all you've done, and thank you for your service.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 133.
Good evening. My name is Clee Jackson. I'm the president of the Greater Grand Rapids branch of the NAACP. I've been a member since I was a youth in leadership here. On behalf of the Greater Grand Rapids NAACP and members of the Greater Grand Rapids community, I would like to emphasize the adherence to the Commission's stated redistricting principles as well as suggestions to expanding the Commission's guidelines. We thank you for doing your best by keeping minority communities intact in West Michigan. As an organization, we understand that the city of Grand Rapids should be separated by north and south via Fulton Street to keep communities represented. Additionally, we believe that in order to have a strong minority congressional district in West Michigan, the city of Grand Rapids should be tied to the city of Kalamazoo, and so that's why we are supportive of the Apple congressional map. Additionally, redistricting principles should include a clear definition of favoring or disfavoring incumbents and candidates and how partisan advantage will be specifically diminished. Additionally, we ask that the data analysis that was utilized by the Commission be publicly available, especially in regards to racially polarized voting analysis, population projections, elections, studies, etc. So we appreciate this opportunity to provide public comment and will reiterate this request with follow-up in writing, in comments and reports. And again, thank you for this opportunity.
Sir, if you could just stay at the microphone for 1 minute. We have a commissioner who has a question for you.
One question. You specifically said Fulton Street division. We've also heard Wealthy Street. Are you against the Wealthy Street division and you only want Fulton Street?
I don't have a comment on that one at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 134.
Hi, my name is Cherry Talsman. My comments will be short because most people have already said what I have to say. I came to awareness of this meeting just a short while ago, so I only have one map in front of me, and that is this Apple map. And when I looked at it, I was kind of shocked, and it was clear to me what your motive is, and it's obviously more clear that there is no one from this side, this Western Michigan, on this commission, what your motive is. Obviously, you're trying to fix what you call gerrymandering with more gerrymandering. It can't be any clearer. I would like everyone to know that I happen to live exactly at a point where Grand Rapids, or Ada, Cascade Townships, and Lowell Townships all come together in the corner, and I'm right there. I have a Lowell phone, I have an Ada address, but I vote in Cascade. We are in the Forest Hills School District. All this area, all these schools, they all play together, they all play sports together, we all see each other. I have family that lives in Rockford. I have people and friends that are in Lowell. We spend a lot of time in Lowell. And let you're splitting all this up. This is true not just in the Grand Rapids, but it's in other areas. And so to me, I'd like to say that it's pretty clear what you're trying to do. And we're on to it. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 135.
I'm number 135. My name is Carla. I'm a real estate agent. I've lived in Michigan all my life, most of it about 50 years in Ottawa County, the last 10 in Kent County. I don't even know what to say. I'm so disappointed in all of these maps. As the lady prior to me said, this is just more gerrymandering to end gerrymandering. I thought your job was to take the census data and and sort out a population, keep municipalities whole, try to keep lines as straight as possible. There's no way that you can figure into everyone's communities of interest. If there's 10 million people in Michigan, you'll have 10 million communities of interest. Keep the lines as straight as possible, keep the districts together. Specifically, the Apple map, it just blows my mind. I live in Rockford. I don't think I've ever been to Midland. I don't want to be a part of that area. I consider myself just north of Grand Rapids. I go to Grand Rapids all the time. Don't do much up north farther than that. Also, Grand Rapids and Kalamazoo in the same district. I don't even see the feasibility of that at all. I don't know what you're thinking with that. These maps need to be redone. You're not here to dictate where people, it's like people will live where they want to live. They choose to live around a school district or on a lakefront, or they choose to live on the east or the west or the northern part of Michigan. You can't draw lines to suit where these people choose to live. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 136.
I'm Valentin Dumitrescu, and I was at the TCF Wednesday evening, but in the meantime I did some more research, and to my astonishment I ran against something that undermines the independence of the commission. The commission is made up of 4 Republicans, 4 Democrats, and 5 independents, but as it turns out, 2 of the self-identified independents, Mrs. Etela and Mr. Aide, their political activities are aligned more with the Democratic Party candidates and the Democratic Party policies. So I respectfully asked the Commission to fix this first and then to put a better vetting process in place, because self-identification doesn't work. Thank you very much.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Commissioner Kellum.
Good evening, Grand Rapids. This is Commissioner Kellum. I would just like to make a friendly reminder that we welcome all comments, but please be aware that you should be addressing the entire commission and not any individuals. Thank you so much, and we welcome to hear from the rest of you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kellum. 137.
Good evening. I'm number 137. My name is Ivan Diaz. I was born and raised in Grand Rapids. I've lived in the Roseville Park neighborhood, Wyoming, and I was born in the Burton Heights neighborhood. Now, my vibe so far is that I think you guys are a little bit more interested in specifics, so I want to draw your attention to a little bit more particular streets and lines. I'm currently going to GVSU. I'm studying political science. I've been following the work of the committee since it began. If you pay attention to the Kent County Reapportionment Plan of 2021, it does a very good job of keeping the Hispanic and Latino community of Grand Rapids together. I went to Godfrey Lee Public Schools. I'm not sure if you heard, but right before Rona happened, the roof of the school actually collapsed. And a big reason for that is because we can't get adequate representation. So if you look at District 15 in the Kent County Reapportionment Plan, it keeps a good percentage of the Hispanic community together. The north end of Wyoming, north of 28th Street, is much different than south of 28th Street. It's much more Latino, much more low income. So keeping that community with the Roseville Park, again, major Hispanic neighborhood, together with the Burton Heights neighborhood, makes a lot more sense for the state senate, the state house, all of that. Lastly, I just want to end by saying I thank you guys for all of your work. It's not easy dealing with some of these comments, and I'm sure you guys are going to do a great job by the time you actually end the map drawing process. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 138.
I'm 138. My name is Bill Mary. I'm from Calhoun County.
I've been just looking at this map today as my first opportunity, and I have great sorrow in looking at this. It's pathetic. You have Calhoun County divided up with 3 different representatives and 6 different counties. I mean, they've chopped this up like liver. I look at the Senate map, and that's just about as bad. You've taken 2/3 of Calhoun County, and you've joined it, with 3 other counties. I mean, how can you do this? How can anyone get representation and know where their representatives are even from? I personally doubt as to the outcome of this meeting. I believe it's to be no more than a window dressing to a bad job of gerrymandering, and the people of Michigan will have to pay the price. I hope we can do better.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 139.
Good evening and welcome to Western Michigan. 139, I am Master Sergeant Thomas Sharon, retired Michigan Air National Guard. I would like to speak for the military and the veterans in the Battle Creek area. Augusta and Battle Creek in 1917 gave the War Department land for the Fort Custer camp. And out of that camp came Fort Custer Camp, W.K. Kellogg Airport, which homes the 110th Air Wing, the Fort Custer Cemetery, the Veteran Affairs Hospital, and in addition to this, the Kellogg Sanitarium, which was sold to the War Department during the World War II, is now the Department of Defense Logistics Center. We have a strong military base roots in Battle Creek, and we would like to see that Battle Creek and Kalamazoo stay separate from each other, because we are 2 distinct communities. And we would like to see that Battle Creek continue in its support for the military and for the veterans. And thank you for your time, and God bless you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 140.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Sonia Patrick, and today I want to discuss the proposed Senate map. They are the cherry, elm, and spruce maps, and it doesn't matter which one because they are identical for Calhoun County. These Senate maps give 23 districts to Democrats and 15 districts to Republican. This confuses me as to why people continue suggesting these maps favor Republicans. In District 3, you took the left half of Calhoun County and sent it up to Kent County. This would be the new District 3. It takes a small sliver of Kalamazoo County and a backward staircase into Allegheny County, and we don't belong in a Senate district map that covers 5 counties. Calhoun County has a population of 134,000 people. There is no reason to break up our county for a Senate district. Kalamazoo County has the population for an entire Senate district in itself. And a different Senate district, you could put Calhoun with Branch, Hillsdale, or Berry County, and you would get your population. And do not put us with the city of Kalamazoo. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 141.
Hello, Commission. My name is Fred Overeem, and I thank you for this opportunity to present my point of view. I am talking particularly today about the Cherry Map District 24. Map 24 includes, with Kent County, several townships from Ottawa County. These Ottawa townships are rural. Kent County is suburban and urban. They should not be included together in a single district. And I think the people from Ottawa County that I heard tonight would agree with that. If the goal is to draw fair districts within the respected and respect local boundaries, we can move District 24 to the east a little bit and then farther south. The southern border of District 24 should be at the Wealthy Street, because Wealthy Street represents the southern boundary of one of the wards in the city of Grand Rapids, which is a community unto itself. I also think that they should, in District 24, they should include Cascade Township, because that is more a suburb of Grand Rapids than a southern rural community. It also should be the airport. And I thank you for being here and listening to us. And remember that the idea is to draw a districts so that no party has a built-in political advantage. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 142.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Amy Rademacher, and I live in Kent County. I've lived in Western Michigan all my life, and I appreciate all the comments here. And one thing that I think resonates through everyone is the spirit of the community. And I was sad to hear that this side of the state is not represented in your board, which is exactly what we're all trying to accomplish here as far as appropriately aligning these districts. The only thing that's the common thread among everybody's comments is the sense of community. I choose to live in the county and place that I do because that is where I have grown up and or associate with, as well as other people who choose to live in the communities that they do. One thing that I think we're falling back to, history can repeat itself, and sometimes that's not a good thing. And what I feel we're all hearing lately is a separate but equal doctrine. That doctrine was overruled with our 14th Amendment. Equal does not always mean fair representation. By equalizing and watering down these lines will not create representation that will ultimately produce a result. We'll just have a lot of equal votes. What we do is we have representation based on who we are in the communities in which we live. So the comments I hear in regard to keeping those communities intact makes the most sense so that a true voice can be heard from that district. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 143.
Thank you, Commission. 143, Ron Jacobson. I live in Cannon Township of Rockford. I guess the words I would use tonight would be disappointed. I spent my lifetime in sales, and I've been to different committee, national sales meetings and so forth, and there was lots of clear visuals, and we sold educational materials, and it had to be clear to our students and so forth. I asked for help looking at the computers and to see the maps, and I'd like to see what the maps are presently and what they're proposed going to be. Not available. I was looking for around the walls to see some large posters with big visuals of the maps of what they are and what they're supposed to be. Not here. I was just flabbergasted. As I have not had a chance to spend time studying the maps, I just heard about the meeting this morning, so I'm kind of disappointed that I did not this did not have more publicity, as evidenced maybe by the empty chairs. I wish there was more people here because this is very important. I guess the last word would be in terms of, the word would be division. It seems like, although your agenda was to end gerrymandering, it seems like what you've done is put gerrymandering on steroids. Because the maps that I've heard about...
Thank you for addressing the commission, sir. Your time has expired. 144.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
If that individual would like to stick around, we can get you the maps outside on the computer and show you how you can view them.
Yes, there's terminals right outside the door where they can assist you. $144.
Ani boju, waganaxing odawa, kanishna bekwe, bapai ogunishna noan dishnikash migizian dodam. Meredith Kennedy, Jaganash Moen, Alanson and Donjaba. All promote the vote maps are what I'm referencing today. While you do this good work of redistricting, we ask you to recognize you are on Indigenous lands. You are a guest on our lands. As a guest on our lands, it is important to uphold our values. Our values include our teachings of love, truth, honesty, and respect. With these values comes a task of providing equity and fairness to the peoples of the land you occupy and within our communities. Do not look at us here today as support of your illegal occupancy on our land, but as an acknowledgement that your drafted maps are currently not living up to our values. You have silenced the voices of our relatives in the Upper Peninsula by removing the only public hearing. You are not valuing our brown and black relations who are kidnapped from their lands and not being treated equally with the voting rights districts you have drafted. These relatives have been denied their full voice in Washington and Lansing by illegal gerrymandering. It is important to us and our black and brown relations because we have social and economic justice that don't receive attention that they deserve. My Indigenous relatives from other tribal nations are here with me today. Please remember, you did not come to us, we have come to you, and you have a treaty responsibility to include us. Miigwech.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 145.
We have speakers 115, 116, and 117 as approved up front.
115, 116, and 117?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, go ahead, 115.
While you do this good work, Boozhoo, Wabagoonese Indigenous, Howardson and Dunjaba. While you do this good work, we ask you recognize the indigenous populations of Michigan as a community of interest. Per the CDC, there are approximately 80,000 tribal peoples in our state. This is a gross undercount, as it does not include those who have been disenfranchised due to broken treaties and forced assimilation practices. This map includes Indian Health Services Clinic, run by the Nottawasepi Huron Band of the Potawatomi. The NHBP Health and Human Services Department holds the responsibility of providing and coordinating access to quality, culturally based health and social services to promote overall well-being for federally recognized American Indians, Alaska Natives, and descendants living in the Grand Rapids area. This map holds our values and is more fair and equitable than the one the MICRC has proposed, and I request that it be used instead. Miigwech. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 116.
Boozhoo, Indigenous, Wasnode, Ndonjaba, Hard City, Michigami. While you do this good work, we ask that you recognize the indigenous populations of Michigan as a community of interest. Per CDC, there are approximately 80,000 tribal peoples in our state. This is a gross undercount, and it does not include those who have been disenfranchised due to broken treaties and forced assimilation practices. This map includes Indian Health Services clinics ran by Nottawasepi Huron Band of Potawatomi. The NHBP Health and Human Services Department holds the responsibility of providing and coordinating access, quality, culturally based health and social services to promote overall well-being for federally recognized American Indians, Alaskan Natives, and descendants living in the Grand Rapids area. This map holds our values and is much more fair and equitable than the one that the MICRC has proposed, and I request that it be used instead. Miigwech.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 117.
Buju, Gedigan Gunskoi Indigenous, Howard City and Dunjaba, Maingindodam. Hello, my name is Jade Green, and I am 14 years old, and I'm from Howard City, Michigan. In our culture, we value the voices of our youth. I am a future voter. While you do this good work, we ask you to recognize the indigenous populations of Michigan as a community of interest. Per the CDC, there are approximately 80,000 tribal peoples in our state. This is a gross undercount, as it does not include those who have been disenfranchised due to broken treaties and forced assimilation practices. This map includes the Indian Health Services Clinic, run by the Nottawasepi Huron Band of the Potawatomi. The NHBP Health and Human Services Department holds the responsibility of providing and coordinating access to quality, culturally based health and social services to promote overall well-being for federally recognized American Indians, Alaskan Natives, and descendants living in the Grand Rapids area. This map is much more fair and equitable than the one the MICRC has proposed, and I request that it be used instead. Miigwech. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. I believe we're at 146. 5.
My name is Carla Steingold. I'm a member of the Little Traverse Bay Bands of Odawa Indians, and I was born and raised in Grand Rapids. While you do this good work, we ask you to recognize indigenous populations of Michigan as a community of interest. Per the CDC, there are approximately 80,000 peoples in our state. This is a gross undercount, as it does not include those who have been disenfranchised due to broken treaties and forced assimilation practices. This map encompasses the sovereign nations of the Little Traverse Bay Bands of Odawa Indians and Grand Traverse Band of Chippewa and Ottawa Indians. Delineated reservation boundaries. This map includes vital services for tribal communities, including housing complexes, community centers, and also Indian health services clinics. These clinics oversee the well-being of our people with a variety of services, including mental health, vision, primary doctor care, maternal health, and many more. It is important to cite these places as we receive basic needs services within these areas and typically have to live within these areas to receive the services. This map holds our values and is much more fair and equitable than the one that MICRC has proposed, and I request that it be used instead. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. It's my understanding 99 is now present as well.
Yes, my name is Ron Manbeek. I'm a Vietnam veteran. 58,000 of my buddies died in Vietnam so that we could have a fair and balanced America, and each of our votes counted in the way that they're intended. My concern is specifically looking at combining Grand Rapids with Kalamazoo makes it a D+5 area statistically. That's not fair and balanced, and I ask the commission to correct that. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 146.
Ani Buster Weesaw, I'm from Grand Rapids, Michigan. While you do this good work, we ask you to recognize the indigenous populations of Michigan as a community of interest. Per the CDC, there are approximately 80,000 tribal people in our state. This is a gross undercount, as it does not include those who have been disenfranchised to broken treaties and forced assimilation practices. This map is centered around one of the very few places where indigenous community members, the estimate of 50,000 in the metro area from all tribal nations, can receive services in the Detroit area. The American Indian Health and Family Services is a nonprofit health center whose mission is to empower and enhance the physical, spiritual, emotional, and mental well-being of American Indian, Alaskan Native individuals, families, and other underserved populations in Southeast Michigan through culturally grounded health and family services. This map holds our values as is much more fair and equitable than the one the MICRC has proposed, and I request that it be used instead.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 147.
Hi, my name is Casey Bunce, and I was born and raised on the northwest side of Grand Rapids. While you do this good work, we ask you to recognize the indigenous populations of Michigan as a community of interest. Per the CDC, there are approximately 80,000 tribal peoples in our state. This is a gross undercount, as it does not include those who have been disenfranchised to broken treaties and forced assimilation practices. This map is centered around one of the very few places where indigenous community members, the estimate of 50,000 in the metro area from all tribal nations, can receive services in the Detroit area. The American Indian Health and Family Services is a nonprofit health center whose mission is to empower and enhance the physical, spiritual, emotional, and mental well-being of American Indian, Alaska Native individuals, families, and other underserved populations in Southeast Michigan through culturally grounded health and family services. This map holds our values and is much more fair and equitable than the other one the MICRC has proposed, and I request that it be used instead. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 148.
Hi, I'm Tanaya Ah. I'm from Grand Rapids, Michigan. While you do this good work, we ask you to recognize the indigenous populations of Michigan as a community of interest. Per the CDC, there are approximately 80,000 tribal peoples in our state. This is a gross undercount, as it does not include those who have been disfranchised due to broken treaties and forced assimilations practice. This map encompasses the sovereign nations of Little Traverse Bay Bands and Ottawa Indians, the Grand Traverse Bay Band of Chippewa and Ottawa Indians, delineated reservations boundaries. This map includes vital services for tribal communities, including housing complex, community centers, and also the Indian Health Services clinics. These clinics oversee the well-being of our peoples with a variety of services, including mental health, vision, primary care, maternal health, and many more. It is important to cite these places, as we receive basic needs services within these areas and typically have to live within these areas to receive them. This map holds our values in much more fair and equitable than one more than the MICRC has proposed, and I request that is to be used instead.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 149.
Bujun Nidishnikash Banashi Wababiji Dodum Gunjaba, Washington Gunjaba Badawing. I am a member of the Sault Ste. Marie tribe of Chippewa Indians. I want to speak about the congressional map. Number 1. While you do this good work, we ask that you recognize the indigenous populations of Michigan, or Michigami, as a community of interest. Per the CDC, there are approximately 80,000 tribal members in our state. This is a gross underestimate, as it does not include those who have been disenfranchised due to broken treaties and forced assimilation practices. This map encompasses the sovereign nations of the Little Traverse Bay of Odawa Indians, the Grand Traverse Bay of Chippewa Indians, and the Odawa Indians' delineated reservation boundaries. This map includes vital services for tribal communities, including housing complexes, community centers, and also the Indian Health Services clinics. These clinics oversee the well-being of our people with a variety of services, including mental health, vision, primary doctor care, maternal health, and many other of its importance. To cite these places, it is important to cite these places as we receive basic needs services within these areas and typically have to live within these areas to receive these services. This map holds our values and is much more fair and equitable than the one that MICRC has proposed, and I request that it be used. And the one common thing that I've noticed tonight is that not one person on either side has ever spoke for us indigenous people. And I want to remind every one of you commissioners, you are on our land. It's not negotiable. We didn't ask you to come here. It's time that we get a voice in your system.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 150.
Hello, my name is David Moore. I am Swan Creek. I am one of the original descendants of the treaty signers here in the state of Michigan. While you're doing this good work to recognize the indigenous populations in this community, but per the CDC, you say that there's only 80,000 of us tribal members here, but you failed to recognize me. You guys have removed our federal recognition, so I am no longer included in your count. This map includes the Indian Health Services run by the Nassisipi Huron Band of the Potawatomi. The NHBP Health and Human Service Department holds the responsibility of providing and coordinating access to the quality, culturally based health and social services promoted overall well-being for federally recognized American Indians, Native Americans, and descendants. That's me. Living in the Grand Rapids area. This map is much more equitable than the MICR has proposed, and I request that it be used instead. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 151.
Thank you, Commission, and welcome to West Michigan. My name is Paul Bragenzer. I'm from the city of Grand Rapids, and I'm here speaking for myself and 3 other voting members in my household. In keeping with the intent and principles of establishing proper voting districts, we encourage you to keep Kent County whole for the congressional district and to adhere to proper boundaries and communities of interest, as many people have spoken very well about tonight. In establishing the state house and senate districts, the urban and rural areas of West Michigan deserve to have their votes represent their values and not be diluted by being blended with non-aligned regions. I can ask that you reconsider the maps that are currently being proposed under those circumstances. Thank you and have a good evening.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 152.
My name is Daniel Zerby. Gosh,
Dang it. I live in Grand Rapids, and yeah, while you do this good work, we ask you to recognize the indigenous population of Michigan as a community interest per the CDC. There are approximately 80,000 tribal peoples in our state. This is a gross undercount as it does not include those who have been disenfranchised due to broke treaties and forced
Assimilation.
in practice. This map includes the Indian Health Services Clinic run by the Nottawassippi Huron Band of the Potawatomi. The NHBP Health and Human Services Department holds the responsibility of proving and coordinating access to quality
You're doing great. Keep going.
based health and services to promote overall well-being for federal recognized American Indians, Alaskan Natives, and descendants.
All right, keep going.
Descendants living in
Nerve-wracking to speak in front of so many people, but you're doing great. Keep going.
Grand Rapids area. This map holds our value as much more fair and equitable than the one more MICRC has proposed, and I request that it be used instead.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 153.
Annie, my name is Elizabeth Weesaw. I'm from Grand Rapids. While you do this good work, we ask you to recognize the indigenous populations of Michigan as a community of interest. Per the CDC, there are approximately 80,000 tribal peoples in our state. This is a gross undercount as it does not include those who have been disenfranchised due to the broken treaties and forced assimilation practices. This map includes the Indian Health Service Clinic run by the Nottawassippi Huron Band of the Potawatomi. The NHBP Health and Human Service Department holds the responsibility of providing and coordinating access to quality culturally based health and social services to promote overall well-being for federally recognized American Indians, Alaska Natives, and descendants living in Grand Rapids area. This map holds our values and much more fair, equitable than the one the MICRC has proposed, and I request that it be used instead. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Were you 154 or 153? 153, okay, thank you. So just to let the people who are online know, we have 171 people signed up to speak online today, or to speak in person. We are going to continue through that list, and then we will probably take about a 10-minute break so everybody can get up and stretch, and then we will move to remote comments. So I'm guessing it will be probably another 20, 30 minutes before we move to remote comments. 154?
Yetahe, hello, my name is Michaela Eldridge. I am Navajo and Pueblo, but I have grown up in Grand Rapids all of my life. While you do this good work, we ask you to recognize the indigenous populations of Michigan as a community of interest. Per the CDC, there are approximately 80,000 tribal people in our state. This is a gross undercount as it does not include those who have been disenfranchised due to broken treaties and forced assimilation practices. This map includes the Indian Health Services Clinic run by the Nottawassippi Huron Band of the Potawatomi. The NHBP Health and Human Services Department holds the responsibility of providing and coordinating access to quality culturally based health and social services to promote overall well-being for federally recognized American Indians, Alaska Natives, and descendants living in the Grand Rapids area. This map holds our values and is much more fair and equitable than the one the MICRC has proposed, and I request that it be used instead. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 155.
Buju Ani Yatahe. I'm a tribal member of the Navajo Nation and the Pueblo, Laguna, Acoma, and Zuni. I have lived here in Grand Rapids since I was adopted. While you do good work, we ask you to recognize the indigenous peoples of Michigan as a community of interest. Per the CDC, there are approximately 80,000 tribal peoples in our state. This is a gross undercount as it does not include those who have been disenfranchised due to the broken treaties and forced assimilation practices. This map includes the Indian Health Services Clinic run by the Nottawasapi Huron Band of Potawatomi. The NHBP Health and Human Service Department holds the responsibilities of providing and coordinating access to quality cultural-based health and social service to promote overall being for federally recognized American Indians, Alaska Natives, and descendants living in the Grand Rapids area. This map holds our values and is much more fair and equitable than the one the MICRC has proposed, and I request that it be used instead. Miigwech.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 156.
Ani, I'm Swan Lewis, and I'm from Grand Rapids, Michigan. I'm a member of Little River Band of Ottawa Indians. While you do this good work, we ask you to recognize the indigenous populations of Michigan as a community of interest. Per the CDC, there are approximately 80,000 tribal peoples in our state. That is a gross undercount, as it does not include those who have been disenfranchised to broken treaties and forced assimilation practices. This map is centered around one of the very few places where indigenous community members, the estimate of 50,000 in the metro area from all tribal nations, can receive services in the Detroit area. The American Indian and Family Services is a nonprofit health center whose mission is to empower and enhance the physical, spiritual, emotional, and mental well-being of American Indian, Alaska Native individuals, families, and other underserved populations in Southeast Michigan through culturally grounded health and family services. This map holds our values and is much more fair and equitable than the one the MICRC has proposed, and I request that it be used instead.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 157.
Bonjour, Raven Indigenous Cause. I came here to represent the Little River Band of Ottawa Indians, among the other tribes here in northern Michigan. We ask that you recognize the indigenous populations of Michigan as a community of interest. Per the CDC, there are approximately 80,000 tribal peoples in our state. This is a gross undercount, as it does not include those who have been disenfranchised due to broken treaties and forced assimilation practices. This map encompasses the sovereign nations of Little Traverse Bay Bands of Ottawa Indians and Grand Traverse Band of Chippewa and Ottawa Indians delineated reservation boundaries. This map includes vital services for tribal communities, including housing complexes, community centers, and also the Indian Health Services clinics. These clinics oversee the well-being of our peoples with a variety of services, including mental health, vision, primary doctor care, maternal health, and many more. It is important to cite these places as we receive basic needs services within these areas and typically have to live within these areas to receive the services. This map holds our values and is much more fair and equitable than the one the MICRC has proposed, and I request that it be used instead. Thank you. Miigwech.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 158.
Ani Commissioners, my name is Nicole, and I am from Grand Traverse Band of Odawa Indians in Traverse City, Michigan. I am also a resident here in Grand Rapids, as I kind of had a split growing up, but I am a Grand Valley State University alumni and a United States Army combat veteran. And I am here representing Indigenous people of Michigan. So while you do this good work, we ask that you recognize the Indigenous population of Michigan as a community of interest. Per the CDC, there are approximately 80,000 tribal peoples in our state. This is a gross undercount, as it does not include those who have been disenfranchised due to broken treaties and forced assimilation practices. This map encompasses the sovereign nations of Little Traverse Bay Band of Odawa Indians and Grand Traverse Band of Ottawa and Chippewa Indians, delineated reservation boundaries. This map includes vital services for tribal communities, including housing complexes, community centers, and also the Indian health services and clinics. These clinics oversee the well-being of our peoples with a variety of services, including mental health, vision, primary doctor care, maternal health, and many more. It is important to cite these places, as we all receive basic needs services within these areas and typically have to live within these areas to receive the services. This map holds our value, and is much more fair and equitable than the one that MICRC has proposed, and I request that it be used instead. And again, we like to reiterate again to American citizens that you are all still our guests here, and thank you for your time.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 159.
Yes, hi, I'm 159. My name is Shirley, and I am from the Grand Traverse Band of Ottawa and Chippewa Indians in Bishopstown, Michigan. And I am, bear with me, I didn't bring my glasses. While you do the groundwork, as we ask you to recognize the indigenous population of Michigan as a community of interest, per CDC, there are approximately 80,000 tribal peoples in our state. This is a gross undercount, as it does not include those who have been disenfranchised due to broken treaties and forced assimilation practices. This map includes the Indian Services Clinic run by the Nautasabi Huron Band of Potawatomi. The NHBP Health and Human Services Department holds the responsibility of providing and coordinating access to quality culturally-based health and social services to promote overall well-being for federal recognized American Indians, Alaska Natives, and descendants living in the Grand Rapids area. This map holds our values and much more fair and equitable than one of the MICRC was proposed and request that has been used instead. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 160.
Hi, my name is Kaylee Dalton. I'm a representative of the Afro-Indigenous community and am a member of the Ottawa Little River Band tribe. While you do good work, we ask that you recognize Indigenous populations of Michigan as a community of interest. Per the CDC, there are approximately 80,000 tribal peoples in our state. This is a gross undercount, as it does not include those who have been disenfranchised due to broken treaties and forced assimilation practices. This map encompasses the sovereign nations of Little Traverse Bay Bands of Ottawa Indian and the Grand Traverse Band of Chippewa and Ottawa Indians, delineated reservation boundaries. This map includes vital services for our tribal communities, including housing complexes, community centers, and also the Indian health service clinics. These clinics oversee the well-being of our peoples with a variety of services, including mental health, vision, primary doctor care, maternal health, and many more. It is important to cite these places as we receive basic needs services within these areas and typically have to live within these areas to receive the services. This map holds our values and is much more fair and equitable than the one the MICRC has proposed, and I request that this be used instead.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 161.
Hello, my name is Anna Timmer, and I live in Plainfield Township of Kent County. And to be honest, I was pretty shocked when I saw the proposed congressional districts of the Apple map. What I saw was 4 small slices off of 4 counties that were cobbled and stitched together to make one district. And then 2 metro areas were tied together that are located a full hour apart. And I struggle to interpret that as anything other than gerrymandering. When I look at this, I see no whole county being represented. I see a skinny stretch an hour's drive to add a second metro area to the first one. And as I said, I don't know how to interpret that as anything other than trying to tie enough Democrat voters together to squeeze a Democrat win out of what is conservative, mostly conservative West Michigan. I don't understand how that could be considered fair representation. I don't understand how that is respecting communities of interest in reasonable shapes. My parents live 12 minutes away from me, and under this plan, we won't be represented together. They'll be represented with voters from Schoolcraft, Michigan, an hour and 15 minutes south and 2 counties away. I feel strongly that in order to be faithful to the vision of Proposition 2 that was sold to the voters, whole counties should be represented in districts to the greatest extent that is possible. And when it comes to these state legislative districts, whole metro areas should be repped together whenever possible. We need to respect communities and municipal lines and not slice and dice areas to create any type of advantage. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 162.
All right. Good evening, commissioners. I had a map that I wanted to show, but well, if it's not possible, it's okay. The Pine map 227. All right.
Could we pull up Pine for him, please?
There we go. And so my name is Mark Payne, and what I want to bring your attention to is the northern part of District 8. And it's cut along 14 Mile and North Campbell. As you go down the Detroit-Linwood area, we're starting to cut along side streets, Wildermere and Lawton. So I ask that the commission take a look at that. Also, when you're dealing with your VRA districts, it's okay to give yourself a little bit of leeway. That way, if you do have to adjust for partisanship, you won't disrupt the VRA districts that you have drawn. Also, since the commission decided they don't want to go through a debriefing, is it possible that the staff, Secretary of State, can compile something similar to what Dr. Moon came up with? Just because I know it's a lot of information and I know it's a lot going on, and these comments are too critical just to blow by and act like it's nothing. Not saying that you all are doing that. I'm just saying maybe compile it through, the Secretary of State or your staff. So that's it. That's all I have to say. And so if you can go down there, if you go and zoom in, and it's cut along the northern part. In fact, a lot of the Detroit districts is cut along main roads like Puritan, Grand River, but not over there in that area, that Dexter-Linwood area. I spoke about it yesterday. It's cut along Wildermere and Lawton. So that means that, again, if I'm right here, right across the street, that person has a different representative. It makes it hard to organize, hard to talk about the districts, and overall confusing for the people. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 163.
Hello, I'm number 163. My name is Diane Schindelbeck. I am a resident of Newaygo County, a lifelong resident of West Michigan, and also a business owner in Newaygo County. I am here to make a statement in regards to supporting Newaygo and Muskegon counties being considered as communities of interest because of their occupational likeness and the impact that their natural landscape and industries have on the economies of both of these counties. Muskegon and Newaygo share a rich history of manufacturing and agribusiness that continue to be significant economic drivers for this region. Newaygo and Muskegon counties were built on hardworking values and continue to grow economically, with many businesses utilizing skilled trades and manufacturing. Both counties are home to manufacturers like Magna Mears, Progressive Manufacturing, ADAC Automotive, Kohl's Quality Foods, and many more. These businesses contribute to much of the county's employment and economic status and employ a large portion of the county's workforce. In addition to the abundance of manufacturing business, the natural landscape of our soils, wealth of rivers, lakes, and streams create an agribusiness region that is unmatched. There are hundreds of family-owned farms and orchards scattered across Muskegon and Newaygo counties, along with some of the most famous commercial farms and food processors. Gerber is the top employer of Newaygo County, attracting talent to the area. This has continued to thrive with many partnerships with local family farms in Muskegon and Newaygo counties. I am asking for you to consider, please maintain these interests for these counties so the residents of these counties are properly represented in Michigan legislature. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 164.
Good evening. My name is Sarah Hampton. I reside in Grand Rapids, Michigan, Ward 3. I want to share the appreciation for State House District 78 on the southeast side of Grand Rapids. According to the census data, the district is a people of color majority district, which we believe is critical for ensuring our community's interests are represented in Lansing. You, the MICRC, is tasked with redefining voting boundaries using the 7 ranked criteria in Michigan's Constitution. So I, Sarah Hampton, charge you to do the same. For the congressional district maps, I think the Apple map is the best option. Putting together the cities of Grand Rapids and Kalamazoo increases the diversity of District 4 and the influence of these 2 historic cities, and they will have great influence in Washington, D.C. This will also give people of color a chance to elect a candidate of our choice. It keeps the cities together, so their issues and needs can be voiced at the federal level, not only be voiced, but be addressed. In conclusion, I want to thank you for your service to the important process. I commend your commitment to increasing community power by keeping communities of interest intact and citizens involved. Fair representation.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Your 90 seconds has elapsed. 165.
Hello, and thanks for the opportunity to provide feedback on the proposed maps. My name is Kent Vanderwood, and I have been a Kent County resident for 65 of my 68 years. I currently live in Wyoming, where I serve on the city council. Proposal 2, which was voters, not politicians, made some promises in 2018. One of these was that the Independent Redistricting Commission would focus on keeping our communities together and not split portions of our state apart for political purposes. These were referred to as communities of interest. We believed you. We passed Proposal 2. All summer long, residents of this state provided comment and were encouraged to talk about communities of interest. However, now that the final maps are being decided, this principle is clearly not in place. The maps I'm looking at, for at least as gerrymandered as they were in past, we are seeing certain communities divided up solely to pack voters of one party. This is wrong and not what we were promised. For example, let's talk about the congressional mapping for West Michigan. I implore you to keep Kent County whole. The Apple plan is bad for Kent County. Don't put Grand Rapids with Muskegon, or even worse, Kalamazoo. The voters for politicians chose to rank communities of interest higher than partisan fairness. But this didn't happen. Kent County, Grand Rapids, does not have much in common with Kalamazoo. Grand Rapids and Kalamazoo should each be anchor points for their own districts. Please honor communities of interest. The maps...
Thank you for addressing the commission. 166.
You're welcome.
My name is Keith Den Hollander, and I'm from Holland, Michigan. I'd like to begin by thanking the Commission for the countless hours you've invested in what must feel like a game of Rubik's Cube. You turn a district green to satisfy a concern only to have a red square pop up in the district next door. I appreciate the consideration given to communities of interest in particular. Ottawa County has a lot of those. Our Lakeshore community is unique with its erosion issues, its summer rental and vacation home communities, and its tourism industry. These are issues that are unique and have no commonality with Kalamazoo and certainly not with Midland. Our agricultural issues are unique with the need for migrant workers, the impact of lake effect weather, and our vast blueberry farms. Our vibrant Dutch and Hispanic cultures are also part of our fabric and shouldn't be divided. For these reasons and more, Ottawa County belongs together as part of a Lakeshore district. That is accomplished in Apple Map Congressional District 9, and I encourage the Commission to adopt that map. I also appreciate the work that Commissioner Lang did to present a map that shows a lakeshore and agricultural district. If tweaks are necessary, this map shows a good potential for West Michigan. I believe it's map number 243. Thank you for your time and for your consideration and for coming to West Michigan to listen to our concerns.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 167. Do we have 167? 168?
Hello, my name is Thomas. I'm from Ottawa County. I was to the understanding that this commission was put here to do a better job than the Democrats or Republicans. From the maps I've seen, you have failed miserably. I noticed there's not a single representative here from West Michigan, so you don't really understand West Michigan. I'll also note, even though I'm not from the UP, there's not a single representative from the UP on this commission. How can you draw maps when nobody even has a clue what's going on in these communities? I say you have dropped the ball. Please pick it back up and do a better job, especially to West Michigan, that I think you guys really do not understand. But you could. It is a good community that needs to be represented and respected. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 168. You were 168. 169.
Hi, I'm 169. My name is Sarah, and I live in Grand Rapids, and I have for the past 5 years, but I'm originally from Holland, and so I grew up in Ottawa in Allegan County, and this is what has given me an understanding of what makes Ottawa County different from Kent County, where I now live, which is what I'll use to frame my comments. I'd like to first voice my support for part of the Apple 201 map, the map which creates a congressional district joining Kalamazoo and Grand Rapids. These are two communities of interest. It makes sense to group them together because of their similar sizes and community groups. Grand Rapids and Kalamazoo have similar needs in regards to housing, healthcare, the environment, and education. I'll echo the leadership of the Grand Rapids NAACP when I say grouping them together would help ensure that these communities and needs are recognized and addressed at a federal level. Other maps join Grand Rapids with Ionia or Ottawa County, which are both more rural and therefore do not have the same level of similarities. I'd also like to speak to the same issue in regards to the state Senate map, Cherry 220. Right now there are a handful of Ottawa counties, townships that are included with the Grand Rapids metro area. Again, it would be to everyone's benefit if the boundary line instead separates them, creating districts with more similar communities so that a majority's needs can be addressed and partisan fairness ensured. Thanks for all of your work and for your reception of our comments today.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 170.
I am 170. My name is Mary Rosendahl, and I live in the Wyoming Granville Public School District, and I own a small business that is located in Grand Rapids Township and also in Ottawa County. Thank you for spending your Friday night with us to receive feedback on the proposed redistricting plans. For me, partisan redistricting efforts to manipulate elections has been a concern ever since I learned about gerrymandering in high school civics class a very long time ago. The amendment to the Constitution was something that held promise for fairly representing communities that actually live together and share common concerns. This should not be a partisan issue. As the communities develop and evolve, their representation should reflect the community and not be manipulated. I'm disappointed to learn that West Michigan is not represented on the commission, and I think that explains some of the concerns that are being voiced today. I'm particularly concerned with seeing the congressional plans that include a plan like Apple that cuts a swath out of Grand Rapids, stretches down 131, and connects to a city of Kalamazoo an hour away. There's no way the people of the city of Grand Rapids and the city of Kalamazoo will be fairly represented by one person in Congress. These are two distinct cities and two very different communities that deserve to have their own representation. The unfortunate citizens caught in between, who live in very different communities, will not be well represented. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the Commission. 171.
Thank you, Madam Commissioner. I'm Timothy O'Donnell. I'm an elected official in a small city in Ottawa County. And one of the things that we've faced over the years is people coming into our community and telling us, this is what you have to do because it works on the east side of the state. And Ottawa County is being sliced up, being removed from a community that is very, that works very, very well together, is very well represented in the state of Lansing, or the city of Lansing. That I got a lot to say, I just trying to get it all into the 90 seconds.
Take your time.
But I would like to see our cultures kept together. What is good for the city of Grand Rapids is not necessarily good for the city of Kalamazoo, and vice versa. Same thing with the small communities that we have in Ottawa County. We are looking at having a representative from Muskegon County. Muskegon County is a unique county. Ottawa County is a unique county. But we will not get the representation in Lansing that we are going to need to have. So I encourage you to try and keep the areas together as much as they were previously. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the Commission. 172.
Hi there, my name is Jordan. I'm from Ottawa County, specifically from Holland. And I wanted to say two things today, but first I wanted to thank you guys for being here, making the trek out to West Michigan, and echo some of the speakers before and say, while I'm disappointed there's no one from West Michigan on the commission, I'm glad that you are able to listen to our comments, and I hope you give them extra weight, as you know, we've lived here our whole lives and obviously feel very passionately about this area. So the first thing I wanted to say is that when it comes to the state house maps, there's something that was a little concerning to me. Being from Ottawa County, looking at District 83 from, I think, every house map that was drawn, you saw the city of Norton Shores included in with most of the Grand Haven area. I would recommend a change, include Fruitport Township with Norton Shores. Fruitport and Norton Shores are split on Harvey Street, and that's a significant corridor of growth, development, and so including Fruitport and then giving some of those more rural areas on the south of that specific district would balance both of those. The other thing I wanted to say is that Ottawa County and Muskegon County, similar to what I just said, on a congressional level, should be kept together. They share very similar lakeshore concerns. The Lakeshore District is something you've obviously heard about an incredible amount. and they should be kept distinct from the city of Grand Rapids. So I hope you take those into consideration, and I thank you guys for your time.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 173.
Before we begin, can we please pull up the Apple map? I would appreciate that. Good evening. I'm Orlando Estrada. I lived in Holland and Ottawa County all my life. And the one thing I want to bring to your attention is I'm asking that you keep the Lakeshore and Ottawa County whole. I'm going to tell you why. There is a large Hispanic population that I'm a part of. I am proud of being of Mexican Hispanic descent. And I feel that you guys are actually splitting my people's voice. The reality is this. I have tons of family all over Muskegon and Allegan County. And the way you have these maps made up, you have it split up. Apple Map is the only map that makes logical sense when it comes to congressional because it keeps my people and the stronger voice. I am not going to have my voice diluted by a bunch of maps that don't make any logical sense. So I'm bringing my attention to you right now that Ottawa County needs to be whole, keep my culture whole, and along with having the Lakeshore whole, that makes the most logical sense. And that's why I'm bringing that to your attention right now. So with that being said, being there, living there all my life, I know that that is the best way to keep the community voice strong. And I know that obviously, as many people said before, that the West Side is not properly represented in the commission, and I'm not here to hate on you guys on that. I know it was a random draw, but please make special attention to West Michigan, and please do not split my voice. And I hope the people that are talking while I'm talking took me seriously, because I don't appreciate that. So once again, I'm asking this commission to take seriously, keep Ottawa County whole, West Michigan whole, and the people that are Mexican, Hispanic descent, and Latino descent whole as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you for addressing the commission. I do want to give a shout out to our commissioner from Battle Creek, Cynthia Orton, because I know every time someone says we don't have someone from the west side, I see the look on her face and it offends her a little bit. She is from the west side, she is from Battle Creek. So thank you, Commissioner Orton, for being on our commission.
Oh, thanks for the recognition. I will just say, I realize I'm from Southwest Michigan, and West Michigan doesn't feel that Southwest Michigan is the same, but yes, it is the west side.
All right, without objection, we are going to take a recess. Do we want 10 minutes or 15 minutes? 15. That's what I thought, 15. We've been sitting here for almost 3 hours. So without objection, it is 7:49 right now. We will come back at 8:05, and we will begin with our remote public commentary. That concludes our in-person public commentary, by the way. Thank you, everybody.
Ready when you are, Madam Chair.
As the chair of the commission, I call this meeting of the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission back to order at 8:02 p.m. Will the secretary please call the roll?
Absolutely, Madam Chair. Commissioners, please say present when I call your name. If you're attending today's meeting remotely, please disclose during roll call that you are attending remotely and where you are attending from. I'll start with Doug Clark.
Present.
Juanita Curry.
Present and attending remotely from Detroit, Michigan.
Anthony Eade.
Present.
Brittany Kellum. Rhonda Lang.
Present and attending remotely from Reed City, Michigan.
Steve Lett.
Present.
Cynthia Orton.
Present.
MC Rothhorn.
Present.
Rebecca Zatella.
Present.
Janice Follett.
Present.
Aaron Wagner.
Present, attending remotely from Charlotte, Michigan.
Richard Weiss.
Present.
Dustin Witches.
Present.
12 commissioners are present and there is a quorum.
Thank you, Ms. Reinhardt. At this point, we're going to move on to our remote public comment. Individuals who have signed up and indicated that they would like to provide live remote public commentary to the commission will now be allowed to do so. I will call on your name and our staff will unmute you. If you are on the computer, you'll be prompted by the Zoom app to unmute your microphone and speak. If you are on the phone, a voice will say that the host would like you to speak and prompt you to press *6 to unmute. I will call on you by your name. Also, please note that if you experience audio or technical issues, or if we do not hear from you for 3 to 5 seconds, we will move on to the next person in line and return to you after they are done speaking. If your audio still does not work, you can email redistricting@michigan.gov and we will help troubleshoot so that you can participate during the next public comment period during a later hearing or meeting. You will have 90 seconds to address the commission. Please conclude your remarks when the 90 seconds have ended and you hear the timer. Remember, you can go to the public comment tool and share your comments in writing, including specific areas of the map about which you are speaking. The public comment tool is available at www.michigan.gov/MICRC. First in line to provide public comment is James Gallant.
Hello, this is James Gallant, Marquette. These are my opinions. It was out of order for Commissioner Kellum to call a member of the public out of order under the approved rules of procedure, and that member's statements were addressed to the commission. And also, please repost these 5 public hearings as public meetings, which they are, as stated by Ms. Reinhardt in an email earlier today. Meeting starts at 1, public comment starts at 2:30. So please provide everyone who spoke this week with 3 additional minutes to speak about issues other than the draft maps at future meetings to help mitigate my personal losses to due process, the First Amendment, and you know the ones. And also, the due diligence should include formal written reports from our legal team on controversial issues brought up by the public for transparency to us outside of your obscured bubble. And also, please issue a correction to Commissioner Rothhorn's statement suggesting that Prop 2 amendment was an initiative of a large group of nonpartisan citizens across Michigan. It's my understanding that the Prop 2 initiative ballot proposal was initiated and authored by less than 10 people. The board of directors of Count My Vote, including Dr. Nancy Wang, under the assumed name Voters Not Politicians. So please ask Dr. Nancy Wang to come before this commission and explain her Supreme Court cross-complaint win, which revived a reiteration of the commission on legislative...
Thank you for addressing the commission. Anthony Scannell.
Okay, before you start the clock, I do not need no maps. You can throw it off. I don't need it. Take it down. Take it down. Take it down. Thank you. All right, start the clock. As a longtime MMMP patient, I'm coming at you with some highly informed comments right now. And Also, I sent some mail correspondence written. Can any of you nod approval? Did they forward that to you? Did they copy it or something? What do they do with mail for you? Can you answer that afterwards? And otherwise, there's no independence on this commission. There's Dems, GOP, and non-affiliates, whatever non-affiliates means. Okay, I've covered that one. Now on to your congressional districts. My area of interest is downriver, Southwest, Detroit. And anyway, I have a problem. Your congressional districts have a big problem. I just realized today, absolutely zero of them, well, some of them, Apple, Birch, Cedar, Maple, V1 RAS, V1 RL have absolutely zero, let alone majority, even black plurality VAP, BVAP districts, congressional districts for Detroit, 0 out of 2. Juniper, AE, and Promote the Vote, I checked theirs just for fun, each have 1. Well, I bring to you my configuration. If I can pull it up behind me on the screen, it has 2 BVAP plurality districts. Don't you think Detroit, and I split Detroit more evenly. I've explained to you why I think both districts deserve Detroit river frontage. So you said you were willing to make a wholesale change at your press conference. Detroit deserves 2 BVAP plurality districts.
Thank you for addressing the commission.
That was great.
Mr. Scannell, in terms of what happens with comments that are mailed to us, those comments are scanned and circulated to members of the commission. Douglas?
Hello?
We can hear you.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Could you pull up the Apple map 201? Yeah, but I think that the Apple map is the best map for the congressional configuration in West Michigan. It is, I think it balances the interests of the Lakeshore and the interests of the bigger cities like Grand Rapids and Kalamazoo. Because many of the other maps take Muskegon and other portions of the coastal West Michigan and put them in with central Michigan, where they don't have the same areas of interest. While I think that while people do have concerns about combining Muskegon or Grand Rapids and Kalamazoo, I think it's better to combine those than to try to combine, say, Muskegon or Grand Haven with areas like White Cloud or Mount Pleasant.
All right, thank you for addressing the commission. Sarah, who do we have next?
Gwen is next.
Okay, Gwen Moffitt.
Correct.
Good evening, Commissioners. I am Gwen Moffitt, Community Engagement Liaison with the Michigan Department of Civil Rights. I'm here to provide comments on behalf of both the Michigan Civil Service Civil Rights Commission and the department. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. Please be advised that the department has also submitted a comprehensive analysis of our position in writing, which we will send to our stakeholders, post on our website, and share on social media. This commission has an historic opportunity and profound responsibility to redraw Michigan's electoral boundaries so that we preserve, as the Voting Rights Act says you must, the ability of the minority to have a voice in their government and in deciding who will represent their interests, from the local school board to the halls of Congress. The maps this body approved on October 11th failed that test. They dilute minority-majority districts and strip the ability for a minority voter to elect legislative representatives who reflect their community and affect any meaningful opportunity to impact public policy and lawmaking. Make no mistake, The decisions you make and the lines you draw will either protect the rights of minorities or ensure that for a decade to come, some Michigan voters will no longer have a voice in decisions that directly impact their lives. We urge you to meet this test of fairness and accountability and rectify the Voting Rights Act violations inherent in the maps under consideration. Thank you so very much for your attention to this matter. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Dr. Todd Ellis.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you. Good evening, commissioners. My name is Dr. Todd Ellis. I'm a resident of Texas Township near Southwest Kalamazoo. I voted for the creation of this commission and I applaud the commission's efforts to date. With respect to the partisan fairness of the state house maps, I would point out that all of the commission's current maps would create more districts that favor Republicans, while the state as a whole leans Democratic by a few percentage points. One place where I believe partisan fairness could be improved, while also better representing local communities of interest, is with the state house districts in Kalamazoo County. The Pine map, which is, in my opinion, the fairest of the current proposed maps, divides the greater Kalamazoo area into 2 districts. The map would be improved by instead serving the area with 3. The eastern and western parts of the city are comprised of very different populations, and as a resident of the western part of the city, I feel confident in saying that the needs of my community are very different from those on the eastern side of the city. Both populations deserve their own representation in the State House, as does Portage on the south side of Kalamazoo. I urge the Commission to reconsider its State House maps in the Kalamazoo area to improve their partisan fairness and representation of communities of interest. Thank you for considering my comment.
Thank you for addressing the Commission. Gert Hobson.
Yes?
We can hear you.
Oh, yes, my name is Gert Hobson. I live in Kalamazoo County, and I too would like to support the Pine map. And Kalamazoo County needs 3 districts, which breaks up the east, the west, and Portage. As the east side is the area predominantly for minorities, which is Wade District, from the west side, which is the suburbs, and Portage itself. There is no way that we would have fair representation if we have 2 districts which cuts out the east side and put us way over in Portage. We don't even think alike. Our ethnic backgrounds are different, and it would disenfranchise most minority groups, if not all of the minority groups, as well as violate the Voting Right Protection Act. And I thank you all for coming to West Michigan. Have a great day.
Thank you for addressing the Commission. Greg Hodgman.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm Greg Hodgman. I'm a retired physician. I've lived in Kalamazoo most of my life. Using the 2011 maps, the Republican Party controlled the state Senate and state House every year from 2011 to 2020. In 2018, Democrats received a 52 to 47% majority of votes for state House and a 50 to 48% for state Senate. Despite that, Republicans won a 58 to 52 majority of seats in the House and maintained a 22 to 16 majority in the Senate. Results like this explain why Proposition 2 passed, which I supported. The MICRC has made significant improvements in fairness of congressional, state, House, and state Senate maps compared to 2011. There is no perfect solution. I do support the Apple map with Congressional District 4 that combines the cities of Kalamazoo and Grand Rapids, and the Pine map with 3 districts in Kalamazoo County. According to a report in MLive, the Commission's independent consultant, Lisa Handley, found that maps tended to favor Republicans. Michigan is a swing state. and statewide elections are competitive, the new maps should not give an advantage to either party. The party that receives the most votes statewide should usually win the most seats. A vote in a large city should count the same as a vote in a rural community. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Kate Ellison.
Hello, as I can be heard, everything's good?
Everything's good.
Amazing. Okay, hello everyone. My name is Katie Ellison and I'm a junior at Central Michigan University and I'm also a redistricting fellow with Campus Vote Project. Today, I'd like to implore you to keep colleges together as communities of interest. Currently, in every single state Senate proposal that has been presented, Grand Valley State University, Oakland University, Washtenaw Community Colleges, college campuses are broken up. Even the University of Michigan is split in the Lang State Senate map. All state House proposals split GVSU and Oakland into at least 2 districts. Proposals Peach, Oak, and Zatella split Washtenaw into 3 districts. Even worse, Pine, Orton, and Clark horrifyingly split that one college, one of the biggest community colleges in this state, into 4 districts, with Pine being particularly questionable. U of M is also split in 2 to 4 districts in each of these proposals. For the US congressional plans, the Apple and Lang plans are the only ones to keep GVSU as it currently is, which is together, while every other plan has problematic splits. Oakland is also split in every US congressional plan. And I understand that Oakland is often split out of convenience, but I would like to remind the commission that communities of interest are 3rd on the list of priorities, while reflecting county, city, and township boundaries are 2nd to last. Not a single map should be approved where a college campus is split. So when you tell us to show up and speak up, please ensure that we are able to show up to the polls and speak via our votes in a way where we will be able to be represented fairly as college students. Thank you so much.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Joyce Smith.
Good evening. My name is Joyce Smith, and I am a resident of Grand Rapids, or of Wyoming. I would like to encourage the commission to please keep Kent County whole with 1 congressional district. The current map of Kent County proposed under Apple plan divides the Grand Rapids Metro 6 region into 2 separate congressional districts, tying Grand Rapids into a congressional district with Kalamazoo. Grand Rapids and Kalamazoo form 2 different communities of interest and should be anchors for their own respective districts. Please reconsider your map to keep Kent County whole with 1 congressional district. Second, I want to encourage the commission to keep the city of Grand Rapids whole within 1 state Senate district. The current map splits Grand Rapids into 2 districts. Grand Rapids is small enough to be drawn into 1 state Senate district and should not be split. My area, the city of Wyoming, should be drawn into the state Senate district on the western border of the county with Granville and Walker, instead of with Grand Rapids and Kentwood. The residents of these communities share a community of interest, and our school systems overlap each other, and our residents work and shop in neighboring areas. Please also keep Ottawa County whole, and thank you for
addressing the commission. Julie.
Thank you. Am I on now?
Yes, you are.
From Berrien County, the true southwest corner of Michigan, also known as Michiana. It's known that way because we have no Michigan media. Our services are linked to other border counties, and our tourism is linked to Indiana and Illinois. To create small house districts that go up the lakeshore or divide our county does not make for a community of interest. It does not take into account all the people that live and work just inside those borders of those lakeshore communities and provide the support for the high-cost homes and second homes on the lakeshore. Perhaps you're creating an elite district. Since no one from the commission is from the southwest side, the true southwest side, I would ask, when was the last time you visited West Michigan? South Haven, Saugatuck, Holland, Grand Haven, Ludington? Did you ever think of St. Joe or New Buffalo? Was that ever on your radar? Probably not, because both of those communities are in Berrien County, and to split them divides our community of interest. You see, we do not get Michigan news. We don't get Michigan tourism because our interest, again, is Indiana and Illinois. They have second homes here, they pay taxes here, but they do not vote here. As close as South Haven and Van Buren County is, it is not the same. That is a part of the Kalamazoo market. We are a part of South Bend. Partisan fairness is the new term for gerrymandering. Don't fall for that. This should not even be considered. Communities and our county as a whole, keep our county.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Shannon Abbott.
For the public viewing, Shannon is number 16.
Hi, my name is Shannon Abbott. I grew up in mid-Michigan, both in Lansing and East Lansing, and I've lived in various communities throughout the Metro Grand Rapids area over the last 10 years, including my current residence, which is in Grandville. I've also worked throughout the greater West Michigan area, including Grand Rapids, Holland, and Kalamazoo. This all covers Kalamazoo, Kent, Ottawa, Ingham, and Eaton counties. I'm only going to address the pine, cherry, and birch maps today, since to me, those are the closest to acceptable of the maps that have moved forward. I believe that these maps are pretty good, but I think there are still improvements that I'd like to note. Very specifically, I have concerns about the bundling of parts of Kent County with Kalamazoo. Also with Portage, Western Kalamazoo, and Eastern Kalamazoo, which I feel should each anchor their own districts. I believe that there is more work to be done in trying to keep within city lines, county lines, and along main streets and highways. I also believe that especially in the Kent County area, there are many spots where the boundaries can be cleaned up to reflect simpler boundaries with little to no impact on the population and demographics needed to meet the constitutional requirements. I'll be also submitting comment via writing on the pine, cherry, and birch maps as well that I hope will also be considered. Thank you for your time and hard work during this critical and meaningful process.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Kelsey.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, sorry about that. My name is Kelsey, and I am calling in remotely from Lansing, Michigan, the capital. And just a couple points here. One is I'm so thankful that we have a hybrid option. As a person who is disabled, I really appreciate that, and I would encourage you to keep doing this. On that same note, I think it's really important for the funding that we do allow more disabled inclusivity. So that's super important. I also was really encouraged by the Indigenous representation we have tonight. So definitely encourage that. I would just say, which has been echoed many times tonight, that can't fix gerrymandering without gerrymandering. We need to have clean lines as to where the districts are and like transparency around that. But yeah, we need more transparency. You cannot fix gerrymandering, like it just becomes this cycle. So I would encourage as much transparency as possible for those written comments to be read out loud, as well as trusting some of the organizations that have proposed other maps, other progressive organizations like the ACLU. So yeah, I hope you have a good night. And if you come to protest in Lansing, I will join you. Thanks.
Thanks. Thank you for addressing the commission. Vidette Cordes.
Hi, yes, this is Vidette Cordes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, thank you for this opportunity to speak with you. First and foremost, I was made aware that there wasn't a representative from the west side of Michigan, and from hearing the past calls, I'm sure you're now well aware of this for the redistricting. Even though we're all Michiganders, our state of Michigan offers uniqueness in every corner of the state. But I do want to share that Berrien, Cass, and St. Joseph County has always been represented as Michiana counties. It's critical to let you know that our public news source comes directly from South Bend, Indiana. So we cannot, majority of the people who watch TV, get their news is mostly from the South Bend, Mishawaka, Indiana area in all three of these counties. So after reviewing your various versions of redistricting, I noticed that Berrien County would be split, and I believe Cass and St. Joseph County would be removed. In my perspective, how can our Senate, state, and congressional representatives successfully serve with split counties? In my view, this would create confusion and lack of accurate information to the citizens. As an election worker, and I am an election worker for almost 20 years, I could see a state of confusion for a lot of voters, especially if we have to deal with split counties. I've worked with almost over 5 different presidential elections. I'll finish. Please leave our current district as is and concentrate.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Abigail Barker.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. So hi, my name's Abigail Barker. I live in Grand Rapids and have grown up in West Michigan. I would like to start by thanking the commission for their work and for taking public comments into consideration. Today, I would like to talk about partisan fairness in the drawing of the maps in the Kent County area. The maps Pine, Cherry, and Birch provide the best representation for Michiganders compared to the other maps presented. However, additional improvements must be made in the West Michigan area and across the state. The lack of partisan fairness needs to be addressed. All of the maps you bring before us today give a disproportionate advantage to the Republican Party. The final maps will be in place for 10 years, and it is critical that they are drawn fairly and partisan fairness is upheld. I urge you to closely consider alternatives on the portal and reevaluate the current maps being presented. Now I'd like to talk specifically about the Kent County area and the changes that need to be made. You should keep the Grand Rapids metro districts inside Kent County, keeping Ottawa whole, and make Wealthy Street the border between the 2 Grand Rapids districts. Greater Grand Rapids should retain 2 Senate districts. The Southern District as drawn is good, while the Northern one needs work to be entirely within Kent County. Communities of interest must be kept together. Finally, I would like to encourage you to carefully consider the comments you have received both from these hearings and the online portal submissions. And finally, thank you for your time and your work throughout this process.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 22, Jim Story.
Jim, if you can unmute yourself, you're free to address the commission. Jim, if you...
Yep, I'm unmuted now. Thank you. Commissioners, I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you tonight. I am the chairman of the Allegan County Board of Commissioners, and my main concern naturally is how our county is going to be treated in your work product. Allegan County was organized 2 years before Michigan became a state, and in the 186 years since then, we have built a very strong agricultural county. In fact, #1 in Michigan. Our #2 industry is tourism. Our #3 is manufacturing. All of those interests will be hurt by especially the state Senate maps, and unconscionably hurt by dividing our county into 5 state representative districts. While other speakers have been concerned about how representatives would carry out their jobs in such districts, I'm concerned about the 120,000 people who call Allegan County home and do have that community of interest. Their voices will be totally marginalized by this carve up kind of like carving a turkey, or should I say chicken, because we have 3.5 million chickens in our county by that measure. So I would really encourage you to take a look at what has been done to Allegan County and at least reduce the number of cuts. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 28, Brittany Pinnock.
Good evening. My name is Brittany Pinnock, and I live in Novi in Southwest Oakland County. A diverse and fair map can be made by keeping Novi whole across all maps. Michigan leans Democratic, but your maps unfairly lean 5 to 8% to the right. This area was drawn last and wasn't given the consideration necessary to do it correctly. Please remedy this. Novi currently has a partisan balance, so I am extremely disappointed to see that all 3 collaborative State House proposals divide Novi into 2 districts, HD 36 and HD 110. Please note, Novi goes as far north as 14 Mile Road and Pontiac Trail. Your maps strangely pair Southwest Oakland County with rural Washtenaw County. We share nothing in common, no resources, services, interests, or economies. Novi has one of the largest AAPI communities in Michigan, and the collaborative maps destroy that and unjustly diminishes the voting power of the AAPI community and other communities of color and rips apart the Novi School District. The AFL-CIO map, specifically P3623, is far better. It respects partisan fairness and communities of interest. Please keep Novi whole and with surrounding Oakland County areas. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 32, Eileen McNeil.
Yes, thank you. I know you've heard a lot of comments tonight. Thank you for your time. You have an unenviable task, but there's still much work to be done. You really would do well. Actually, the very first maps that you drew in terms of Grand Rapids, I'm a resident of Grand Rapids, and to pair it with Grand Rapids and Kalamazoo in the congressional district just absolutely makes no sense. I've heard people say they have communities of interest, and I kind of wonder where they live because they really don't. And I really would appreciate if you took a second look at the map that divides Grand Rapids into 2 state Senate districts. That, again, there is no need to. Grand Rapids is a big enough city to be included whole as one part of one state Senate district. And I greatly appreciate you looking back at some of your early maps as opposed to this newest one that really you kind of have to, reconfigure yourselves to, to make it that it doesn't make sense. And I know you're trying to not gerrymander, and yet the latest maps look terrifically gerrymandered. So keep pressing on. I appreciate your listening to our comments. I know you've heard a lot tonight, and thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Bill?
This is Bill Whitty.
We can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to first and foremost say we'd like to keep Kent County in county a whole and also Ottawa County whole. These 2 counties represent the fastest growing counties in the state of Michigan, and because of this, they should be in separate congressional districts to not overpopulate a single district. The Grand Rapids Metro 6 area should be kept together with areas within Kent County and not merged with Kalamazoo. Those from West Michigan know Kalamazoo forms a natural community of interest with Battle Creek. Even their airport reflects that. Efforts to put Kalamazoo with Holland or Grand Rapids are manufactured. Please reconfigure your congressional map to keep Kent County whole while keeping Ottawa County whole in the Lakeshore District. Second, I want to encourage you to keep Grand Rapids whole in 1 Senate seat. The current map splits Grand Rapids in 2 Senate districts, while the city could easily fit in a single seat. The city of Wyoming should be drawn in the state Senate district to the western borders of Kent County that include Granville and Walker areas instead of being in Grand Rapids and Kentwood. Wyoming and Walker create a community of interest because they share overlapping school districts and residents work and shop in these neighboring municipalities. Please adopt a state Senate plan that includes cities of Grand Rapids, East Grand Rapids, Kentwood, and this allows Granville and Wyoming to currently be in Walker. Lastly, I'd like to encourage the mission to keep.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 34, Patricia Davis.
Good afternoon. My name is Patricia Davis from Kalamazoo, Michigan, representing Mothers of Hope. The area around Western Michigan University campus can be combined with Kalamazoo College and Northwestern Kalamazoo County, Ashimo, Alamo, and Cooper Townships, which where much of WMU students' housing is located into one state house district. Kalamazoo south of Cork Street near the airport can be combined with Portage and Schoolcraft into a rapidly suburbanizing and growing part of the Kalamazoo County into a state house district. The north and east sides of Kalamazoo City can be combined with eastern Kalamazoo County, allowing the African American population in the city to nominate its own preferred candidate for state rep instead of being dominated by the voters in the campus neighborhoods. The western part and eastern part of Kalamazoo County have different communities with different interests and needs. People who live on the northern and eastern side of the city of Kalamazoo have similar socioeconomic interests as people who live in the eastern part of the county in places like Comstock Township. These communities have similar socioeconomic needs, should be represented by the state rep of their own, since the western side of the city and the county is more affluent and have different interests. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is Gretchen.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Just want you to know that I worked very hard to get this, to have a petition signed so that we could have you, the commissioners, do this. I believe in you. I'm glad you're there, and thank you for this opportunity to talk to you. I actually I have very few suggestions at this point. What I would like to say is that I think in Kent County, we need to keep the Grand Rapids metro districts within Kent County. And in terms of dividing Grand Rapids into two Senate districts, I think I support that idea. But I would also like you to make the dividing line Wealthy Street. I believe right now it is Fulton Street. I think it should be Wealthy Street, so that there's a southern area, and then the northern area would be north of Wealthy Street. And in addition, I suggest that the northern Senate District of Kent County, which would be north of, hopefully, Wealthy Street, should be entirely within Kent County, please. I also support the idea that Ottawa County should be kept whole, as should Kent County. Thank you for all the work you're doing, and I appreciate this opportunity.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Wendy Sellers.
Hi, my name's Wendy Sellers, and I'm a lifelong Michigander, and I worked very hard to collect signatures to get this commission seated. So I want to thank you very much for your extensive work on redistricting. I'm grateful for your inclusive approach. You're well aware of the importance of creating unbiased maps to ensure fair voting that reflect the will of the voters. So thank you for unpacking the Grand Rapids voters for fair state house districts. Unfortunately, this was not done as well with the state Senate maps. So I'm asking you to take another look at with partisan fairness foremost as you look at those Senate state maps. And lastly, please make sure that as you work make sure that Kent County has the ability to be represented fairly in the Senate. Thank you so much for all your efforts.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Ann Zappa, number 39.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thanks. Sorry about that. You think I've done enough of these Zoom meetings? I ought to know how to do this. Hi, I'm Ann Zappa. I'm from Grand Rapids, and I supported Proposal 2, and I'm very happy to be able to meet some of you tonight and this afternoon. As you know, in the last 10 years, Western Michigan has had the highest population growth in the past decade. And with that, I would like to say I'm very positive about what you've done with the Apple Map 201 and Kent County. Looks good in the congressional races. Because of that map, yes, we have linked Grand Rapids with Kalamazoo, but I think that's a positive thing since on a national federal level, we vote similarly on issues and healthcare services, other avenues. And I also think that we have similar voices regarding civil rights, and that's great. Both Grand Rapids and Kalamazoo include a majority of African Americans, Hispanics, and immigrants. This is good. They will have a voice in the government. So thank you very much. Kudos to the commission, and go with map 201.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Jasmine? Jasmine, are you there? We appear to have lost Jasmine. Commissioner Lang?
The name said that was Mary Ann Mahoney.
Jasmine, her audio is still loading. We'll give her another second. All right, it looks like Jasmine may be experiencing audio issues. Oh, hold on one moment. I think she just joined us.
Jasmine, are you there?
Hello.
Hello.
Okay. Hi, my name is Jasmine McKinney. I am a resident of Flint, Michigan. I would like to first thank the commissioners for this historic opportunity that you all are engaging in. I do have some concerns regarding our state house map. You are changing a majority minority district into putting us out with the county. The city of Flint has some very unique challenges as a result of the water crisis, and I would encourage the commission to consider the AFL-CIO's map, which keeps the city of Flint whole. as we all have specific challenges. I know I'm a mother of 3 children who were school aged, one under 4 when the water crisis happened. And there are a lot of things where we need proper representation in Lansing to make sure that we have the services that we need available. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is Markayla Williams.
That participant is not currently present.
Okay, what about Marion Mahoney?
Yes, this is Marion Mahoney. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
All right, wonderful. Again, my name is Marion Mahoney. I'm a 25-year resident of Novi, Michigan. That's in southwestern Oakland County. I'm very grateful this evening on a Friday evening as an opportunity to testify. So my feedback this evening is on the house maps, specifically plans 227, 228, and 229. All 3 of these maps really have a significant Republican bias, and they're really not yet fair. Of the 3 maps, I believe that the Pine map is better, but still needs some work. Specifically in the area of District 110, and that encompasses in part the city of Novi. This map really divides up Novi, and this is my concern. Novi runs north-south from 14 Mile to 8 Mile, and from east-west, the roads of Haggerty to Napier. This map that you have laid out excludes a strip of about 2 miles across our northern border in those precincts. And those precincts in particular are really a very diverse, have a very diverse population. So just in general, in the city of Novi, we have a growing Asian American community, and we really do not want to.
Thank you for addressing the commission. David? And David is number 46.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening. My name is David Dick, and I've grown up in both Kent and Ottawa County and currently live in Kent County, Plainfield Township. First, I want to thank the commission for all their hard work over the last few months drawing out these maps. I do have a few concerns with the maps. To start with a congressional map, the Apple map does not do justice with the Kent County area. Kent County and the surrounding area around Grand Rapids is one unique area, and putting the Grand Rapids district with Kalamazoo jeopardizes the representation and splits up the interests of the community with the Kalamazoo area. As someone who's lived around the Grand Rapids area my whole life, I don't consider myself from Kalamazoo. I consider myself from Grand Rapids. Regarding the state Senate and House maps, as someone from Plainfield Township, we share a common interest with the Rockford community. While in most of the proposed maps I see, the northern half of Plainfield Township shares information with Rockford, it does split across the Grand River to the southern part of Plainfield Township, splitting our community into 2, which does not represent equally the Grand Rapids area. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Kate?
Kate, if you can unmute yourself, you're free to address the commission.
Hi, my name is Kate Shaskovsky. I'm from Livonia, and I'm here tonight to talk about partisan fairness And also, I would like to talk about the House districts impacting the city of Livonia. I've appeared before and talked about it. Specifically, they are House districts 14, 17, and 35. It's very difficult for a mayor or for city clerk to operate in a city where there are three different representatives you have to work with. The clerk in particular has a heavy burden at election time, whether it's at the polls or in the office. I was down at the commission hearing on Wednesday in Detroit, and on the way back, I drove through what would be the easternmost parts of 14 and 17 through the Brightmoor area of Detroit. It is a very blighted, depressed area. It's human nature to know that any candidate for the House would come out of either Livonia or Redford. The bulk of the donations would come from there, and the representative would listen more to Livonia and Redford residents than the ones from Detroit. And the people in Detroit deserve to have a representative that will listen to them and their problems. So thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Sade Chambers.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, sorry about that. Okay, we can get started. My name is Sade Chambers, and I am from Kalamazoo County. I live in the city of Kalamazoo. And one of the maps two of the maps I want to talk about, the first one was going to be the state senate map that you guys have. The one thing that I do like about it is that you guys do keep Kalamazoo County together for the most part. The one thing that I find discouraging is that you added more so to the west side of the state where we tap into Van Buren. And in Kalamazoo County, we have no interest with Van Buren. When you push us further to the west, you begin to put us in a different space where we share no similar interests. If you were to leave Mattawan would be perfect because that is a smaller rural area and that would fit in that place. But when it comes to the rest of those Senate maps, Kalamazoo County as a whole needs to be left alone. Also, when it comes to the congressional maps, Kalamazoo County does not need to be added in with Grand Rapids. We serve none of the same interests. We would do better if we were put closer with Calhoun County, which we have shared similar interests, and we also share similar work base, and also our communities branch off together. We share similar doctors, we share similar hospitals, we even share similar education systems, but putting us with Grand Rapids will not help. And what I'll leave on this call is, if you guys don't take anything from this, what you should take from tonight is that Kalamazoo and Grand Rapids need to be separated. Kent County and Kalamazoo County are totally separate and they need to be separated. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Do we have Mary Crater on?
The next participant present is number 55, Allen.
55, Allen.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, I'd like to address the issue of partisan fairness. I think that the measures that people are using are fundamentally misguided because they don't take the geography of the state into account. Things like the efficiency gap, they just consider the aggregate vote as a whole, but voting for a Republican up north and voting for a Republican in Oakland County may not be the same thing because they're different candidates. So if you're going to use any measure of partisan fairness, I would encourage you to look at the distribution of all the precincts statewide and compare that with the distribution of the districts. I think you'll find that the maps are not skewed in the way that a lot of people are saying. And I think many of the commenters who are urging you to do things like put Grand Rapids and Kalamazoo together, that's That's clearly gerrymandering. That's not what this commission is supposed to be doing. I would encourage you to keep Grand Rapids in a single state Senate district. There's no good reason to split it up. Almost always the best community of interest is going to be the actual community that people live in, their city or township or county. I certainly splitting this city of Kalamazoo up makes no sense. None of the people suggesting that have given any consideration to the rural and suburban areas next to Kalamazoo. Those areas serve their own representatives. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. John Schneider.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah. So I just wanted to say thank you so much for staying this long. I wasn't convinced I was going to be able to speak, and this is quite lovely. I know it's an hour over when you guys were hoping to go home, and I really value that. Sorry, there you go. I am also really tired, and I just finished putting my kids to bed. So I'm going to try to shorten down what I wanted to say. I live in Lansing, and I've been here for 10 years. I was at the hearing yesterday and didn't have really a chance to finish all of the comments that I wanted to say because I got distracted and a little too passionate about one thing in it. But I did want to emphasize that I feel like Lansing is a big enough city that it has a wide variety of communities built into it and inside of it. And it would be very easy to separate us even up to 5 separate House seats while still maintaining unique cultures and communities of interest within each of those 5 districts. And I think that that would go a long way in helping to create a map that reflects us as a people here in Michigan as a whole. And make us more reflective of the way that we have been shown to vote over the last 20 years. Even with our
Thank you for addressing the commission. Paul?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Paul, and I'm a resident of Kentwood in Kent County. And as a resident of Kentwood, first of all, I'd like to say that we are concerned that we don't believe West Michigan is truly representative. I know we have one member that is from Southwest Michigan, as she even stated, but Southwest Michigan is different than West Michigan. On the congressional district maps, we really believe that Kent County, Grand Rapids should be considered on a single map and not included with Kalamazoo as it is in the Apple map. And the same with the Senate, the state Senate maps. We think Grand Rapids should be one state Senate district. The communities of interest should keep in mind school districts, libraries, parks, infrastructure, shopping, the things that make up a community. And that's why we think Grand Rapids should be included, or Kentwood should be included with the city of Grand Rapids and East Grand Rapids, and not included, not combining that with Kalamazoo. I think you should look back at the reason.
Creo que deben de mirar en las razones.
Anna, you're not on mute. Please continue, sir. All right, I think his time ran out. We're going to move on to Yusuf, number 60.
Hello, commissioners. My name is Yusuf. I'm from Troy.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Sorry. Okay, my name is Yusuf. I'm from Troy. I'm Chaldean from the Middle East. I am really happy that out of 8 million plus voters in Michigan, there's a Chaldean Lebanese on this commission, Mr. Anthony E. It is truly amazing to have a Chaldean representation on this once in a decade commission. Although Chaldeans and Middle Easterns are registered as whites, we are not white. Our voices have always been neglected. It is time to change this. We voted for proposal 2 to have communities of interest take priority and not efficiency gaps. Efficiency gaps are nowhere mentioned in proposal 2. They are just partisan wishes. Please take COI as priority number 1. I implore you, commissioners, not to dilute our Chaldean voices. We stretch from Macomb all the way to the outskirts of Wixom. We are in Macomb, Saline Heights, Shelby Township, Troy, Rochester Hills, West Bloomfield, Broomfield Hills, Farmington Hills, Wixom. We are a faith-based community. We have 10 Chaldean churches in Metro Detroit area, and we are estimated to be around 160,000 and growing. All of these proposals, maps, dilute Chaldean voices and neglect to give us a voice in one district. This commission promised to give communities of color a voice. Please give the Chaldean communities a voice in one district. Therefore, I created this district map plan 68270. That's 68270. This district map represents majority of Chaldeans in one district. I will talk about it in the next meeting. Thank you, commissioners, for your hard work.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Kathy?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, finally. I've listened to most of the comments, and most of the people are from Grand Rapids, as is appropriate since that's where the meeting is. But since there was no meeting in southwestern Michigan, this is the best I could do. I am concerned particularly with the congressional map for Battle Creek and Calhoun County. Most of the maps are absurd on the surface, including Battle Creek and points southwest all the way to Lake St. Clair, which I believe is Monroe County, but I'm not even sure what counties are there. I couldn't even tell you what cities are there. That is not appropriate. I looked at the Lang map and the EID, I don't know how to pronounce that map, that includes Battle Creek with Kalamazoo, which is a much better fit. Battle Creek and Kalamazoo have a community of interest. People in Kalamazoo work in Battle Creek. People in Battle Creek work in Kalamazoo. And that would be a much better fit than to try to include Calhoun County with Detroit.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Amy?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, thank you. My name is, start my video? Okay, start my video. Okay, hi, my name is Amy Scrima, and I have lived here in Berrien County on the Lake Shore for my entire life. I'd first like to commend the commissioners for creating the Lakeshore State House District on the Pine Map. This does create a diverse and representative district, and if chosen, will allow the people's voices in that area to be heard for essentially the first time ever, by enabling the election of a representative who understands and can advocate for our unique and important needs. For example, the Benton Harbor water crisis that we are living through right now should have been avoided, but our current representatives have failed to advocate for us, in part because they do not appreciate or prioritize the needs of our lakeshore communities. I would also like to suggest the addition of Saugatuck to this district because it's very similar to South Haven and the other lakeshore communities that it's adjacent to. In contrast, Commissioner Zatella's individual suggested map, which divides all of the lake communities, would create the same problems that we're having now by obstructing our citizens' ability to have true representation. So I wanted that to be noted. As for the state Senate district maps, there is no connection between Benton Harbor and Byron Township. And creating a district like that makes little sense to anyone who lives in really any part of it. Instead, I urge you to keep Berrien County together in its Senate district with Van Buren County. The real issue here is representing.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Alexis?
Alexis, if you can unmute yourself, you're free to address the commission. Alexis, if you can hear us, you're free to address the commission if you unmute yourself. It appears Alexis is experiencing audio issues, and that will conclude public comment.
All right, that is our last public comment for this evening. At this point, without objection, we will have our Vice Chair, Commissioner Rothorn, provide acknowledgements. Hearing no objection, please proceed, Commissioner Rothorn.
Thank you, Chair Zatella. Can we have the slides, please, for the acknowledgements? So we want to appreciate the League of Women Voters who helped us with the outside in the lobby. And then we want to appreciate Michigan State University students who have also volunteered at the portal stations. And we want to appreciate Premier Event Tech. We do not want to appreciate TCF Center because that was Wednesday, but we are going to appreciate our audio and tech from Premier and I believe we were at the DeVos Center tonight. Thank you also to the University of Michigan students who have volunteered and the Voters Not Politicians who have volunteered in several places. We couldn't do this without you all, and thank you, thank you, thank you. We want to continue to ask you to show up and speak up and sign up for email alerts and text messages. We also have an old-fashioned way if you would like to get in touch with us, including calling us at 1-833-UDRAW. That's 1-833-968-3729. Thank you so much. Follow us on Facebook. Follow us at Twitter, subscribe to our YouTube channel, www.michigan.gov/MICRC for all our public comments. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
All right, as the items on the agenda are completed and the commission has no further business, a motion to adjourn is in order. May I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
It's a motion made by Commissioner Witches, seconded by Commissioner Lett. All in favor, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. All opposed, please raise your hand and say nay. The ayes prevail and the meeting is adjourned at 9:09 p.m.